competitors get ready to battle for $50,000 and the title of champion. When we started the weekend, 218 players walked into the building. Now only 8 remain. By the time we're done with today, there will be only one. There's a look at our feature match area as we get ready for the players this morning. Maria Bartholdi joined by Mani Davuti and Cedric Phillips here at the News Desk. We have got a fantastic top 8 for you. Mani, what are you most looking forward to today?
Maria, I want a back-to-back. That's it.
Yeah.
Last year, Yuta Takahashi won Worlds, then top 8'd the first Pro Tour right after, came short. Nathan Stoyer, reigning world champion, just top 8'd this Pro Tour. I want him to take it all. Give us the back-to-back we deserve.
Yeah, that would be absolutely incredible. We'll see if he can get it done. Cedric, what are you looking forward to?
I'm excited to see what Pioneer deck is going to stand above everything else. You know, we have seen a very diverse metagame the entire weekend. Mono Green Devotion actually on the outside looking in on this top 8, none in the top 8 here. So will it be white? Will it be this? Is it creativity deck? Will it be Lotus Field? This tournament has been a lot of fun to watch because of the diversity, excuse me. And I want to see not just which player is going to win the tournament, but what deck is going to win the tournament.
Absolutely. We've got 6 different archetypes in our top 8, so an extremely diverse metagame. Well, if you missed any of the action, we're going to catch you up. This is how the tournament worked on Friday. Mani, walk us through what happened early on.
Oh yeah, we kicked things off with 3 rounds of Phyrexia. All will be one draft before swapping Pioneer constructed. 5 rounds of Pioneer rounded out the day, and at the end, all players with 12 match points, that's 4-4 or better, came back for day 2.
And Cedric, what happened on day 2?
On Saturday, Friday was so nice, we decided to do it twice. On Saturday, we started things off with a Phyrexia all-will-be-one booster draft. Saw a handful of 3-0s there, most notably our world champion Nathan Stoyer with green-blue peripherate, excuse me. Into rounds 12 through 16, we went Pioneer constructed. We saw players start to clinch their top 8 berths through those final rounds. 36 match points was the goal in order to get into the top 8. That's 12 match wins, and now we are here on the Sunday stage.
Yeah, the Sunday stage, top 8 time, baby. Check this out, single elimination top 8, by the way, everybody. If your favorite player loses, they are out. It's brutal up there. Best 3 out of 5 games, so sideboarded games began after game number 2 this morning. So that's how today is going to work. But just in case you missed the action from our feature match yesterday, we had plenty of exciting games. Cedric's got a wrap up for you.
Boy, did we. There was a lot of awesome magic yesterday. There's nothing like the Saturday stage of a Pro Tour. We are here at the Pennsylvania Convention Center at MagicCon Philadelphia. We've got our own little separate room up here in the Convention Center for the Pro Tour, and that's where the booster drafting did begin. Gabriel Nassif, the Hall of Famer, was our featured drafter, and he was able to put together a little something special. You see him now in the feature match area. Battle here, kicking his day off against Michael Go with a win. That red-green deck that Nassif was playing. Now you do see in the feature match Chris Ferber from the United States against Shota Yasuoka, a Hall of Famer who has had a dominant run. You see him attacking with a handful of green creatures, leading to a victory, and you're going to see that one more time here against Benton Madsen, who is also in our elimination round. That's going to be a common theme through this video. You're going to see players that we are going to see later today. Shota is back at it once again against Kamo, and he was able to defeat him with his Rakdos mid-range deck. And Shota decided, you know what? Let me get one more in the books here real quick, and then I can put my feet up for a couple of rounds, as he was able to clinch his berth into the top 8 before anybody else. Now you do see Reed Duke with the Team Channel Fireball deck of Is It Creativity, kind of taking this tournament by storm. Creativity was not a deck that many expected, but Team Channel Fireball did so well they started running into one another. Duke, Nassif, their teammates. Duke was able to get the job done there. Nathan Stoyer, he's on a different team, Team Handshake, and they had a very impressive display here this weekend as well. But for our reigning world champion, it was Lotus Field, able to put him into the top 8. Now you see the trophy that these players are playing for. And speaking of the players, there are 8 of them, and we're going to meet them right now.
看一下成绩，反正现在在前什么鬼
Shota Yasuoka from Japan, Rakdos Midrange。
80刚是现预赛排名第1的玩家，我看他15杠1排名第1啊，这个成绩
Nathan Stoyer, United States，
确实是蛮可怕的。
Chris Ferber, United States, Lotus Field。
可以先看8强的玩家的排表啊。
France, Is It Creativity, Derek Davis, United States, Enigmatic Fires。
Derek 玩应该是5色啦，这是什么 不是4色，班特。
told you it was stacked top 8, and we were not kidding. Here is a look at the bracket.
黑色不知道场去哪。
Today, starting of course with the quarterfinals. Shota Yasuo Rakdos mid-range versus Derek Davis.
反正我就当5色了，几乎
running a super cool deck and enigmatic
4色创火。
Excited to see that action. Then we've got
Red Duke
on that CFB deck. Is it
Red Duke 玩
reigning world champ Nathan Stoyer
无畏创新。
Lotus Field combo. Next up, Takumi Matsuura running mono white human
Ferber 玩，哎呦 ，Ferber 玩莲花田野，3个不同套牌。Ferber 玩莲花田。
versus Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif also.
Anderson 玩白绿贴皮，哎，都不一样哎，8强套牌。
Couple of those players have a potential very interesting road to the finals. Monty, we're going to kick things off with Chris Ferber.
Mazura 白块。小黄帽玩无畏创新，无畏创新。Nathan 我们新的世界冠军嘛，还有玩莲花田。 80刚玩红黑啦，我记得80刚玩红黑。80刚啊，我们8强牌，8强有6套牌，其实很多元，真的很多元。所以先驱还是没有什么问题的，对吧？ 先驱还很健康，对吧？至少比赛看起来是这样。
Yeah, a lot of thought going into the prep last night for these players, no doubt. What about Reed Duke's potential run to the trophy set?
Well, if I'm Reed Duke, step 1, make sure my hair game's on point.
Check.
Done
no
with
problem.
That. Next up, Nathan Stoyer. He's trying to take my seat. You know, the young guy's trying to uproot me. It's going to be a tough matchup. I mean, he's our reigning world champion right now. If he's able to get by Nathan, of course, you do see 2 interesting matchups here. Shota on Rakdos mid-range, which is a very back-and-forth affair, and then Derek Davis on enigmatic fires. Derek has actually run into people from Team Channel Fireball. So does Derek have a plan? Has Team Channel Fireball made a plan against Derek's deck? I think Reed is going to be okay against both, but he's got some teammates to lean on as well. And then in the finals, those are 4 different decks there. So I'm thinking to myself, which one do I want to play?
刚在看8强的牌表，
a little bit of fun, a little bit of entertainment.
那个有6套牌，对，6套牌，啊，2套重复的是组合技，对，所以主播露脸了，哎，那个意外啊，那个前天直播发生意外，那我就想说算了，对，不想演了，对，我原本想说等那个多一点，我再露脸，想说啊算了，反正意外都发生了，已经被看到就算了。哪看啊？来，我现在这边给你看，来，你打我这个。
Let's take a look at Reed Duke's road to
Phyrexia Pro Tour， 对，第一个就是，然后第一个就是有 Top A 的，8强的。有哪些？莲花田组合技、无畏创新组合技、白块、红黑，还有那个4色，好像是什么那个吧？4色好像云乙的4色创火。 对，还有一套什么？靠腰失忆了，还有一套是什么东西啊？好像还有一套是那个，还有一套是什么？忽然啊，白绿贴皮，对，6套，刚忽然失忆了。Red Duke 玩，对 ，Red Duke 玩无畏创新。 幻影现开到飘屏，太那个，我就跟你说，这个系列的先知赛有炸弹，大概先赢一半啊。对，这无畏创新啊。Red Duke， 这是无畏创新最强的套路吧？目前。可是这个套路原本有一个套路是那个阿芒凯蝗虫神的，可是那个套路太不稳了，吃一张杀就爆了。啊，这个套路呢？ 这个吃了杀也不会怎样，更难被干扰。翻出来后更难被干扰。这个传记哦，这个传记万金油啊，我跟你讲， 这一张牌是现在这游戏最强的其中一张红色牌。OK， 不要不信，对，这是这游戏最强的一张红色的牌之一啊。对，那个传记不要不信啊。一定要啊，那个传记万金油哎。你沾红打慢的，全都能用那个传记。对，这太强了。无畏之前一张10块，现在一张40枚，每回合给的资源，对，他给太多资源了，对，而且都是很关键的那一种。对，这是莲花田嘛？他还放了恐龙哎，恐龙进场重置你所有地。这个莲花田啊，是另一个强势的组合技。
chooses how to approach the matchup that decides a lot here.
Ooh, this is going to be really interesting, everybody, and it's coming up right now.
搞不好这一次比赛用量最大的就是那张红色结界。烈尽奇谭啊，应该是这次比赛用量最大的牌，对，因为4色创火要用，5色密态转身要用，啊，5位创新也要用，啊，红黑中速也要用，然后可能古鲁中速也要用，对。然后一些拉力大扎红色的都要用，对，所以那一张应该是这一次比赛用量最大的牌，对，烈尽奇谭，很明显应该是这次比赛用量最大的牌了。卡扎嘛很容易叫，对，其实他费用爆起来什么都做得出来啦，说实话，莲花田费用只要爆出来。Red Duke 打世界冠军是不是？连万，这是5位创新打莲花田，组合技内战，是不是？组合技内战。
Yeah, we are returning to kind of the format that we had back when we had tabletop
Red
Pro Tours,
Duke.
And this is kind of both players getting to play.
Red Duke 先攻。
I know we talked about how
下场
Red Duke
地
in this matchup has
两个笑得好尴尬哦。
In make disappear and cards like spell pierce, but
他都认识啊。
I mean, you look at Lotus Field combo and you're thinking, wow, this deck is just very linear, has nothing to do.
他们比赛应该交手过很多次了啊，对，他们世界赛就交手过了，对，他们世界赛就已经有交手过了。啊 ，Nathan 是现在的世界冠军了。
If Nathan does not feel
两边都很慢，前面都在玩自己的。对，现在这个主牌局就是在比谁顺啊，谁的手顺。Red Duke 下结界，哎，对。Spiky 的世界 ，Spiky 每一动都很讲究的，对，要打到最近的，我把游标移掉一点。对，这个我觉得 Red Duke 烈尽奇谭其实给蛮多压力的。我跟你讲，这张牌只要准时结算，就是个压力。对，这张牌真的很厉害。对，准时结算其实压力就蛮大的。没有蓝了。他会接着起手，应该就是他知道 Nathan 的套牌很难解那个鬼怪，你知道吗？用鬼怪产的珍宝就有蓝的，就调到色。Red Duke 开始玩组合技了，没有 B。主要是比赛的话，你选择一般套路，对，可能他们觉得比较容易翻车吧。现在的环境就是红黑不太好打这些组合技吧。无形长辈可攻可挡，对，这是无敌的结界啊！这个烈尽奇谭是无敌的。那份要想一下，那份的第3回合就要想很久了。另一个悲剧舞台，4少兽。那内粉那边也很快，内粉那边的组合技也动得很快。悲剧舞台、莲花田都已经上面了，搞不好内粉下一回合就赢了。内粉的手够好的话，或许下一回合就赢了。这是很有可能的，以莲花组合技来说。
Those are reasonable as long as nobody says time twister.
Yeah, nobody said twister just yet. The
六哥要想一下
time walk on turn 1 or 2. It is a fantastic.
有没有可能这边启动组合技呢
In this deck, with its goals being around land drops primarily, it actually does emulate a time walk pretty well.
The way that this deck works, oftentimes you can
看起来手上没别的，不然理论上不会吃悲剧舞台。
With the Grazer,
悲剧舞台
that kind of accelerates those things and
可能吧
potentially maybe
因为他
turn 3 sometimes.
那个不可能吃2个悲剧舞台，悲剧舞台一定留一个情况下，那就是喂多了悲剧舞台的。
Can he do anything
弃而
explosive
筹二
this
Red
turn, Paul?
Duke
Because if I'm
Red Duke
Reed, I'm looking over at the other
有
side
蓝
and the
地
table's
，OK，
set
有
for a
红
tasty
地或
game
蓝
here
地
for
吗
Nathan Stoyer
最好
next
是
turn.
So
红地
Reed is 1 mana short
先
and
变
a permanent short from
挡一下
casting the creativity in hand, right? If he had 5 mana, you could
再
creativity
下
for
红
2
地。
with 2 things in
哎呦
play.
，Red Duke 没事做哎，
But
哎
he
呦
doesn't have that any. He
难
only
道
has mountains,
是
but of course we know that the treasure can be
？Red
used to
Duke 的
tap for
组合
blue.
技
Now,
要
currently,
5费
Reed doesn't have a
凑到
counter,
5费，
right? Doesn't have any counter magic up. However, he does have a big score.
加
He
2
can
个
cast
外加
big
2个
score
神
and
器或
hope to
生物才
find
能动
a。make disappear
对
or a
，Red Duke 的
spell
组合
pierce
技
if Nathan tries to go off this turn. Because if you're Nathan and you don't have an Otawara here, you have to think that it's really likely that Reed's going to go for the combo next
现
turn.
在这
That's
边
right. So now the question is, does Nathan
Nathan
feel
还有
that he
大
needs to
田
go
园
for it his
是
turn? And that's what you're getting at here, right, Paul? Is that if he feels pressured that Reed could go for it, he may feel the need to go for it himself. And interestingly, I think Reed would feel a lot better if Nathan said, I'll just take my time, pass it back to, and then Reed can breathe a sigh of relief. But if Nathan does go for it, we're going to see a bit of a desperation, big score.
And one
对
other
那个
note
莲花
here,
田没
by the
动，
way,
然后
is
仔
if
细
Reed
想啊，你
Duke
看
goes
那
for
份连
creativity
地
for 2,
可能要做哪第一动要怎么做都在想。
break apart that combo with that
是不是？
Boseiju in his hand, right? With Boseiju,
哦，
you
这
can
边
target
做
the treasure and destroy that treasure. So then Reed would only get
那粉是直接结束
1
吗？
creature in play. So Reed,
哎，
knowing that Boseiju could be a thing,
那粉还
knowing
没
that you
动，
can't really play around Otawara,
对，
it
可以
might be
动，
correct
还
to
没
just
到
go
无畏
for
创新，
creativity
对，
for
因为
Reed.
As an update here, Nathan did not go for it. He passed the
那
turn
杜
back
克
to
已经
Reed,
凑
who
到那
resolves
个
big score
条件已
on
经
his
凑
hand
好了
step.，
生
Now
物
he's got
费用
3
跟
treasures,
要
4
砸的
lands,
他都
and
已经那
another
个
treasure
到
coming
了
off。of the goblin.
啊，那份刚没下地，
He can
应
also
该
just
是
target
手
the
牌
2
不没
creatures
办
that he
法
has to
动。
play, right? Because Boseiju does not
Yeah.
interact with that. Oh no, excuse me.
啊，
Reflection
对
is
，Duke 好像手上2张无畏创新，他有
is
2
an
张无畏
enchantment,
创新，
so you could break that up too,
对
right?
It's enchantment creature.
只
Yeah.
是
So
呢
does Reed
这
have the
边
mana to go for
Red
a creativity for
Duke
three?
He has a land drop to give here.
Land drop to give. Yeah, so you can sack a
Red
treasure and
Duke
target
好像
three
有
things.
点尴
Now,
尬，
of
就
course,
是
Otawara still breaks it up,
那一
but
份手上可能有大
that
田
allows you to
园，
get even if Nathan
大
has
田
the
园是
creature,
可以
you can
破
still
坏
get
那
two things
个
And it looks like
无
Reed's
畏
gonna
创
go
新
for
的
it.
组
Here
合
it
技
is,
的。
Indomitable creativity.
for 2.
All right, so he is
好
opening the door here for Boseiju to break up the combo.
我先重置，先挤费用抽牌，
First is
好
going to
循
be
环挤费
Nathan
抽牌，他有
Stoyer
一点蓝
cycling
的，
Vizier of Tumbling Sands.
没地，那份没地，啊那份可能有大田园可以救场了，对我先砸。
So there's Boseiju targeting the reflection of Kiki Jiki.
He went for 2. So
那
then
那
Reed
份
will
选
only
择
get
砸
one
烈尽奇谭，
creature here as the Boseiju will
踢一拳可以做2次，对他没踢，
target the Fable. Now Reed will get a land
可能有
here.
什么理
Will
由
he
吧
have the mana to go for another creativity potentially?
不是这个组合技一定要站街前动啦，对，才能一次踢死对手。
Just double checking what he can get.
对，这个组合技是一定要站街
He
前
also
就
has
先
an
做了，
impulse in his
没办法
hand
站街后
and
做，
two
站街后做就
extra
可能
treasures.
就失去它的意义了。这个组合
But does
技，
he have enough mana to go for the creativity?
他要用那个
again?
亚龙的那个攻击力
The
踢死
answer
对
is
面啊。
yeah, right?
Well, so what was the other target with the creativity? Was it a
It was a
treasure?
treasure token.
So if that resolves, he's only going to have
还
access
在
to
那个
3
是不
mana,
是
right?
You're right.
雷粉这边应
Yeah,
该
yeah.
还有什么应对的手段的？
And he needs to have
对，
that
应该是有方法啦。
go away
And
to
he-
the
I
Indomitable
believe he could
对
have
creature.
他
gone
一
for a
张母
creativity
生素
for
交
3.
了，现在我会创业的出口是啥？你可以翻我刚刚那个牌表，现在就是15亚龙加那个羊蹄神啊，那个
Now we're going to start
贪欢
reviewing
神啊，
cards.
谢纳哥斯啊，一回合战伤打30点， 对，游戏结束。
Boy, if he lets Nathan Stoyer just have another
谢纳戈斯加那个亚龙，
he could be maximally punished.
先驱的，对啊，就谢纳戈斯加那个亚龙。
So really likely to be able to find what he needs. He still has
2
mana
亚
floating,
龙，
can use Thespian
还有另一
Stage
个
on the Lotus Field.
Okay, there's World
只有一
Spine
个
Worm.
哦。
Still not a bad deal for 5 mana. But that is not going to kill
只有一
Nathan
个
this
是不
turn
是？
as it sits.
Now, what does Reed have
应该
left?
就是
He
这
can
个亚
still
龙。
attack with the Goblin, get a token.
对啊，你去杀那个亚龙也没有用，他死了会再生3只出来。
into a potential make
对，
disappear.
杀亚龙没有用，
Yeah.
亚龙
If
一般的
something
杀
if Nathan tries to go for
对
the
亚
next
龙
turn.
没什
So
么用。
not out of it yet, right? Still gets to get
还
in,
讲
make a treasure. We'll have access to 4 mana.
对，其
Then
实
you'll have
讲
access
是
to
什么，
impulse
他们都
into
知道啦。
disruption.
对，其实都知道的。
They also have 1 Spell Pierce in the main.
再打。
And we saw, by the
对，
way,
被
that
拆一
Nathan used
个。
that extra mana that he had accrued off
就
of
会
the
砸
Vizir
3个，
to
不知道会
copy
出什么事
Lotus
哦。
Field, something that he needed
砸
to get
3
out of
个
the way here as well.
他
He
可
gets
能
to
怕砸
untap
3个踩到大田
Lotus
园啊。
Fields.
对，因
Alright,
为
this
大
is a
田
good
园
turn
可以
here for
解亚
Nathan.
龙。
15,
对，
15
那只
Trample
亚龙
Worm.
会被大田
Maybe
园弹
not
走，
enough for Reed
对，
Duke
所以
in
他可
game
能
number
就
1. Let's see
保
if
留一
Reed
点
can
资源
go
啊，
off.
打慢一点。
If Reed can stop a pour over the pages, you know, he could
因为他原
potentially
本他
get
只
another
砸
turn.
Yeah,
一颗
Nathan has
珍宝
access to a
加
ton of mana here. Remember,
猎
he's-
金
my
，he's got a
那个
hidden
奇
string
迹
in
衍生
hand as
物而
well.
已。
That nets you 4 mana whenever you cast it with double Lotus Field.
Okay, well,
4点啦，开始
going to
了。
have enough to pay for any type of interaction that Reed
Wow.
can come up with.
Exactly. So it's now just a question of whether or not he can find what he needs with that
根本
pour
不是
over the
开讲
pages
黑
in his
箱，
hand. He doesn't have
没
an
有啊。
ultimatum in his hand
然后
just
他们
yet.
都知道会出什么了，早就知道会出什么
I
了。
played with
对
it and against it.
So you have experienced never finding
哇
what you，need.
那
and
份
then
就
always
感觉
having
会
to
赢
pay.
呢。
You usually find what you need.
Oh boy, that's real.
I usually
bad.
find some other way to lose when I play this Lotus Field
对，
combo.
真的那份应该要赢的啦，这
The
边
black mana or whatever.
爆一堆法
All
力
right,。here's pour over the pages now for Nathan Stoyer as he
对，
begins
那
to
个
go
应该是
off.
没
All
了
he
啦，
needs
这
to
边
do is look
应
on.
该真的是没了。
Okay, that's
哎呀呀，
just has an impulse here. Now, of course, he does have a Balagate recovery.
哇，
With all the mana that he has, he can use
刚
the
Redu
recovery
没有
to
那
get
个
back pour over the pages and cast it again.
砸3个是闪大田园，不啊，砸3个可以那个啦，防母圣树，可是防不了
And
大
because
田
pour
园。
over the pages untaps 2 lands, that would only really cost you 2
他
mana.
可能是
So it's
觉得
effectively 2
那一
mana,
份可能
draw
卡
3,
了
discard 1.
对，所以那一份可能
Have
动不
breeding
了，
pool.
所以他选择打慢啦。对，结果那份好像是可以动的，其实是可以
So
动
pour the
的，
pages back into hand.
这就很神奇。
And Reed just says, "Yep, you got it."
做3，
No.
做
Fine
3就
worm, what
是
you got.
做3就是防不了大田园。对，大田园可以一张卡直接摧毁这个组合技。对，所以他可能是想那份卡
All
的，
the blue.
所以就选择打慢一点
By the
点
way,。by Nathan,
对
this is，definitely
去闪大田
do
园
it.
啊，结果那份其实手上现在好像没有卡，对，没有他有珍宝，他可以砸珍宝啦，对，他可以砸珍宝，他刚刚是可以砸珍宝的，
All right, 10 mana.
刚只有4费，除非2张，没有4费，1张大田园弹亚龙就可以了，对
Found，in Otawara.
1张大田园弹亚龙就可以了，这个组合技就
Okay,
爆
here's
开来了。
another pour of the pages,
Oh man.
and Reed just says, "Okay."
所以我觉得瑞杜格是
Miss here.
在
Right,
闪
the
大田园啊，
percentage counter in your head.
Right.
Missing is going
他
right
应该在
where
闪
you
大
are.
田园，对，不然应该刚拼一点就是砸3个以上的，对，直接顶到底了。对
10 blue mana floating. Another pour
Oh,
over the
jeez.
pages. This is how it goes.
Yep.
哇，法力这么多哎，7 费
At this point, Nathan has all
7
the mana
费
just
基
needs
本
to find that
上
ultimatum
是可以随便他乱来的啦，对，
or a leer.
除非手上的料超卡的，
Okay, and that's a dark petition, so that
有吗
should？do
那
it
份还有
right
得动
now
吗？
if you're Nathan Stoyer.
对，那份手上已经有个黑导师了，
Now just to
对，那份已经有黑导
count
师了
as。high as possible and make
对
sure that he has the
白羊
colors
出来
that
就
he
会吃
needs
大
to
田
make.
园啊。
Now he's putting the green mana in the
对
pool.，
没有他想打
I
慢
might
啦
be done drawing。
我跟你说，
cards
他
here.
想
Look,
打慢，
I'm
我觉得
about to execute the end game.
我的浅见
very
啦，
soon.
他是想保留多一点资源，反正那份现在是卡的嘛，那份很卡， 没关系，让我们打慢一点，他应该是这样想的。只是没想到那份下回合直接爆发了，对，他的法力有出口可以开始做组合技了，对，我觉得可能刚太保守了，可能啦，他们是高端的，我不知道他们怎么想，对他们比较高端，说实话。
Uh-oh, 3 black.
3 black, that's never the good sign.
哇，这样就输了，这个。把通牒找出来做，基本上就结束了。对，这边。对啊，不过主牌局我觉得那个可能主牌局不会这么。主牌局我觉得就是跟排序比较有关系。所以说刚刚可能决定上有分歧啊，可是我觉得主牌局排序这种组合技内战主牌局，基本上大家都没上升队，就是看谁做得快，做得出来。背牌局就不好说了，背牌局可能都准备一些武器啦，对，照理说。哇，那份那个 Red Duke 还想看他演啊 ，OK。对 ，Duke 是比较坚持啊，要看对面演完的玩家啊，对，所以你一定要演完啊，对。这边吗？
You can see here, just
在做那
there's so
个嘛
much on
莲
the
花
line in
田
these
是不是？
matches. We're no longer double elimination.
感觉他不 Red Duke 不该输的，前期展开比较顺。我是觉得刚最后缩了啦，对，刚最后缩了。 刚是冲到底，有可能会赢，对，只是说刚如果选择冲到底，你吃大田园你就自爆了，对，所以他是选择打保守，对，因为前一回合那份是卡的，对，那份卡住了前一回合，对，所以他才选择打慢，对，我猜的啦，对，我可能在乱讲哦，这个不要随便听我乱讲，对我猜是这样子，所以他选择不冲到底，保守一点。
And he does have the ultimatum there. You see that, gonna get the 3 green here. That should lock it up here for Nathan Stoyer.
不过确实有大田园的。 确实是蛮有可能有大田园，因为现在莲花组合技大田园好像都会带个至少2张啊，至少都会带2张大田园，所以闪大田园其实也不无道理，对，因为那个踩到真的会暴毙啊，对，直接暴毙。
Yeah. So now what's going to happen is
这边基本上通牒出来了。 那个随便那份完了，对这边那份应该是拿下这一局的。
Yeah, the way you actually win.
对啊，除非这个赛制有什么监制陷阱之类的啦，不然 Red Duke 应该是不会赢。有监制陷阱这种，专门处理这种组合技的东西啊，不然应该。 Red Duke 不太可能有机会反扑了，对。其实卡那块地不太重，悲剧2个莲花田都在，对面有怎样想都输啊，干嘛不听呢？对。
Do I want to give you Lear? Look at that graveyard. I'm good.
我猜这张宝，因为我刚看到他手上有2张无畏创新，对，他有2张无畏创新。 对，所以他可能选择不一波打一波，不直接一波打完啊。对，可以分2波打，他可能觉得，对，破0了。没有啦，这边就看怎么赢啦。其实怎么赢，其实都差不多。这边。对，我们继续看那份表演啊。 对，因为 Red Duke 不想投降啊。对，我们继续看那份表演。主办安，请问这个游戏只剩组合技了吗？你想一下，那个8强4个组合技啊，对，还好吧？我觉得组合技，组合技就是，我觉得组合技就是为了比赛而准备的，对，在抓特定 meta 的，对，因为红黑好像不太好打这些组合技。 对，红黑其实好像不太擅长对付这种组合技，对，大家可能都抓着红黑在打，才会这样子。 可能吧，我猜的。全智全能的基本上没有，现在就是 Nathan 赢定了，只是看他要怎么演而已。对，被蓝或是被做招都会是，刚刚在赌对手没料吧？大绿红黑蓝白全跪，没办法，那个大绿根本不擅长打这种组合技吧？对，大绿被无畏重心打死了。对。赌对手没料，应该直接 all in 才对。不是他赌对手有料，他赌他有大田园。对，因为刚的情况母胜数不会爆。对，如果他的是母胜数，那 Ray Duke 还是会赢。可是如果 Nathan 是大田园，那 Ray Duke 就自爆了。对，所以 Ray Duke 是在闪大田园，我猜的。对 ，Ray Duke 理论上这样打就是在闪大田园。那只是都没带切，在不在赌差游戏啊？没办法吧，他妈谁会平常没事哪会扁这些组合技？我跟你讲，他们就是抓着，就是大家不太针对组合技这一点，反过来玩组合技啊，我猜的啦。对，先驱脑切都有在家，应该说料不够。对，大部分人都不防这些组合技啊，不过也不一定。那个预赛成绩最好的是红黑啊，对，巴斯刚也是玩红黑啊，他预赛成绩是最好的，他打15-1，对，非常可怕的成绩，对，15-1，你16场只输1场对，这跟鬼没两样啊，对，所以也不一定，老实说，到现在真的不一定。蓝精灵死透了啦，蓝精灵死透了啦。对，我觉得这个环境，大家转蓝白的比较多。我有看到蓝白精灵，对，蓝白精灵，对，可是应该是被淘汰掉了啊。对，蓝白精灵，那个打红黑什么的，好像更辛苦。蓝精灵可以爆拉组合技，对，只是蓝精灵会被其他套牌拉下去，你知道吗？蓝精灵会被其他套牌拉下去，所以蓝精灵成绩就不到，就没有蓝精灵活到这里了。对，12胜就保送。啊，蓝精灵玩家可能都被红黑打烂了，对，遇到太多红黑了。对，巴斯刚没打满。打红黑都是暴打打红黑我是觉得5-5开啦，认真讲，蓝精灵打红黑算5-5开。对，啊，蓝精灵可能是我不确定有什么其他套牌把蓝精灵拉下来，也有可能是本来就很少人选蓝精灵，因为蓝精灵是很重练习的套牌。可能就很少人选这套牌啊。对，我说实话，你要快攻的话，你要比快，你选白人类打得比蓝精灵更快。对，所以我看都是选白人类更多。如果你要选打快的套牌的话。打红黑都暴打哦，我打红黑也都暴打啊。对，可是我有站到这边吗？没有啊。对，蓝精灵骗几张单节，红黑人就没了，然后差不多是这样子。第一局啊，他们在换背牌啊。OK， 这个第一局其实这一局10分钟前就该结束了啦。对，第一局。对，到后面我都没看他在演了，反正应该是怎样都赢的啦。对，好，我们等下一把。我觉得本次参赛应该组合技都是抓着红黑来的啊。对，真的红黑不太好打这种组合技。对，应该再换背牌。我不知道他们有什么秘密武器，西勇士有秘密武器啊，让我看个特别的。反正有一边一定有牛脸嘛，那个Nathan应该有牛脸嘛，我看一下 Nathan。 有没有放那个扭人家脸的那个啊？我看一下，那粉有没有放那个扭脸的？背牌有没有扭脸呢？哎，那粉背牌没有扭脸呢。哎，那粉要用什么？那粉要用什么来对抗无畏创新呢？对，真的蛮让人好奇的。然后我比较注意到的是 Nathan 的背牌有放那个一张龙王琢磨卡，这一张牌可以卡死对手所有的康啊。对，这张牌可以卡死对手的每一张康。对，因为你不能在我的回合动，对，你不能在我的回合释放咒语，然后他又不能被反击。对，这张牌完全卡死对手的每一张康啊，这张牌。没人放，组合技胜场。凤凰权贵好扯哦，没啦。那个凤凰打这种组合技也老说也不太好，对。对啊，打控制用啦，很明显啦。这张龙下来，你控制的每一张康都废了，对。这一条龙下来，对，蛮特别的啦。他的这一张，我看一下，80缸是玩红黑的。那80缸的背牌有没有防组合技呢？没有，80缸也没在屌组合技的。对，80缸也没有特别去处理组合技。我看一下，那第一个莲花田的他背牌有什么？这个人背牌有放牛脸，这位是 Ferber 的背牌有放牛脸啊，牛脸加乌金，还有高彩什么的。对，凤凰背牌局不是凤凰本身，我觉得不够快。凤凰这种中速的套牌，对，它很难4回合打死这种组合技，你知道吗？对，这种组合技常常4回合游戏就直接让你下去了。对啊，你凤凰4回合打死人，你要很糊才可以啊。对，没有这么容易啊。凤凰，展现迭代不该变。我跟你讲，展现迭代不变吼。现在那个无畏创新也在用展现迭代了，信不信？如果展现迭代不变，无畏创新也在用那个展现迭代了。展现是不腻的长盘的，凤凰现在缺的不是长盘的能力，对，凤凰缺的是快速制胜的能力，这是凤凰现在最缺的。对，凤凰的速度都不够快。你就算糊一点好了，4回合做3只凤凰，你也要2、3个回合才打得死对面呢。对，组合技只要到5、6回合，基本上就很容易那个游戏早就该结束了啦。说实话。
Where perhaps Nathan thinks, okay, I'm too far away from.
你给组合技活到5、6回合，基本上根本就那个，对，可能他很卡吧，对，组合技到5、6回合还没做出来，大概是守着。有大田园 ，Nathan 这一次有大田园。按我们这个是5战3胜，8强是5战3胜。凤凰确实吃很多针，凤凰吃粉掌针对凤凰就会怕的，对，怕粉掌针对嘛，还有什么锁粉场的单解多的，凤凰也怕单解多的，对，凤凰的威胁少，对，凤凰重金不重量啊，对，它的威胁大概整套牌8个，对，啊蓝白控1 by 1把你解掉就好了，说实话。所以我觉得凤凰蛮辛苦的。来看一下他们棋手啊 ，Red Duke 手上是一个恨财，一个无畏创新，还有一个弹啊，不是，那不是康，那是2费康，就当成习咒啦，对，一个习咒，对，3个地吧。 那一粉掉到5，那一粉掉到5，永贤红都被红黑送下去了，那左翼没敌人了。他们应该都有在抓 meta， 对，抓 meta， 而且我觉得永行红烧都比不上白人类，白人类很多人玩，白人类很多人玩，啊，白人类他生物又多又强，对，他不像永行这么怕单解，说实话。对，走位不错，对啦，走位不错。先驱其实蛮看走位的，因为有些套牌真的被某些套牌克死啊。对，先驱比赛其实真的是看走位，我没有比过几次比较有一点规模的比赛啦，可能30-40个人的比赛，其实大概就感觉出来了。对你要遇上不克你的套牌很难，其实一直遇上不克你的套牌有点难度。永行打白人类是5-5开吧，可是呢，白人类打红黑比永行更优啊！你要想，那大家当然都帮选白人类。对，大家当然选白人类咯。Nathan 掉到5，Ray Duke 掉到6。一个快递。永行打人类是爆打，人类没那么快。主要是看人类的长盘能力吧。我觉得人类长盘明显比永行好很多。在对红黑啦，尤其你已经预先知道很多人打红黑的情况下，你一定会更倾向于去选择白人类。对，白人类打红黑比较能打，对，啊，永行太难打了。对，永行起手弃牌把你生物弃一弃，你就不太好打了。说实话，对，5-5开哦，其实这个我觉得难讲啊。对，好啦，先看比赛啊，这个两边都是在下地而已。那个Nathan连个食草兽都不下，对，连食草兽都没下。4张蛮兵，背牌有更多，其实背牌还有次元洞，可能有次元洞。Nathan 这边2倍，哦，在找地是不是 ？Nathan 你的地。
Vizier tumbling sands, cycling there. Lotus field, just straight up cycling. Sylvan
scrying.Nathan 手上有个
哎
呦，转费的出来吗？我没有，连费都来得及了。好 ，Nathan 找到莲花田了。掉到5不太可能还会留树兰，确实啦，掉到5怎么可能留树兰？树兰本底太烂了。那还不如打近代啊！没有啊，这个专业赛就是打先驱啊。主要是现在先驱真的很热门啊，先驱。官方说我们专业赛打先驱，大家都玩先驱了，对，其他赛制相对就热度就下去了。像因为最近官方大力扶持先驱嘛，你看那个我附近很多人一直在抛售近代的卡，对，因为打近代的变少了，所以大家一直在卖近代的东西，对，大概就是这样子吧，目前。对吧？永行就是永行打红黑太那个，可是永行打这种组合技其实很好，对。但是，就他这是他少数的优势而已。对，永行没办法，因为永行就是被主流 meta 克死。哎呦，这次 Ray 不怂了 ，Ray 不怂喽，这一次。对 ，Ray 这次不怂哦，直接做。哎呦 ，Ray 想冲到底啊！哎 ，Ray 2把的判断是反过来了，这一次他决定冲到底了。对，只砸一个，开奖。如果是谢纳哥斯就不太妙了。如果这边是翻到谢纳哥斯， 就很不妙了。对啊，15-15亚龙还有得打，对，6个可能还有得打。如果是15-15亚龙的话，就是看翻到什么东西。这边。这边。看是翻到什么喽！不要谢纳哥斯啊，谢纳哥斯在场上一点屁用都没有。
I like his chances.
对，不要谢纳哥斯就
If
行。
Nathan Stoyer can pick up a win here.
对，来看一下他翻的什么大宝贝出来啊！翻到15-15亚龙，我觉得这是这种情况最好的结果了，对，这是最好的结果了，翻亚龙。目前一个东西被砸的情况下，最好的结果。来看 Nathan 有没有办法这回演出来。
For Duke, and he does get to represent that.
看 Nathan 演不演出来，可是 Nathan 手上过牌重置有2张他5费过牌，然后重置地的有5张不把2张了，有点，我觉得 Nathan 要赢了。Nathan 的这个手牌，他有一堆过牌 ，Nathan 有一堆过牌，对。我觉得 Nathan 又要赢了啦，我觉得。
Only lands and hidden strings,
right?
And Sylvan Scryings.
对，Duke 手上 Make Disappear 少1费啊，对 ，Make Disappear 少1费，动不了。对。
Is that another pour?
哇 ，Nathan 应该要赢了，他这个手牌太强了，这个手牌。Nathan 的这个手牌真的太强了。
Okay.
对，他还有2张过牌没有用。
With all the mana that he has, it might even be a little bit better than pour.
He also kept it on top, by the way.
再几费用，太多法力吧？这是什么啊？这个。再用法力。母生树真的是万能的啊！母生树。 可以救一堆场，而且他又挡不到。母生树可能是现代化的其中一个结晶呢。我知道了，绿色玩家不用再喊苦了。对，你没有母生树啊，苦什么？笑了。有道理吧？绿色玩家，对，你没有母生树，你们很强。 没有了，不要再嘲讽绿色玩家了，真的。那 Nathan 这边有个导师，对。Nathan 拿到4费导师了，对，他想找什么就找什么。来看 Nathan 怎么做吧。Nathan 运气差一点，其实还是有可能自爆啊。对，我留着应该结束。我说一句啊，魔圣树是无色的。你太有道理了。对，魔圣树没事啊，没事啊，没事啊。那个你还是有1点绿才能动嘛。对。那绿色也太可怜了，说实话。没事啊，你还是有1点绿才能喂他啊。对对对。 所以还是在绿色范畴嘛，太好笑了。没办法，今年的绿色枪牌真的只有1张魔圣树，我抢不到第2张了。对，这一年呐，绿色整个被冷落啊。对，绿色真的被冷落，唯一能拿出来讲的只剩魔圣树。对，真的太惨了，绿色。Nathan 拿到通牒，Nathan 应该又要赢了吗？ Nathan 这边应该又要赢了，哇 ！Nathan 赢了，Nathan 赢了。
Draw card off the Vizier。
通牒出来，游戏就差不多那个了。
And there you go.
And it's time for the ultimatum.
Mana, an emergent ultimatum.
1 blue, 1 green left.
好啦，应该赢了啦，结束了。第2局 Nathan 又赢了。Nathan 应该又赢了。
Resolved. And here we go. The fireworks begin now for Nathan Stoyer. This is his march to victory off of a mulligan to 5 on the draw. And Reed also put together the combo on his own turn.
Red Duke 有神秘干扰，但他没摸到啊。
Man, frame that thing, Nathan.
There's just no way to interact with it, right? You can't protect your treasures. Usually when you have that artifact,
有一张点破跟一张神秘干扰，可是不在手上啊，没有用。
I'm good, but this deck plays 3 copies of Basage.
太难了，
Wow.
太难了。
Yeah, the channel.
这个魔圣树帮 Nathan 挺过一堆困难的。
For this blue-red deck.
对 ，Nathan 真的靠这个魔圣树顶过很多的麻烦啊。真的很猛。
Behold and Lear.
And Reed is once again forced to make a
怎么选
decision
其实感觉
that
都
lets
差不多。
Nathan do whatever he wants anyway.
Reduke 是那种我要看到你演到底的人啦。对。所以那个 Nathan 应该是我们继续看他演啊。
So he casts Lear. Lear's on the battlefield.
那是容易输。它是用来反针对那个莲花田的那个牛脸的。
All right, and that's going to do it. Reduce.
好 ，Reduke 不想看了，好，可以了，我们终于可以下一把了。对。那个挪移术很明显就是针对牛脸的，对，他知道有人会用牛脸针对这种组合技，太难了。哇，这个 Reduke 有没有机会让2追3有没有可能啊？有点真的很难呢，这个 Reduke。
He just kind of found all the pieces that he needed, but it was kind of a perfect hand if you think about it, right? You just naturally drew.
我觉得 Reduke 可能有点纠结啊，有点太纠结了。刚才他该冲，他能冲的时候，他选择保守。这边选择要保守的时候，就反而冲出去，爆开来了。可惜啊 ，Reduke。对面可能不太会做错。
Fading Hope is just another really cheap way to disrupt that combo.
也可以弹
If you
螃
just
蟹，
board
对。
in the Fading Hopes and you just cast it, it's all of a sudden
真的
you don't die to the world's
太
Spine
猛
Worm,
了，
right?
大田园。
So then what do you do? If your
大
opponent
田
has
园
something like a
加
Fading
那
Hope,
个
then do you
母
go
圣
to
树
the Hullbreaker Horror plan?
变成组合技一个很强的干扰。
Sure,
对，组合技倒摆非常强的干扰。对，大田园跟魔圣树，你不管是近代什么新传、先驱，这2张地对组合技就是意义就是这么重大。对，它就是一个法力源，然后额外有干扰的功能。对，这2张牌就是这么厉害。对，非常强。对于组合技来说，这2张牌都非常厉害。这边冲刺队友第一次太保守问题。确实啊。
Dragon Lord Jamoka, Sphinx of the Final Word, which are excellent if your opponent's on the I'm going to try to counter everything that you're trying to do.
你想想看 ，Reduke 刚宝石开放，对，按Nathan有可能那个吗？
That Nathan has to be really mindful of in this
Nathan 也不会冲。
That's Narset's reversal.
Oh yeah.
如果 Reduke 缓一回合，可能就变成说 Reduke 可以选3个闸，对，就不一定要爆开来。可是这很难讲啊，说实话。对，可能 Nathan 手上也有神秘干扰什么的，对，你还是会爆开来。 你还是会爆开来，不能被抗这点太强了，真的。真的，组合技对于组合技来说，这种干扰很强，因为很多的锁啊什么的，都基本上都拆得掉，对，很强，非常的强。
Wow, 4th Boseiju, by the way, in the sideboard.
Really? That card is the absolute nightmare for Reed today.
你不冲就换对面了，
Some waters for our players here. It is
所以你都是冲到底啊。确实啊，我觉得有时候冲反而是对，不过有时候很难讲哎，对，真的就是有时候就是看对面有没有摸到那个对应的解。对，因为有时候你冲的话，你这种组合技都是这种会自爆的组合技，对，所以是蛮纠结的，打起来都会很纠结。
Yeah, probably get good. Is also a good one.
Get good. Put in your
10,000 那个啊，2连胜，Nathan 现在压力小很多，对。Reduke 压力极大呀，对。Reduke 压力爆干大的，对。他一场都没赢，啊 ，Nathan 已经赛点了。
Yeah, had a lot of success.
Nathan 拿赛点了。
both
one
Mox
Mox,
champions.
Mox
你会冲到
champions,
底，
and
不
then
冲不
go.
会
You know what? I think I'm ready for
我
some
觉得这个每个人
tabletop
不一样吧。
domination.
Yep.
对，每个人我看打法都不一
Reed,
样。
came onto the scene about 10 years ago or so. Nathan has
有些人
actually
玩
been
组合
around
技就
for
是
a
喜欢在
similar
有
amount of
把
time,
握的
but
时候
he
在
was just
做。
young. You know,
对。
he was a kid when
有
he
些人
started.
组合
I
技
mean,
就
it's
是
just
不
wild
到
to
零，
see his
除非
ascension,
迫不
really.
得
It
已，
really
不然他都会
Even
选
at the
择
start of last year, he
万
was
事
a
俱备的时候
player
才
to
做
watch.
啊。对，
Yeah,
有
Like,
些人
watch
打组合
out,
技就是这
this
样子。
guy, he's really great. Everybody's played against him. They know how good he is. It's just a matter of time. And then you thought maybe he would gradually work his way
只
up.
是我
maybe
觉得
get,
他
you
们
know,
有招的密
qualify
度
for a
真的
bunch
太
of
大
events.
了，
But no,
对。
it's just like, I'm going to win the world championship.
你
And guess what? I'm going to
看
run it back here. I'm going to top 8.
加上2张魂力地，那一份大那边放2张，对，母生数可能也2张，对，那份我看一下那份的牌表，他们应该都知道对方的那一份3张母生数，对，3母生数，2大田园，对，然后他背牌一定有更多母生数跟弹什么的，对，对他们都知道对方牌表的情况下，那我觉得 Duke 不敢冲是正常的，对，因为那一份基本上几乎保证，几乎超高机会手上会有一张招，对，超高机会，对，所以对Duke不敢冲，其实背牌局更不敢冲，其实，对吧？所以冲出去确实可能爆开来了，对，应该这样讲。说实话，你确定对方手上有8个招的情况下冲，其实我觉得有点危险。看要不要等一回合啊，就是让你可以用那个 Make Disappear， 对 ，Make Disappear， 对，看会不会有点差。
Good convo. Let's get playing.
我这也是丧心病狂了，这个超可怕的。
That is a classic.
母生数主背4张哎，我操！
Everybody goes through it. Everybody.
母生数主背4张哎，要求。
对。Sideboard cards you're going to put in, but you've already picked.
裁判就在旁边盯着你们了。对，这个主背4张母生数是真的很可怕，对，几乎不可能逃得掉，他一定会有。亮眼的体型，占据了整个画面，是不是？靠北。
And it never goes away. I was talking.
打过这个一等，组合技内战没办法，你不会等哦。
对，
可是
我
是觉得这是打疯的问题了，对。 我是觉得每个人都有自己的选择啦，对，这种内战的情况，而且那一本下了重坑针对组合技的情况下，你会更不敢冲，其实我觉得也有道理。好 ，Duke 又先攻了，怎么会是右呢？是的，打创正边4张魔神珠。
Reed did top 8 this Pro Tour. You know what I mean? Can't be regretting that.
Duke 的起手感觉是能动。
I was kind of interested in how he said that because it made it sound like maybe he was.
我觉得这边对 Duke 有点神奇的是啊，他还是保留了那个 Unbaju 的那一张烧啊，对 ，Unbaju 的黑丢。对，就是我看一下。对 ，Duke 也是保留这一张。 主要是他只有这一张可以把牌手上的主键收下去。可是如果场上空无一物，这一张就又很白痴。我猜他应该是没什么东西可以换的，真的没什么可以换的感觉。真的没什么可以换了啊！这个连安巴朱都要留着。
And it does look like Reed is leaning into.
对。 他没东西可以换的，他打这种内战的牌没那么多，可以换上来，而且这是他唯一可以把抽上手的主件送下去的牌，对，所以他可能还是有留个几张。哎呦，怎么是这个？哎，把 Ju 有用了，把 Ju 有用了啊，这个。笑死！把 Ju 有用了，你看。 有留把 Ju 其实应该是对的啦，对。主台有互动组件，对，主台这个这很方便啊，对。主要是线下打牌，你没有这个观众可能就不知道他们在干什么，你知道吗？对。其实 以10卡比赛这一点，我觉得 Magic 办的其实是非常好了，对，比起游戏王啦，对，因为游戏王就没有这种东西，对，有时候观众就不知道到底在干什么，你知道吗？对，啊，这支 MTG 我觉得这个插件蛮用心的地方啊，对。好，我们来看到有下结界，这个 Reduke 该演一把了吧？对，该一把了吧 ，Reduke。索伦之眼确实超像的，靠北真的很像哎，超像的这把狙。对，这个 Reduke 还蛮猛的，手牌。啊，被弹走了 ，Nathan 有对策。你看 ，Nathan 一张弹都能坑到 Reduke， 对，所以 Reduke 你看多那个，可能不小心一点有点不太行啊。对，趁 Nathan 没废的时候要他命啊。对
，Reed with a nice controlling hand here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he does with Chapter 2.
只是 Nathan 现在压力真的小很多，就是 Nathan 做决定可以不用那么纠结。对 ，Nathan 做决定，就算发生失误，其实他的那个容错的空间也很大。对他放掉个一局也还好。对 ，Nathan， 啊 Reduke 一动都不能打错了。对 ，Reduke 这边是一动都不能错。对，就比较麻烦一点。Reduke 这边真的没有退路了。
He's in the tank right now. About
I think you want to discard at least one card.
Yeah.
Fading Hope， 你看了什么？
All right, playing for the late game here.
这张牌就是基本上你打快攻或打这种组合技都能上啊。对，其实 Fading Hope 是张很好的牌。对，对于那种组合技来说，这张牌很棒。对，它可以买超多时间的，就是它买时间又润滑你的套牌。对，你可以有一张的绿牌的深度，其实它非常棒。对 ，Fading Hope。我也很喜欢在沾染的组合技用 Fading Hope。Fading Hope 其实真的蛮有料的，对，它不是反召唤，比反召唤强多了。创新难都根本不是很正常嘛。小像琪琪，对 ，Fading Hope 真的不可小觑啊！哎呦，他们被弃掉。Reduke 现在 Reduke 手上是，哎呦，4张康哎。Reduke 手上4张康诶，有点可怕，对。
Can't counter this, or I suppose you can go spell pierce and.
要许我这4张都是康诶，举要级、挪移术、习咒跟 spell pierce 点破，我靠。那 Nathan 好像出不来，对，现在这样好像出不来。Nathan 现在手上完全卡住了。
Is this the type of card that you want to counter?
对，终局史分师。
You could also Narset's
跟一个蓝过牌，对 ，Nathan 根本出不来，对 ，Nathan 根本出不来啊！现在这样子，一费节奏会好一点。我也选择用后延消解，而且有点一费差很多，对组合技。而且街屋林不能给你深度啊，你用街屋林多一费，而且。少一个可以过牌的机会，你知道吗？所以我觉得他们都不会选街屋林是这个原因。开扁，他拿这个地窖开扁啊！可恶 ，Nathan 这边一直被戳，手上又没料，很气吧？对，很气，有没有机会
？Right, I mean he's not in danger right now of being comboed off at all. And Nathan
offer you can
you just don't have the combo. I mean, there's a whole horror in the graveyard, so there's much less.
无法拒绝的条件哦。
这
不是也许构筑给人2费很亏。对啊，构筑给人2费真的爆亏。
Is it 2?
再打。
It's the 2.
Mutavault in again.
对。无法拒绝条件，我觉得这种1对1的局都不会很好用。
Oh, that's gross.
That is.
除非你像什么倒胃口了。要1费变2费，那无法拒绝条件。哎呦，我觉得 Reduke 可能会偷，偷过来啦，直接偷啊！开偷！ 精彩的，精彩的，精彩的，精彩的，这个直接开偷，挪移术直接开偷，哎，对。
Wow, he found some heavy hitters.
Found a hull breaker horror.
你看这个挪移术直接开偷啊，这太神啦！这个挪移术。
There's no other targets to get. Yeah.
换成 Red 过3张牌，好爽哦。
Now he's got big score into hull breaker.
这一头厉害，这一头。Red 手牌是很好，有个横财，有个横财加三，还有3张康，对，还蛮可怕的。
Look, you need to unload your hand. I mean, look at what Nathan's
这个
working
头真的
with.
很
The
猛。
other alternative would have been to just not cast pour, try to hit land 7, play the Sphinx, and then play your spells because your spells become uncounterable.
又列进起来了 ，Red 不做。
But I believe that might not even work against.
Red 不下列进鸡蛋
reversal
returns
it.
在做是不是？我觉得要点破了啦，这边应该是交点破了，可能会交点破。还是让再投一次，再投一次。
Oh, he's gonna go for big score here.
先做横财。
Big score first for the information.
起那个结界哦。
Yes.
哇，Red 可以赢了 ，Red 可以赢了，这边确定赢了，手上已经有。哦，还没有无畏创新是不是？无畏创新被丢掉了啊，靠腰。
Okay.
挪威术真的这种内战就会突然变得很神。啊，他把创新丢了啦！哎呦，可惜。可惜他把创新给丢掉了。琪现在不是啊，我说无畏创新呐，这边有一张无畏创新呐，他刚刚过掉了，不然他这边现在要赢了，不然他现在应该要赢。可惜耶，这边下琪。我觉得刚可以丢掉举奥级或你 gay， 我觉得举奥级或失效可以选一个丢掉，我会丢举奥级啊。对，这个刚好被丢掉。控好就好，好吧，他可能想保守一点啊，不冲到底了，他不冲到底了。还有现在这一局Nathan的手超级卡的，一个黑岛，一个母生树，一个那个，基本上能动的就是只有一个。远景丽影可以动，中局10分师完全不能动。对，中局10分师出不来啊，他要起飞。决定用地窖单刷子，他还有一发挪威术。Red 做2次，被动了2次，笑了。Nathan 被搞了2次啊，被挪威术搞2次。他几张挪威术啊？太多挪威术了吧？看这个男人有多狂！啊，这个他有多少挪威术呢？我看看。他挪威术有。Red Duke 有2张挪威术，是不是？对。还有1张在手上。太扯了。靠拳头啦，不搞了，用拳头比较稳，是不是？
You have but same thing here for Sphinx.
You have the counter for the big spell, right? You have the disdainful stroke. You do have the Narcissus reversal. I think you go for negate.
Negate.
Reed is gonna negate the hidden string.
Negate. 很猛。
Well played by Duke there.
哇，那份根本不能动啊，那份没得动。
So when are we gonna see?
地窖站起来扁。第2张
，maybe never.
He might not need it.
Yeah. I mean,
start chipping
a solid. The thing is, if there's
我觉得沙龙卷可以丢掉了，沙龙卷跟横财都不重要了，拿去换成其他可能的打点更好。
Yeah.
When he does, Reed can't counter it in any way, so he just goes play Hullbreaker Horror, untap, then cast something.
没有啦，沙龙卷好像可以留。
Oh, he's gonna cast it now.
哦，没有沙龙卷跟横财哦，丢那2张哦，对，跟我想的差不多。我说沙龙卷可以留，主要是沙龙卷本身循环也是打脸啊，说实话。
No, this is to the
冲动。
Oh, he discarded those to Fable. All right, Goblin Shaman in. There's another treasure token.
挪位数确实，挪位数有偷到大的就会很爽，你知道吗？中局子分是哇！哎，这 Red Duke 好像不一定会赢的，哎，尴尬。哎，没有，他有那个，等一下。
Oh, it's got hexproof. What am I saying?
What does? Oh, the
final word.
来了，开弹。
Okay, but he can present lethal here, right?
弹回去。哦，大螃蟹。
By the way, he bounced it with it on the stack.
Of course. Yeah.
大螃蟹直接弹走中局子分之啊！
That's 7, 8, 9 plus 7.
果然大螃蟹是霸道的，你知道吗
？Yeah.
Nathan's at 14.
Right.
赢啊！巨人地站起来就赢了。
Yeah, and again, the hexproof doesn't matter while it's on the stack, right?
巨人地站起来游戏就结束了。
Just enough mana there.
Yeah,
and we're gonna go to game number 4 here. Reed Duke on the board.
精彩，这场赢得精彩啊
！Over Nathan Stoyer finally gets
大螃蟹。
From Nathan, who
我把它叫做一个东西啊，大螃蟹出来站到地板就是不给你玩游戏啊，你知道吗？大螃蟹就是这么霸道，大螃蟹不给你玩游戏的那一种。只要大螃蟹成功落地，你什么都做不了。对，只要对方还有咒语，瞬间的咒语，你基本等于什么都做不了。对，大螃蟹就是这么烦。连中局10分之都给大螃蟹顶住了。
emotionally speaking, a bit of relief here. Okay, he's on the board.
金巨兽啊，对，碎船金巨兽还蛮新的牌。你看，
very strong from Reed, right? And not only that, really big turn.
还是说 Nathan 也用金巨兽？金巨兽好像比较猛哎。没有啊 ，Nathan 的瞬间不够多啦。对 ，Nathan。 莲花的组合技更倾向用魂力做瞬间的互动，所以说 Nathan 的莲花田没有这么多瞬间可以给金巨兽，所以 Nathan 应该选择中局10分之还是没有问题的。对，中局10分之，只是我觉得以现代角度来看啊，那个金巨兽远远强于中局10分之啊。对，金巨兽这个太霸道了，对，结场跟康。 一张卡就可以那个，
right? Yeah. If you think the
game's
kind
of 笑死
and it's likely that they're gonna get a horror in play. But what else?
啊 ，Nathan 终于先手一次了，Nathan 有先手。 我觉得 Red Duke 有赢这一把的话，那 Red Duke 只要其实 Red Duke 那个压力还是很大的，因为 Nathan 还是在赛点 ，Nathan 还有一局容错的机会，对，啊 Red Duke 完全没机会。所以那个其实 Red Duke 压力还是在他那边的，对 ，Red Duke 还是不能打错。
I mean, Nathan didn't find a Lotus Field
until very late. Quite a while, yeah.
Right? So
we're used to him having it kind of all. Right?
If Nathan is able to find a Lotus Field with Thespian Stage, he's going to have a huge man advantage. And in matchups where it's kind of this combo deck or kind of you're both kind of going back and forth doing this dance with playing around counter spells, it's oftentimes the player with more mana that comes out on top. So that's what Nathan's going to be looking for. That game, he was just kind of forced to just cast all of his expensive spells and played right into Reed's post-board strategy. But the priority for Nathan is to find that Lotus Field and develop that mana advantage. Because once you get that in play, once you get that stage plus Lotus Field, what do you do? Counter every single hidden strings? That's tough.
下次就吃下就看。年长庞巨兽真的，我是觉得没有你说的这么烂啦，可是就不是用来打这种局的牌。庞巨兽它就是一个打那种中速资源局的牌，对，它不是这种组合技的牌。组合技根本不怕庞巨兽啊，那个又大又笨的东西。我是觉得它是给一些庞巨兽是给一些中速局的牌啊，对，它不是设计给打这种组合技的。 对，不过现在庞巨兽也混得不太好，就是。很喜欢 win 啊什么敌呢？疾风巨刺是不是？飞踢亡灵、诅咒灵的扫把，对啊，这种现在黑白的咒语这么强，对，庞巨兽其实不是不能用，我觉得其实有它的空间的，有它可以发挥的空间。
But if Reed can find a win here,
疾风巨刺，我觉得疾风巨刺
right, one game to decide the whole thing.
疾风巨刺现在的话，这种3点康，如果这种3点康，我觉得还不是硬康。对，如果只是用来针对这种组合技的话，我觉得有其他选择啦，不要选这个。恐惧专心，当我塑胶。哎呦，那个要你摸得到才有用啊！对，恐惧专心加莉莉，莉莉根本没人在用，我跟你讲，莉莲娜根本没人在用。对，恐惧专心也就1、2张而已。对。你说你喜欢这种怪怪的牌哦，偏门的怪怪牌。好，内分先手。看内分起手。
Still have to win 2 more matches here against arguably the best player in the world.
Right.
恐惧专心啊，对不对？恐惧专心。
Yeah, I mean.
红黑最强的牌的那个单节。
Who the best player is? It's very difficult, but I mean, score.
没有啦，终结我觉得强一点。终结说实话强一点，因为终结瞬间。不过恐惧专心也很强了，说实话。
And then boom, he's immediately back at a PT top
8。
不
不是莉莉现在没工作，有啦，莉莉有工作，莉莉在帮老鼠那个啊，帮老鼠那个堆粉啊，对。莉莲娜现在是帮老鼠工作的，对。莉莲娜现在完全帮老鼠服务啊，对。
Aside, let's get to battle in here between these two.
主要是莉莲娜加1丢牌，对于老鼠来说，消耗对方资源，然后自己又把车子填进去。终结没在先驱，对啊，很可惜啊，对。对，终结蛮可惜，我觉得终结应该可以进先驱，他没有这么过分。对他没那么过分，今终结啊，看以后有没有机会啊。对，终结。专心可以杀旅法，我觉得专心比较强哦。我是觉得终结比较强，可是要看那个赛制的旅法跟生物哪个强度更高。像是近代生物强度太高了，对，那就是终结更强。对啊，先驱不一定，看先驱有没有什么很强的旅法。对。
Turn 4 or 5, right? Especially with the hidden
N 选后手 ，N 要容错率更高的手牌吧？对，反正他不急。对，那一份容错率、容错局还更高。所以那一份选择多一个掉路的机会。反正那一份现在压力相比 Reduke 还是小一点。对。专心巫术，对啊，专心瞬间，那终结就是垃圾了，对，专心不可能是，我不排除威士之后用屁股硬牌啦，对，可是目前来说，我是不觉得会有跟专心被设计成瞬间的情况，我不认为会有那种情况，除非威士是真的在用屁股硬牌了。N 有宝石洞窟，先驱没有宝石洞窟。先驱有宝石洞窟，那好像又会再不一样。对，组合技会变得更混蛋，你知道吗？比现在这样更混蛋了。对，如果先驱有宝石洞窟的话，那是真的很混蛋的。对，组合技。中式资源站选专心，生物强的环境选终结。对我讲的就是这样子。哎呦。10少手，哎，没有啊 ，Nathan， 好不好 ？Nathan 还是选先攻啊。
Always feels bad when your opponent kind of tanks on the scry, just because you know it's something good. Terrible. You're like,
好猛哦 ，Nathan 一回合树兰，再下一块地，2回合莲花就下来了，麻烦。对 ，Reduke 头有一点点小大，看一下 Reduke 的起手。2张康其实还是顶得住，其实也还好，对，2张康其实已经能顶住那个前期那个莲花前几动了，对，其实也还行啊。只是现在 Reduke 会比较被动一点。对，那一份有法力后，会变得越来越不怕康。所以那个瑞六哥这边可能要会很被动。对，那一份只要法力凑够后，就是找机会过康而已。对。说实话，他就会越来越不怕康，所以六哥可能右手要强壮一点。他这个手牌没办法那个破局啊，对 ，Ray Duke 的手牌没办法破局。哇，果然是下莲花了。终结先决不有人用那个黑个正飞正杀有不少，对，所以我觉得终结其实强度是还好，可以接受了。对，可以接受一下。怎么样？要看能不能活到4费，然后出横财啊。对，那一份不是啊，那个啦 ，Ray Duke 啊，能不能到4费，然后出横财？对，这个关键，非常关键。
a little bit awkward.
出横财。
This is where you kind of assume that whatever you put on the stack is likely to get countered here by Duke.
莲花田在先去真的没办法解，
Just be mana efficient. He's just gonna
只有那个主治法球啦。可是这种东西就是你要不要放。 对，你放这个东西，你针对的东西就是主要就只针对他而已。对啊，他在这个比赛之前，莲花田又不是主流，对，你就不太会想放那种东西了。挡掉那份移动啊！哇，那份的手牌其实好像可能会卡哦。 对，莲花田会被快攻顶死啊！对，我不知道他是怎么走到这里的，这么多白人类的情况下，那份是怎么赢到这边的？对，他可能背牌有特化过了，对，打白人类有他有自己的对策，不动了，那份不动。那份没地，哇，那份有点麻烦了，全部进主分。 差不多。哎呦 ，Ray Duke 有机会了，对，又真的给他活到四费了，他真的有4费。那份没地啊，太惨了。
So now he can go hidden strings and try to resolve Lear, I suppose.
4费。
He's got 4 blue, down to 2 blue hidden strings target these 2, and once again, does Reed need to
you go for negate here because Nathan might just cast it because he doesn't know that Nathan can go untap land swings, right
摩登的形体型
doesn't know if he can go untap land dragon lord
近期比较晚的构筑比较正常的大概形体型，我没注意到有类似牌被拿来打比赛。形体型近代形体型近代比较晚的型，先驱形体型有点难玩，我觉得。
Reed definitely wanting to get this big score.
快攻基本上被打压的太惨了。玩你觉得应该差不多吧？哎，你觉得是死机呢？你应该是死机玩吧？我觉得你这个讲法，对，因为死机才有办法玩心理性呢。的组合系，其他的我觉得都玩不起来。出不了10跟10啊。Duke 要不要交康？不给完啊！
And now Nathan has nothing.
So that's 2 turns in a row that nothing gets moved forward there for Sawyer.
Right.
Duke finds indomitable creativity.
有可能哦。西瓦暗礁，继续过。
He's leaning on this make disappear.
还有 make disappear 呢。
Oh, and it's omniscience.
啊，那份这抽是废牌，无效抽牌，这个全知全能，完了。我觉得那份应该是输了啦，这边。
And Story has no counters, right?
Right.
Like when Reed puts stuff on the stack.
那份应该是要输了。
He's just got Fading Hope and that Odawara that we talked about.
白绿分方太臭了，笑了。
Those lands were in Nathan's hand. Pretty likely for him to just play them this turn. So. If you think in that instance, you have probably a good chance you just don't have a land in your hand.
Yes.
Right to play.
那个 Pipero 我不知道那个啦，对，我不知道那个是哪个多米。对，因为多米有很多个，4年前的多米还是去年的多米，可能大家不知道。
Counter, big score.
All right.
不动，还不用动，还不用动，还不用动。
he's being very conservative here because he's going
保守一点啊 ，Red 保守到底，保守到家。
If I go for the creativity, I'm
他被搞太多次了。
Okay.
Right, and I'm not gonna have the mana if you try to go off.
All right.
Make disappear 来吧 ，Make disappear。
Gonna have to counter that, right?
不然那康牌又没用。
Yeah, once Leo resolves, spells cannot be countered.
Right, so it's go
so you
time.
have to counter it now.
对
Make disappear the Leer.
Okay.
那 Red Duke 应该是赢的。Neven 没有法力了。
Now the question, now Reed's thinking.
Neven 没法力了。Red Duke 下回合直接做，应该就赢了。
Will that be a better exchange of
直接做就赢
mana? You can still keep up fire.
Red Duke 这局应该要赢了。
Right. So you sack the treasure, make 2 tokens. Next turn, creativity for 2.
Oh.
Then you can play a land, and you'll still have a fire prophecy as a way to bounce a spell. Once he has
right,
the,
he just needs instant speed that he can put on the stack.
Right? Okay. And that Arboreal Grazer is a juicy target.
And it's been sitting there for a long time.
Yeah. Although, does he just have
再见
attack?
哇，没想到
Look at this! He's got the combo
he
back
has the
in.
combo.
Did Reed Duke pull?
他捏很久了啦，
that you and I talked about, Paul?
不是啦，他捏超久的了，对，他还隔一回合哎，对。
Are we gonna see Xeng?
结束了。
It's gotta be Xeng.
面前多就没12-5钱哦。
Oh, the rope-a-dope from Reed.
拜拜，内粉，你还是。
Yeah, now we don't know. We were talking about this. We were kind of assuming, hey, this blue.
不是的，这两个主持的在讲什么？刚他捏很久了。对，两个主播可能都没注意到，他其实上一回合就有组合技了，对，他还隔一回合才做那个。
Reed Duke. So by the way, all Nathan's doing is trying to get an idea for the sideboard plan here from Reed, but this was clearly a surprise. As we're gonna see a game.
30点的攻击力怎么打啊？拜托。哇，哎，我没想到比赛会这样子，我以为 Nathan 已经随便打要赢了。我靠！
Basically another land short, I want to say.
比赛什么都说不准。你看现在强制两边听牌，紧张了。
So this is interesting little
这么久不喜欢种族套，所以我去 NO 插了 NO 了哦，好。
Take things out.
Right. So what they do, and you'll see both players doing this.
脸有点臭。
This is they take their entire sideboard, whatever.
看我原本要直落山的，怎么被你搞成这样？
Because otherwise Nathan could look over and go, "What are you doing? Did you do anything, Reed? You know, do you still have the true combo in, or are you going for the more control route?"
Look what's on the top right there, Fading Hope.
对 ，Nathan 的起手太惨了，对 ，Nathan 这2局的那个手牌都太惨了，对，说实话，太惨烈了，说实话。对。
Well, actually, Fading Hope's still okay, but man,
没啊，对啊，运气实力，他们的构筑跟牌技都是最顶的，所以只能比什么运气，对，运气就会有个那个，就会蛮重要的。这种高端的比赛，对，总是比被弃牌好。 啊，没有啊，会弃牌的也只有一个人走到这里而已啊，你不能那样讲啊。蓝精灵不是种族套，蓝精灵我就是觉得他是纯蓝节奏，然后吃他种族的红利啦。他用，他是本体是蓝精灵，可是他在吃精灵套牌的种族红利，对，大概是这样子。啊，先驱没有红楼可以玩，对，差不多是这样子。哎呦，这边有趣了，紧张了，对，被强制拉到2-2，一定要打第5局。Red Duke 有没有可能让2追3呢？我觉得组合技让2追3其实真的很猛如果真的成功的话，那很猛。对，表示后面的背牌的策略跟运气都有到位，对，真的很猛。我打先驱啊，对，这个不玩为大嘛，我就说一句。 不爽玩，不要玩，对，不玩伟大呀，大概是这样子。游戏就是这样子。真的，真的。Reduke 这2局会赢，老实说有个共同点，手上一堆康。对，啊 ，Nathan 的手很卡，对，就被康了不要的。
What's your vote? I vote control.
I think control.
8强后是单逃吧？8强后是单逃。对，这边输了就没了。对，这边输了就进不了4强。预赛才是积分赛。对，所以是单逃。对，现在这一小局输的回家，对，就这么简单。对，输的就回家，就是这么紧张。对 ，Reduke 捏一大堆康啊，对，然后不然直接暴揍那个超卡的那个Nathan，真的。来，我们来看那个 Reduke 这次会摸多少康，对，摸多少康呢？
Especially with the start Nathan had, because that turn where he just said, "Okay, go," that was brutal for Stoyer.
没有，等一下我休息的时候，我更新套牌的那个网站到那个资讯栏好了啊。对，好像有些人还不知道那个套牌在哪里找。我等一下这局打完我更新一下。做什么都不行，其实这件事。还好，可是如果说你的事情都很大很笨，那这样就很有差。对，如果说 Nathan 刚手上几张重的，都变成像是冲动之类的比较轻的牌过牌的话，那 Reduke 可能不会这么舒服，不会赢得这么舒服，可能。对，没办法，这个康达这种。很笨的咒语就特别强，你说失效局要你打这种咒语很大很笨的都蛮很强。对，那份刚卡到死啊，然后什么都没做，倒是什么都没做就死掉了。不行，就是等下辈子，真的很靠北。
Yeah, these combo decks can kind of
不会那么夸张啊，对，风水轮流转了。
I will hope for some 7-card hands here though.
我就说了嘛，
All right.
对，你现在用的运气可能是跟未来的你借的，对，这游戏就是这样子。或许人生就是这样子啊，你知道吗？你现在用运气得到了机运啊，不只是运气，机运。对，你知道吗？机运这种东西，对。对人生很重要。对，你现在的机遇可能是跟未来的自己借的，对。所以说实话，就是有时候就是要做好最坏的打算啊。对，说实话。这种是魔风只有蓝色跟其他颜色，没蓝色还想打魔风，很靠背。蓝跟黑没有其他颜色，没有，现在白色很强。对，标准都是白色的形状，拜托。你知道标准的白色强到什么程度吗？它可以不黑不蓝不红，一样超级强。对，标准的白色就是这么虎小。我第一次加实体机，讲解人就跟大家说。海岛要进，笑死！哎呦，这个骑手不能接吧？直接就果断调度。掉到5了，世界赛的要还的吗？然后说Nathan。世界赛最后一把会赢啊，有一部分原因是对手很卡，对，所以我就说吧，这个可能未来的某个时刻都要还的，对，当然这是屁话啦，对，听听就好。掉到5了，可是认真讲，莲花田掉到5还不一定会输。对，掉到5不一定会输。这里有白色吗？没看到。白贴皮跟白人类啊，白色偏快攻了。白色的低费生物很厉害，对，都蛮厉害的。
way different. You're
那一
trying to
份
find
付
lotus
出
fields,
代
you're
价
trying to
了
play 7 drops, right?
Exactly.
前2局没有赢呐，
This is
对
huge
的
for
代价
Nathan.
来了
Look,。we saw him went on a mulligan to 5.
现在就是
You go to
接个
4,
棋手都是
you know,
Oh no.
that's
棋
kind
手
of
烂
last
一点就
stop,
很
right?
靠北。
Your win
对
percentage on 5 is already not great, and on 4 it plummets.
对，白色都是
You just
打
have
快
a
的。
couple lands. I think you just have to hope for the best and just keep. I saw Sylvan scrying with some lands, so I think you just keep this. I mean, there you
基
go.
本上我觉得
I think
Nathan,
I think this is just a keep, and
八
Nathan just
强
thinking about what he wants.
4个纯组合技，
You have
一个中速
Thespian
组合
Stage,
技，
Sylvan
一个
scrying.
纯中速，2套快攻，
If
对
this was，a
组
set,
成 double 这样的
it would be
啊，
great.
控制全部
It
死
would be
光光了，
fantastic. You would just need
对，
the big
控
spell.
制全部死光光，对
It's，
这次
5,
比赛是这样子，
Right. At 5, it's you want to keep 2 lands. Sylvan scrying.
有辟邪怪还蛮强
Thespian
的吧？
stage.
Yeah. Yep.
白绿贴皮有
You can
辟
pick
邪吗？
Vizier
好像有
or
诶。
strings.
对，
Right.
练习组一套是会赢的牌，都在想我够不够快。
Okay, we
不一
have a
定
keep from Nathan's store. He's
有
on
时候不一定要
5
靠
cards.
速度才能赢呐，
He
你知道吗？
is
Keeping.
on the play.
Okay.
你看像这种
And
牌
here，we go. Game number 5 underway.
对自己打自己的
Is it
啊，
gonna
还
be
是会
Reed
赢啊。
Duke? Is it gonna
对，
be
说
Nathan
实话，
Sawyer?
这
The
种牌
loser of this game
自己玩自己的
tournament
一样会
is
赢。对，
over. The winner will
因为我
advance.
觉得有时候不要太
And
重
go
视
from
速
both
度这一
players to
方
kick
面的。
things off here.
Yeah. Reed could have considered playing
左
that
翼送下去
untapped
了，对，
to
然后
bluff
控
both
制打
players.
莲花电，然后都
Nathan
是
on a
爆
roll
的
of
啊。
5,
对
you，
接
they're
下来
just
你都
gonna
纯
go
白
for
电
it.
这个蓝白控制，拔辟邪。
And there's Sylvan Scrying for Lotus Field.
哎，贴皮有这么多辟邪，我等一下看一下好了。对，
Came out a few years ago there in M20. Very powerful card if you can take advantage of it.
All right. I mean,
Hey,
this is
Ether Gust in
this
hand
is
now too.
yeah. So we got some disruption here from Reed, but I mean Nathan's got.
这一边嘛，
Lotus
那份
Field
骑手
Thespian
其
Stage,
实那份的骑手，
So he's got a
哇
bunch of mana. He's gonna have access to 6 mana.
2个重置的
with
过
two Vizier of
牌
Tumbling，Sands
那份要打慢一点的，那份要打稳一点
Can't
的。
ask for more than that.
No.
对，因为
This
手
is
牌
about as
很
good
不
as you're
好
gonna get on，a
对，
5.
也不能有什么
Saw him
激
went
进
on
的
a
操
multiplier
作。
earlier.
哦
Is that
Oh.
is that good?
It gets gusted.
，Oh my God！
Right.
Gets
那份的秘密武器来
Of
了
course，
龙王
recast
琢磨卡，秘密
So
武
this
器。
is a longer term
at some point.
game
这来
plan
克那个啊
Nathan
，Red Duke
Field.
的烂康牌啊
We're，just kind of thinking a couple
对
of，turns
龙王
ahead.
琢磨卡。
Right. Because this is the Lotus Field turn. Will not
有
have
辟
the
邪
mana
跟
to
给
do
辟邪
it
种
this turn.
太恶心
Then you
了
have
吧？
the
对，
Thespian
那白
Stage,
绿
so
贴
it's
皮
still
好
gonna
像
be
也
a
能
few
玩
turns
哎。
down the line, but it is an uncounterable spell.
And Reed
只是
can't really
Red Duke
punish
有
him,
以太进
right?
攻
In
啊，
the
这个不
meantime,
太
like,
妙
take。a look at his hand. It's very
Yeah.
reactive.
以太
This is
进
just-
攻
He's got all
直
the
接
controlling
反
elements
制
here.
龙王琢磨
But
卡，
again,
有
keeping
点
that
有点
Ether
糟
Gust,
糕，说实话。
boarding an Ether Gust in this matchup.
对
That could
Very, very
prove
good.
critical. Absolutely.
对。Red Duke 手上是捏着以太进攻的。
I don't think he's gonna cycle Jack
如果
yet.
说
I
那一
think if
份
you were maybe
满
in
费
danger
做
of
琢磨
missing
卡
a
可
mana
能会
drop,
落
that
赛
he would do，it.
对，
This is a big impulse.
琢
now
磨
for
卡
Duke. He does need to
可能
assemble
根本就下不
a
来
game，plan.
对，
There's a
踩到那
Fable,
个
Well, there
wow,
is.
and a Fable.
会
Okay,
踩
so
到
then
以
there's
太
now
进
kind
攻
of，all the
Yeah.
options here.
冲动。
Turn 3 Fable,
Red
unlikely.
Duke
for
这
Nathan
边
to be
冲
able
动
to
过
block
白
this turn.
That's what I was going to ask
Right.
you. Is there a big scare for Reed to
Red Duke 有打
give him the green
慢的
light
资
this
本啊，
particular
对他很多的
Especially on a
康。
mold of 5, it just
Red Duke
feels
手上
like
2张康
Nathan will
，2
have
个沙龙
everything
卷。
he needs.
Right.
Red Duke
Because
说不定
sure,
可以
I mean,
用
he's got the two
衍
Vizier
生
Tumbling
物
Sands, so
攻
he
击，
can
慢慢
tap
熬
the
死
mana,
他，说不定。
uh,
只要手上的
cycle,
康够多的
untap
话
the，Lotus
Do it
Field,
again,
use the
yeah.
Thespian Stage,
一
then
直
you
烂
hit
康就好
strings,
了。
and then
Right.
cast
对
everything, but you're on 5.
Right.
It's like how it's so unlikely that for you to have all of those things.
哦，
Oh,
3
but
麦，
Reed is going to, yeah, he's
Oh,
gonna
继
he
续
did not
蹲，
take the Fable,
看你什么时候要动。
he
我
took
手
a
上一
make
堆康，
disappear.
and he has double Sokinzan.
3张康，现在手上
Yeah,
3张
okay.
康，对，太坏了，那个。
It's like don't need Fables. I'm just gonna,
对
you know, if you just do nothing, I'm just gonna just start making some shark tokens and put pressure on you that way.
Okay, there's Thespian Stage. on
启
the
动了
battlefield
悲
here
剧舞
for
台，
Stoyer. Can he find a way through on a
现在有
mulligan to
4点法
5?
力，
Go down to 2 blue. Cycle Vizier, target Crystal.
再重置，
Draw.
这根本不能互动啊！
Nathan knows that there's no way for Reed
那
to
份
interact
没有那个，那一份可能要出琢磨卡了。那本叫那个龙王了。哇，龙王这么早出 ，Ray Duke 可能。
So he's just going for Jamocha this turn.
Right.
琢磨卡来了，龙王来了。
And Reed
has the Ether Gust here.
王输了。
All right, there's regular.
566 Ray Duke 会输。 你这边弹了，下一回合会再出，你以太金风用掉就没办法了。
Well, you can't cast spells during your opponent's
right. So you want to do it now.
以太金风。
Ether Gust does not.
笑了一下啊，想一下。
Do you want to put it on top or bottom?
哎呦，这个有趣哎，放下去，放下去 ，Reduke 有机会，没放下去。
He's gonna put it back on top though.
Now he did. Nathan.
那应该很难打，这狗干难打的。
Remember the Vizier did cycle. It's not like he lost.
对啊，我就说，如果这回合就出，那 Reduke 手上的牌根本没办法让他那个。哇，输定了 ！Reduke 这边应该是没办法 ，Reduke 这边可能非常的困难，非常的难，真的很难。夏威尔龙王一定会回来，对 ，Reduke 可能就完蛋了。Reduke 没有办法 ，Reduke 几张以太金风啊？ Reduke 有几张以太金风？一张而已，哇，应该是没办法，挡不到的。没办法。战场遗迹给我洗牌，没有，他没有这种东西啊。对，他为了用地窖，就等于放弃了战场遗迹，对，所以没有你说的这种情况。对他这套牌应该是没战场遗迹吧？对，对，没有战场遗迹。 对，我跟你讲，要用地窖就没办法用战场遗迹，你的颜色会调不过来，对，你没有这么多空间放无色的地啊。一杀，打一点。不过 Reduke 也不是没救，有恨财，有恨财。 可以拼，可以拼。Reduke 这边有恨财，所以 Reduke 就是下一块地过就好了，下地过就好了。
Alright, end step, Thespian stage copies Lotus Field.
对。
Reed just passed the turn back once.
我觉得那一份可能果然是直接下了。
And this time it's gonna resolve.
No answer.
Now.
我恨财，恨财一下，切回恨财一下。抽2张。有什么东西？来看 Reduke 有没有办法那个？哎有哎有，他抽到了有，可以 ，Reduke 这一波可以。Reduke 应该可以赢哦。 会赢哦。
Let's see.
Right? Does he have the combo?
We guessed no.
Right.
We have not seen any evidence to the contrary. But if he does, it's over, right?
Get in for 30.
可以。
No, it has a shark as well.
Oh, and then the shark.
Okay.
只是他7防啊，龙王总不敢7防。
Nathan will go up to 24.
那个分配伤害的时候，那一份顶得住，那一份只会扣16连血而已。
All right, let's see what Reduke has here. He's going to go for the creativity.
做了，对，这个赛制没有条约啊，对。
All right, creativity for 2 targeted to 2 treasures. Let's see what he hits. It's not going to be bad either way.
哇，我觉得 Reduke 好像不会赢呢。我发现龙王啄木卡有7点防御，屁股7，对，他屁股有7。 那个谢纳哥是给2倍伤害，但是是分配后再决定那个。
Oh, it's Xenagos! He actually has the combo in the combo.
哇
I don't think this is lethal. Hold on, 31 damage coming in.
先驱有条约？
That's 23.
哪有先驱没有蓝条约啦？
24.
蓝条约是时空风暴的东西，怎么会在先驱？ 先驱没有蓝条约啊！哎，赢了！哦，没有那个，他攻击力不是。哎，会赢吗？
2 combo finishes in the last games to knock Nathan Stoyer, the reigning world.
先驱没条约吧？没有，先驱真的没有蓝条约啦。我跟你有蓝条约，这些组合机一定疯狂用，怎么可能会有？
enough
不可能，没有。
against Dragon Lord Dromoka, keeping the combo in
哈
for exactly enough damage there. And Nathan putting
我
up
伤
a
害
hell
够
of
了
a
是不是？
fight, nearly coming back on another mold of 5.
Incredible Nathan
精
was
彩啦，
right
恭喜
in
Red
there.
Duke
I mean, he had Dragon Lord Dromoka
近
on
战
the
接加差哦
battlefield. He was all
哦
set
加
to
差
go
加
on a
差
mold
哦，
of
我以为是
5.
那个，我以为是伤害2倍，我记错了，我记错了。对，
Enough.
那赢了，那赢
The
了，确定会赢。
reverse
对，
sweep
没条约。
from Reed Duke. I mean,
这波浪2追3很精彩
against the current
对，浪2追3
world
很精彩
champion,
啊。
right at the top of his game.
对，
I mean, back against the wall. I mean, what are your chances?
我是觉得
to come back
Nathan
from
前
and
两
win there? 5%?
后面
10%?
第3、第4局输掉太那个
Super
太
low once you're
水
down
小
the
了，
two
对
games. And,，
都
you
抽
know,
大
those
点
are
的。
really disheartening games
可
for
是说
Duke,
实话，这也
right?
由不
Like,
得
he
人
just
啦。
kinda got
对，这
blown
个
out
这
in
种
game
套牌
number
就是
one
会
and game
有
number two.
可能发生
It
这种
started
状
to feel
况。
like, does
对
Nathan just gonna have it
这
every
种
time, right? You
高
know,
费
you
咒
kind of
语
get
用
that
很多
mental
的套
space
牌，
going where you're just, I did everything. What's going on
没有
here?
条
And
约啊，
then
对吧？我就
he
讲
just
过，
kept fighting and
有
scrapping.
条约，
In many ways, that's
你
the
现在
Reed
桌
Duke's
上这
nutshell,
些
right?
人
Like, he is
每
a
套
great
牌
trainer
必放
when it
2
comes to
张以
Magic.
上
He just，keeps
信不信？
going and going and going. And
不可能有
he
条约
ended
的
up
啦。
finding the win here.
Yeah, and what's really
有条约
interesting
组
is
合
just
技就
kind
太
of
强了。
Reed making that pivot after sideboarding and ultimately realizing, look, I
厉害
actually
了
think
Red
that I
Duke 这一
prefer the
波，
combo to the controlling
这
strategy.
一波
I'm
Red
still
Duke
gonna have
真
all
的
the counter spells, but I want to just kill you in
Red
one
Duke
go
机会
instead of
后
kind
面
of
都把
extending
握
out that
住
game.
了，
So,
对，真
you know,
的，
he had a plan coming in. He's got a
对
great
他都把
team
握好，
that spent
对，打得
tons
很
of
好。
hours after he locked in that top 8 to figure
好啦，
out
我
what
那
needs to
个
be done
套
in the
牌
matchup.
的
And he
资
goes,
讯我
well, I
放一
think
下。
everybody wants me to do the control thing, but I'm going to combo you out.
That's right. And he
看一下哦，
made a nice sweat there too, because
Yeah.
that's maximum drama,
等一下，
right? Down 0-2,
Yeah.
and then all the way
对，
back
时
up
机
again.
有了，对，
So
时机有。
Reed, though, he's kind of in an interesting spot because he's like, that was exciting. I'm sure his heart was just pounding there, and he has to kind of calm himself back down to get
哇
ready
哦，
for the
这
semi.
Yeah,
边
and
我
put
用
himself
这个好
up
了，
again
你
in a better
们这
position.
个
Reed with all the accolades that he has,
That
right?
is
Hall of
嘛，
Fame, multiple top finishes, has never won a pro tour. But
对，
and with
我这边
going
那个啦，
back
你
0-2,
们
it
可以用
didn't
这个
look
连
like he
接
was
啦，
gonna
那
he
个
was
想
gonna get
看
there again. But now
台表
putting
的，
himself in fantastic shape, get some time to cool down,
对，
decompress, and then think about the next matchup.
That's right. Reed
像
Duke picks up the victory there.
对啊，我
Super,
看一下哦，
super close match. I wonder how he's going to get over
很
the,
强。
you know, you get that adrenaline going, right?
有，他
And
打
then
得很好，就
after
是
it
他
subsides,
前面2
it
局
can
虽
kind of knock you
然
down,
做错决
right?
定
You
了
know,
啦，
you need to
对，
kind of, it's
可是
really
后面
useful to
都
try
有
to
把
stay
握
on an
好，
even keel
对
for these things, but I don't know how he could have in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will note just how cool, calm, and collected he seemed.
He
Even
appears.
after being down 0-2, you saw that nice conversation that he had with Nathan Stoyer, right? He's just like, and he was still just Reed Duke.
No, I don't buy that.
Super friend.
No way.
I'm
He
but
was
inside,
on. I know
but out-
inside
but
he was
outwardly.
like, this
好，
can't
打这个
happen.
这个应该能
This
用了，
is my
对，
day.
Not again. Why is this happening to me? I can't
Yeah,
believe it.
yeah. Why
But
me?
outside.
应该能用了。好，
He's having a
那
nice
个你们
conversation
想看
with
白
the
表的就
world
可以
champ,
去
yeah.
进去看那个，
Incredible stuff there
对
from
，Red
Reed
Duke
Duke.
真的
Able
都有
to
把
pick
握
up
好，
the victory, and
很
he
厉
is
害，
with
很厉害。
Cedric right now.
其实 Nathan 也打得很好了啦，对，Nathan 其实也打得很好，对，只是后面那个可能业障比较重一点啊，对，就比较落赛，对，中间2局啦，对，中间2局他打的那个运气进牌的那个很不好，
pretty much the
太惨。
maximally discouraging start to the match. Like first of all, losing both games, but also both games.
Duke 开
I
始了
felt I like had pretty good positions.
放
at
弃了
points
永
and, you know,
德，
things
选
went away
择
from me.
玩组合技
So
的男人
it
了，
was tough, you know, back against the wall, but
这就是我的成
I
长，
knew that I had some good
因为
weapons
我
after
放弃了
sideboarding, and I
永
was
德。
pretty comfortable with, you know, what I
没有，
needed
我
to
乱
do
讲
to
了，我
win,
乱
so
讲
I
了，不要
just
揍我，不要揍
tried
我。
my best to, you know, keep it together. And
魔爵之前的上帝就
Well,
不
your best was certainly
没
good
办
enough coming
法
all the way，back
这种套牌
from
就是
down
有
0-2
机会
going
发
back
生
3
这种
games
事
to 2. Let's talk about
真
the
的没
sideboard
办法。
decisions. After game number 2 for game 3, you sideboarded out Xenagos, you sideboarded out Worldspine Worm. We're going to the Hullbreaker Horror plan. But then, as we saw for games 4 and games 5,
对，
the combo came back in. Little rope-a-dope, as it were. What's the thought process there?
I think
对
creativity
我
versus
忘记
motor
谢娜，
skill
我以为
is a
谢
really
娜哥斯是
intricate
给
matchup where
你生物的伤害是2倍，哎，我真的记错
how
了
the。cards underplayed and less.
我想说，如果给2倍的伤害的话，其实Nathan 不会输。对，如果是给2倍伤害的话，因为最后分配到 Nathan 脸上的伤害只有8点，对，那 Nathan 不会死。对，好吧，那我真的记错了。感谢那个纠正啊。
all these different lines.
好了，这个大家可以先去休息啊。我更新排表在那个可以看一下。
What's the expectation for the matchup? How do you feel going in?
目前
I think it's going to be tough and tricky. That's a matchup I have a lot less experience with, and as you said, like 80 cards, tons of one-ofs and stuff like that, so that things can kind of go a lot of different ways. I do know that Nassif had a match against him yesterday, so I'll maybe try to get some pointers before we fire it up. But I mean, I'm just here trying to play my game.
Well, you're doing your game just fine. Paper play is back. That means Reed Duke is back, wins his match over Nathan Stoyer 3-2. Reed, congrats to you. Marshall, heading your way.
对，看一下谁进4强。
All right, great stuff there for Reed Duke. We're going to be taking a short break, but when we come back, we're going to have Shota Yasoka versus Derek Davis. Yes, Fnatic fires Derek Davis. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more.
打 Davis 哦，什么套牌打什么套牌啊 ？Davis 是什么套牌？80刚是红黑吗 ？Davis 是4色创火，对，4色创火。 密态转身啦，应该这样讲。对，其实密态转身跟创火的分界其实蛮模糊的。对，基本上都会互相带啊，对，会带对方啊。对，好啦，大家可以先，我去厕所一下，喝太多了，我去厕所。 再来是4强嘛，或者是另一个8强，其他桌可能打到一半啊。这个 BD 的决赛其实1万多人看了。 以 Magic 来说算还行的。
Road Tour Phyrexia coming to you from Philadelphia, USA. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us wherever you're tuning in from around the world.
其实说到这个 MTG 的一个转播啊，我跟你比赛的那个Twitch的这种转播，我觉得有个蛮遗憾的点就是那个 MTG 没有掉宝，没有在弄掉宝这个东西。对，如果说他们想让大家来看比赛的话，我觉得应该要用掉宝，然后回馈可以是 NO 或是 MTGA 的可能一些赠品什么的，鼓励大家来看比赛。说实话 ，MTG 没有搞这个，我真的觉得蛮问号的，因为其他游戏只要办那种竞技性的那种比赛啊什么的，对，都一定会开掉宝，对，鼓励大家来看比赛。对，啊，你看比赛会有回馈。 可是 NTG 显然没有想搞这种东西啊，这个真的不知道他们在想什么。好，这是4色创火打红黑中速。啊，就老威不会行销啊，你知道吗？老威真的不懂行销，我真的觉得。老威那个行销真的很烂。 对，就是他们办这种比赛， 要观众，可是观众看台要给回馈，对，也要变相给观众回馈，但是他们没有要那个的意思，我就不懂为什么。出公司跟潜在障碍是库克的名言，说出公司跟潜在是库克。哎呦，真的是哦，哎呀，真的受不了啊，这种。哎呀，威士忌的营运就是脑残啊，我只能这样讲啊，我真的不知道到底在搞什么。对。哎呦，80刚好像我觉得会过耶，红黑超难打创火的，红黑超级难打创火。对，红黑真的超级难打创火的，对，资源根本跟不上，资源根本跟不上。哇，80刚前面打的这么漂亮，这边跪，说实话真的很可惜。对，他前面打的超级无敌漂亮的，只是这边全都给他跪了，就很可惜。啊，补打点啊！地窖比较强的点是，其他2个变身地要5费，地窖1费就可以动了。对，地窖1费就能动了，可是代价就是地窖不能调色。对，所以说他可能更容易碰到卡色的情况。真的，80刚太衰了啦，这边直接撞了一个自己根本打不赢的牌，对，可惜。修蕊没用，他把2费直接吃掉，出空镜亡灵就压掉了。
several ways to answer this card.
A lot of matchups, this not being one of them. There's so many ways to deal with it.
反正他吃个2费结界，随便出个2费结界，那个西游蕊都会不见。
that are available for Derek here. So most of the time, one to just deal with this card ends up leading Shota to really gonna have to pivot and play more hand.
真的，这次比赛大家真的是抓着红黑狂揍猛揍，真的没有在开玩笑，对，红黑到底要怎么打这种牌啊？对，红黑根本不能打这种牌。 红黑真的被抓着头被狂揍猛揍，他有够惨的，对，对，超可怜的红黑玩家。不是啦，红黑平常就是抓着别人狂揍猛揍啊，对，只是这次轮到他们而已。对，风水轮流转啊，对，对，平常他们虐人啊，现在比赛换他们被虐。 超可悲的，对。可是我说实话，我是觉得他这样还是很可怜啦，对，因为他前面就算很多人针对嘛，他还是打得很漂亮，对他还是都给他赢了，只是这边真的碰壁，真的没办法，对，太衰了，对，对，这边是真的走位不好。 对，太难了啦！红黑要打这种局，对面的资源交换是完全不讲道理的那一种。对，4色创新最强的就是那个他的资源交换，你很难互动。对，你根本不会想解这些东西啦。对他那些东西你解了你很亏，可是你不解你会死，对，基本上你是必输。白棋啊，白棋很强啊，白棋还蛮强的，其实认真讲，白棋，而且白棋它是解，它又能回收结界，对，所以白棋其实是很厉害的，白棋其实很厉害。 80刚后无力的出了个吸血鬼，一点用都没有啊！真的是没什么用。这一局没办法赢，对，红黑根本没办法打这种局。唯一可能对面手牌超废，烂到哭的那一种， 可是如果对面会玩的话，他就会让自己知道，他不能接一个这种大便棋手。对，这一套牌只要会玩的，对，就会知道哪些棋手是不能接的。对，那套牌。对，所以说这边红黑这边其实机会很小。对，他要赢，只有对面手牌卡到烂掉。对，可是会玩的就会避免这种情况。对，这红黑的难题。打这种局，几乎必输啊！这种局，这19开的局吧，我觉得可能19开，对，超级难打。太猛了啊！对面每张牌都1换2，有办法突破吗？被牌局16丢，你也烂，你看不懂，没关系。这边他竟然那个工具就没有了，这个在搞什么啊？这个在搞这个，怎么这边互动工具就没有？来，我跟你讲，你看牌表，我这边有贴牌表，你去看，对，它的核心就是这一张跟这一张，这2张。对，这一张牌它可以吃结界，然后从牌库里找生物进来。对，它生物有很多种，对，生物非常多种，就是有各种功能的生物，对，就是个工具箱套牌啊，对，那是工具箱套牌。对，讨厌那只白骑士哦，讨厌白骑士哦，修蕊不见了，修蕊再又死掉了。
So what you're telling me is Yorion has a bounce house.
Yes, absolutely. And we hear Derek saying,
"奇怪，这边
to use the fires, really saving it for."
我操，那个尤利昂都出来了，太扯了吧！对，尤利昂都出来了，那样子应该是很难挽回的啦。这非常难挽回了。除非他忽然手上变出3张闪电击呀，不然应该很难。除非变3张闪电击打脸，不然应该很难啦，太难了。说实话。在被 YD 演上的 Tier List 进来的这些 key 还真记得，结界进来转1次，吃掉生物再转1次，1张牌当2张用。对，对面的资源基本上是无穷无尽的啦，对，换不完，红黑根本换不完。变轻哦，对，它这个就是进来东西进来会有一个效果，东西吃掉再导另一个东西进来，再一个效果。然后鸟再进来，东西再进来1次，又有效果。对，就是怎么换东西，就是都资源都是满的，对，超强。对，那套牌，我觉得打资源这套不会输任何牌。对，这套牌只要运营起来，几乎资源就是永远无穷无尽啊。巴斯刚那边全部撞脸了。巴斯邦这边想暴力破解，是不是？吃地面数不找工业泰坦，玩3小。对，剩3滴血。还稳啊！他导出那个母丘骑士，再补4滴。对，母丘骑士出来，工业泰坦出来，巴斯刚就很难玩，巴斯刚根本没办法。肯里斯，对，或者是这个也可以补血啊。对啦，血量根本换不完啊，他的血量根本表面上是3滴，对，他找肯里斯，你看，肯里斯3费补5滴血回来。还要玩屁啊！对，玩个屁啊！我有玩心理已经可以想象吧，差不多，但是人家是姐姐，美惠尔自己都面前。心地一心，它更像是那种做出来就要赢的组合技。对，心地一心是那种一发做出来，然后直接弄死对面的那一种。对啊，这个是资源运营的，对，就是资源回收再利用的那一种。对， 不太一样，我觉得概念上稍微不太一样。对，是免钱的，每回合都免钱做。
Most of the time looting away those silver bullets.
因为这个失序有没有办法卡死 Davis？ 80刚也能再一次上演让2追3吗 ？OK， 这个虽然我觉得有点难刚能让2追3，原因是那是个几乎5-5开的局，对，可是这个是19开的局，想让2追3应该很难。对，说实话。
That card has caused
many
Magic players. Printing.
那条是工具箱套牌啊。选艾雷农是原因是艾雷农可以卡死一些带进场异能牌。对，我跟你讲，艾雷农打什么很强，他们自己打内战，艾雷农爆干强。对，因为你东西进来都没效果，对啊，我东西进来2倍效果。还要玩个毛线球，对，艾雷农是对内战准备的，对，感觉得出来，非常的狠。对，内战艾雷农先上场，基本上就准备收牌了，差不多这样的。可是80刚这次手牌很好。就是 Davis 的手牌没有这么好，可是他还能过牌啦，也不好说。手牌看起来是没这么好的，说不定这一局有一点机会，这一局应该有机会。就他用几张弃牌，弃牌，历年那2张。3张。7张，主牌7张，手牌破坏9张，9张，12张，其实也很多了。那个弃牌咒语有12张，其实已经非常多了。对，可是也要有摸得到啦，说实话。对，12张手牌破坏，80刚这边有用力点了。
Yeah, and speaking of combo decks, you know, these kind of fires of invention decks, that's exactly what you don't want to play against. You want to play against
有没有机会给 Davis 压力啊
a couple aggro decks you don't really mind, but the combo decks, Lotus Field, is it creativity, mono green, those are the scary ones for creativity.
80刚可能唯一的突破口就是利用红黑咒语的灵活性，对，尽可能不要让 Davis 进到后期，对，用自己每回合的咒语。的密度，OK， 来给他压力。哇，没了，应该是没了。不是啦，这个太霸道了啦，这没办法。对，哇，那应该是没了，创火下来，那套牌创火落地，先赢一半。对，那套牌创火有创火，爆发力会变得很可怕。对，根本没办法。这张牌啦，无畏创新啊，太可怕了。法力作弊啊！非常可怕的那一种法力作弊，对，太狠了，太狠了。他如果再下心理一心，就是真作弊了。
is able to play a spell, buy Yorion, play Yorion, blink out, change
都没有他手牌，不知道他的手牌几张啦，不知道。80刚手牌几张？左边的这个手牌的那个条目都没有作用。对。
I mean, yeah. What's the biggest problem at this point?
Definitely Shieldred. Yeah. Oh, the
second
one.
Yeah. Let me not take that crown from Shieldred. Definitely a big problem.
Absolutely.
But life total's still pretty healthy, so Derek Davis doesn't have to panic just yet.
对，前头那张有一张牌原本是他们会用的，就是有一张牌是那个熔断神浴室，对，也是2费经常打2，跟欠卓这个很像。直接打啦，不管了啦。不是打6吗？啊？这不是打6吗？哦，干，那算错了。
courtesy of the damage as well as shield red.
All right, turn 5 from
这
a
边就是
Fire's
看 Davis
Invention
的
deck. When you
手
get to
牌
untap
有
with
没有
that
料
card
了。
is the reason
Davis
to
手
play the
牌
deck.
如果没有料，那还能打，对，真的能打。对，这边扣一些。
Follow up here from Shota.
80刚还是有用变身力啊。不是变身力，那是变身力吗？好像还是有一张变身力。他也没有完全放弃变身力啦，他只是有一张牌改用地角而已。对，大概是这样子。奇怪，都没在挑选型，我还是卡住。
He went and played some more magic. Just decided, I'm gonna do the arena.
The arena play.
Davis 有没有去？对，
Just in the hall
艾
still
雷
to
诺。
still take top 8 pictures. I mean, if that's not the coolest thing ever. No,
Oh.
Norn with Yorion.
Okay.
哦，这样要玩个小鸡鸡啊！好像不太能玩呢。
So 2 triggers exiled the fires with the first one. It looks like.
可是刚刚西欧蕊异能有算吗？西欧蕊异能好像没有trigger到吗？他的血应该是6，他只剩6才对。没有，他扣过人哦8。哦，没事，我脑袋我太累了。
Now you stack the triggers where the fires is going to come in second. So Derek does not
没
have
了。
lines binding right now. But if he were to find it off this bitter reunion, there's been 2 spells cast this turn, but there is not a fires in play.
哦，有扣了啊！我想说，不是应该剩6吗？哦，我打。
Get 2 triggers, exile 2 things with it, and then fires come back.
哇，被清光，太惨了啦！这
And
个
I'm pretty sure bitter reunion triggers.
这波很惨。
Yeah, that'll trigger twice.
This is insane.
Oath of Chandra will trigger twice.
Yeah.
Trigger. Getting trigger happy, as it were, with.
不是这个，请
请
问一下，我该玩什么东西？他这个符使直接压2个。请问我该玩什么呢
Derek Davis just proving why this deck is the bane of Rakdos midrange, just able to decimate this battlefield.
啊，这边
looking at an empty board right now, barring
我只能说。
Yep, and there is
那个走位真的是很重要啊！以先驱这个赛制来讲，走位真的太重要了。这是怎样自暴自弃了？
Liliana minus player sacrifice
有点自暴自弃，其实也不是没机会啦。虽然说他有个岛神岛结界上来，应该真的是没了，太惨了。对，论走位的重要性，太惨了。
To be fair, just the Moonblessed Cleric. That's not a huge follow-up here, so we're definitely still playing Magic. That does trigger twice. Kind of awkward because it does just put, one on top of the other. It's not like you get to draw 2 cards with this. You're just putting 2 enchantments on top.
这边应该还是没了啦，他有这一只把他要的结界导上来，那应该真的是没办法了。对，80刚刚这边尽力做了所有能做的操作了，我觉得没办法，套牌相信的问题啊，对，也不是说谁打的很不好什么的，对，这个真的就是套牌相信的问题。对。 也不是技术层面或运气层面的问题，有啦，运气就是走位方面的，对，他刚好8强都中到这个，太衰了。真的衰，8强都撞到他。这边应该是结束了，好。 这个想尿尿的可以现在撑下去啊！不太会有什么转机啊。
Excellent weekend. 12-1.
12-1. Just got unlucky here in the top 8.
Yeah, unlucky with the matchups. I mean, didn't even get unlucky with the games. Had very functional hands. At least the 2 games that we saw, it's just that bad. It's that bad of a matchup.
Doing some things with Derek Davis. Has to do 14 points of damage. To Shota Yasuoka to wrap things up here. Has haste enablers, so could just swing in here with something, but let's see what it is we are able to do.
There is 7 damage coming in.
Yep, animate and block with the Den of the Bugbear.
Now we're going to see a couple triggers off Enigmatic Incarnation, sacking the extra fires here as well as one of the other enchantments, and gets two extremely powerful things. One thing that we can do here, I guess the Yorion is no longer around, but Mimic would have been one. So this Cavalier can destroy your own stuff as well if you
to get
need.
yourself a 3/3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
我想他这边有个操作，就是炸自己的结界。
Oh man, that is so rough.
可以炸自己的结界。
Just targeting the extraneous enchantments on the board, just amassing. I mean, is there a board wipe that Shota could top deck here? I don't think so, and that's gonna be it. So, Derek Davis a 3-0 sweep.
难得他预赛打得这么好呢，还是说预赛走位太好了，现在就要来还了？不，好吧，好像也不是不可能。机运这种东西呀，就是很难讲。好吧，没事啊，以他的实力啊，这个下次卷土重来应该也是没问题啊。好，就这样吧。对。
I am here with Derek Davis, who is not only in his first Pro Tour, but now you're on your first Sunday stage, and you just beat Magic Hall of Famer Shota Yosoka with a bit of a brew. Your awesome 5-color deck. How the heck are you feeling? And how
不过我有点怀疑，这套牌怎么打前面那组合技啊？
Obviously, I was a little worried with the fact that he is such an outstanding player.
我觉得这套牌的短板就是他好像不太好打组合技。对，他只能用导师想办法导出一些锁类的生物。 对，就是一些带锁的生物，拖慢他们而已。他好像没什么其他方法打组合技，打那种制胜型的那种组合技。
2 games out of 3 fires at the table.
我也看他说不定也有秘密武器啊，秘密武器。
Just got to run away with both.
上满，说不定也是能赢。
Well, your road doesn't get any easier, as is commonplace at the Pro Tour. You're going to play the winner of Reed Duke and Nathan Stoyer. Of the two, dare I say, which one would you rather play?
I would much rather play against Reed. I have an abysmal matchup against Lotus Field, so much so that there's in the 80 cards, there was one card meant for Lotus Field before, and it was Archon of Maria, and I moved it to the sideboard because I just said I'm not winning against Lotus Field anyways, so what's the point of having it in the main? I'd rather be better in other matchups first. I'd much rather play against Creativity as long as I play how I should. I think game 1, or pre-board, I guess I should say, is pretty easy for me. Leyline Binding's hard card for them to beat, especially if you have a plan for the make disappear, sacrifice a worm, make 3 tokens. Post-board it gets a little harder, but definitely a much better matchup than Field for me. So,
well, we're gonna see.
还不知道其他2个4强进4强是谁。对，好啊。
Thank you so much, Cedric. Hey, everybody, we're getting ready for our next feature match. There's a look at the feature match area right now. Marie Bartholdi and Mani Devuti joining you here from the news desk. Some awesome quarterfinals to start us off, Mani.
Those were great. Seeing Reed Duke start off 0-2 against Nathan Stoyer in the pre-board games, then come back in a full 5, just absolutely a delight to watch. And then Derek, you know, that should have been on paper a really favored matchup for him, but when you're against Shota Yosoka, nothing is a given. Fortunately, he was able to close the door, and you heard him. He would much rather play against Reed Duke. He has already faced as a Creativity 3 times this weekend. All
可能白人类跟白绿贴皮各打一个组合技。
He's feeling pretty good right now.
各打一
All
个
right,
组
well,
合
we'll
技。
see what happens. Let's
我觉
take a
得
look
白
at
人
the
类打
bracket
组
to
合
find
技
out
应该
who
是
headed
很有
next
机会
in
赢
Pro
的。
Tour Phyrexia. We've got another set of quarterfinal
白
matches.
人类打组合技，
Takumi
贴
Matsuura
皮打
versus
组合
Chris
技。
Ferber and Benton Madsen
哎，
versus
搞不好
Gabriel
白人类会
Matsuura.
卷
What
哎
already。happened there earlier, Derek Davis.
白人类是不是会卷啊？对。
Their matches. Take a look at our players here for our next feature match. Takumi Matsuura and Chris Ferber, Mono White Humans versus
如果
Lotus
说
Field
白绿贴皮
Takumi
下把
Matsuura
输掉的话，那白人类好像可能会冠军。
said he wanted to play against strong players this weekend.
我的出策啦，我很粗的预测，主要是前面那些很慢的牌，比较慢的牌，打白人类都蛮吃力的。
And the strategic depth of Magic. Let's take a look at their road here to getting to the top 8. Here's a look at Takumi's road. 7-1 on day number 1. Played 3 of our top 8 competitors on day number 2, and won the last 3 to lock it up, including that one bye in round number 16. What about Chris Ferber? Here's his journey to the big stage. Take a look at this. Also 7-1 on day 1. 3-0 drafted just like Takumi did on day number 1. Lost to Nathan and Gab on day 2. Two other of our top 8 competitors, and won the last 3
对啊
to get into our
但
top
白人类好像可能会夺冠哦，我
deck
觉得这
here.
一次
Mono White and Lotus Field combo.
要看白贴皮打得怎样，因为白绿贴皮有可能把白人类送下去。对，如果白绿贴皮这一轮输掉的话，那白人类可能蛮有机会赢下冠军的。我觉得，我的出策。
But the big card that you have to be looking at is Thalia.
白人类啊，经典构筑。只是现在白人类多一个万用牌，很强的这个结界。这结界是真的强，还带有200件。他的构筑蛮有意思的。
He is playing a slightly different build of Lotus Field than we saw Nathan bring you. We do see Hope Tender here in the main deck, but otherwise this is about the same game plan that we've seen already. You are trying to get
人类的天敌，剩下唯一的对手啊，红黑下去了嘛，另一个就是白绿贴皮。对，我觉得人类这种铺场型的快攻打贴皮都很难打，主要是贴皮又大又警戒又回血。对，你很难进攻，你非常难进攻。又大又警戒又会回血啊，快攻要打个毛线呐。对。
Thank you very much, Maria and Mani. It is indeed Corey.
Yeah, close enough. I'll take either.
In the booth, as we're going to bring you the third of our quarterfinals. It's Takumi Matsuura versus Chris Ferber. Lotus Field combo versus Mono White. My favorite deck. I'm rooting for the weenies. I'm just saying.
Yep, absolutely. Lotus Field's my favorite, so I guess we got some tension point here. But it is a really rough matchup as our game score is going to start here. Mono White, Thalia being the card like Mani was suggesting earlier, and we see sixes on each of their dice indicate that they both mulligan to win.
惨射一拳超人，对啦，这是唯一的突破点啊。
A real flex.
Yeah.
对，这是少数的突破点啊，对，不会逆境啊，对，不会逆境，真的是少数突破点。白人类赢2局了，哇！果然啊，那个莲花的天敌，白人类。莲花的天敌真的是白人类，对。那人类还会很鸡掰的收你税，对。啊，你这边做什么你都要慢一动，对，真的很混蛋的，对，白人类的生物真的够混蛋的。对于莲花会觉得很恶心啊，对。
That's a futures Takumi problem as we're going to see Talia's Lieutenant hit the board, put a counter on the Hopeful Initiate, and get swinging. That's what the deck wants to do, so let's get it done.
哦，重置人
，Absolutely.
浩劫重置两地。
The age-old magic question.
Yeah,
Can I borrow some time?
I didn't bring anything with me. I didn't bring a life pad. Forgot my deck.
白人类表示你慢慢想啊，我等一下再揍你啊。对。
I forgot my deck.
因为白人类这边就是我就是打好打满啊，剩下的看你演了。对，说实话，白人类这边就是这样子。
And that is terrifying. Now, this is the one punishing thing
有点可怕哎，对。
Takumi is if he were to have
那边莲花这边有可能爆发，可能可以打出一波爆发，下一个啊，爆了，爆了，没了没了，赢好像没了哎。 老兄，哎，这样好像没了哎，哎，我是快攻牌哦，我打莲花组合技哦，我的解一样上好上满了，我的解牌照样上好上满了，干，这是杀小啊，干，这是杀小啊，对，打组合技还把解全部换上来，我靠。
Most of the time when you don't know the exact
这要打个毛线啊，这个
with how the
太暴力了，这个。其实还是有机会啦，你看他要解他就慢了一点，对，就会慢一点。来啊，恶心人的东西来了，这很恶心的。然后呢，开扁，再放斗，打6D。下一回合一定要赢啊！这个莲花的最后一回合了，对，这是莲花的最后一回合。再来是莲花最后一回合啊，不行啊，那。白人类的生物对于莲花真的太靠北了，对，真的很靠北的那一种。真的没了，真的没了，太难了啦！还有一点机会，有一点机会，有机会，还不能说没机会。
Here we're going to see Boseju who endures, take care of the portable hull. So 1 Hope Tender back.
再猜哦！哎，有机会，有机会，有机会，有机会，有机会，真的有机会，真的有机会。这一栋漂亮，这一栋漂亮。莲花那边这一栋漂亮，漂亮。这样子费用可能就够了。对，那个莎莉亚的那一费就可能不会有这么大的影响，还有机会啦。谁会知道2张母生数啊？对，2张母生数真的是正常很难会想到。超猛，这边传6费。
Is it possible, Corey? Can you win here?
Yes, absolutely.
Even
through Thalia with Hope Tenders, both of them look at that second ability on Hope Tender. They can exert.
他可以爆一堆费，他这回合至少可以爆20几费，我跟你讲。对，你场上这2个人，一个人就会爆出5费、10费，加上现在16费。对啊，你再随便几个重置的，对，随便20-30费啊，对，应该赢了啦。对，白人类那个莎莉亚没差了，说实话，没怎么差那个莎莉亚。
Impressive. This label maker here is doing some work.
The label maker MVP. And let's see what Chris can call
再
together
报
here
废，再
with
报
these
废
Hope
啊！
Tenders and the 2 Lotus Fields.
The one thing Chris doesn't have that a lot of
赢了，
other decks
莲花应该赢了。
cast as kind of a pivot against mono white since
对，
the matchup is so
应
bad
该吧？
is
还
the
是手
combo,
上都没料？
which is
这个
incredibly
手上都
tough
没
for
料，
Phyrexia
那
here
不要
to
吓我
deal
嘞！
with.
手上没
Now,
料
they
怎么
have
可
Reachers
能
to？ deal with them that way.
莲花
Not
手上
in the
没料
list. Kind of in that slot, it looks like Ugin
压
instead,
身卧铺
which would also be quite impressive. Ugin would clean up this board and create a great situation, a nice 1-of tutor target.
There he is.
用8费叫无极
Look at the Spirit Dragon in hand here for Chris. He can just absolutely murder everything. Now, it does take out your own creatures.
Yep.
减
as well
2 就
using
好
the
了
minus.，
减2，拜拜。
2. Goodbye, Hope Tenders. You did your job, but that is a board wipe on a stick in the powerful 8-mana Planeswalker. So, yeah.
Impressive here.
森林占卜
And now,
再
there's
找
just
地
the Mutavault. Even
哎，
if
还
they
有
don't
机
follow
会，
up,
莲花那
will
边
probably
看起来是莲花要赢的
deal
这一局。
card and you can
猜一个
pressure
魔战术
Ugin a little bit. If you
来
can
看
get
你
it
表
to
演，
2,
来
it's
看
not
你看
so
你，
bad, but
你还手上还有什
any
么啊？
other medium
让我
draw
瞧
where
瞧。
Ugin can... Oh, there is Adeline. That was the
Oh,
艾德林，哎，还能再打哎。
Putting Ugin to 2 here is great because now it cannot tick up to kill Adeline with 4 toughness, and it cannot negative 3
应该
to
全
deal
扁
with it
乌
straight
金
away. So
全
Chris
部
is
扁
back
乌
up
金
against the wall already.
那一只白色
after just taking out
3 费的
the
那个
entire
不能
battlefield.
不能掉的话，那一定
You
是
don't often
K 乌
see a
金
mono
的。
white deck rebuild after a
先
board
扁
wipe,
乌
but
金再
Adeline
说。
with the creature land, just
先扁乌金
fantastic. So, creature here off of the ability from
乌金
Adeline.
被推到剩下2点，
Gonna go and take down
乌金
the Planeswalker to
没有
2
办法
So now
造
probably
成
the
那个。
best thing you can be doing with Ugin here is just plus
不
2ing
过
on the
莲花应该有
token.
料吧？
just dinging things down.
Yeah,
Because,
Chris
yeah.
is gonna need a
也
follow
难
up
说
here
啦
or Ugin's
对
gonna fall, and if that falls,
白人类
it's
没有
kind of
输
a, how
人
the
类
cards here.
不是啊
It is
啊
really
莲花
gonna
我
be
不知道
tough
手
to
牌
win
长
the
怎样。
game.
对，或许莲花的手牌
Sitting at a healthy
也
20,
不足以让他
no
直接赢
no，way
也说不定。
Ugin can just
他现在就是只能依托在这个乌金上面了。
that Chris wins by dealing damage is if you ultimate it and
哇，刚好要回光返照一下，他这样子好像就是手上没料哎，对，莲花那边手上好像没东西，对，点一个人了，没关系，下回合可能直接推爆你的脸了。
Now, some instant speed interaction, there can be Otawara.
Oh my god.
Chris, if that is the option. But you would see this at beginning of combat. There'd be a stop.
靠腰怎么卡的、啊？
But if it's not there, then
Oh yeah, we got to
then
stop.
Takumi pretty much knows that he's free. But yeah, it looks like it probably is here.
Yeah, so at the beginning of combat, we're gonna see Chris float the
几
6
费
mana.
6费。
It's kind of an extra blowout too, because now Adeline cannot be replayed this turn.
有大田园吗？
Yeah, after playing.
有大田园有救，
Yep.
好像有救，有大田园的话，应该是有大田园的。
So before attacks, before any triggers.
Looks like a Boseiju. Oh, there's Boseiju and Otawara. That's perfect. Because I was gonna say,
其实他只要
just Otawara bouncing Adeline, Mutavault still attacks
大田
Ugin
2费
for
炸掉
3,
了，
puts
哎，
it
还
down
可以
to
再
1.
找问
Then
题。
it's not doing much, but
oh man,
both of these is insane,
哎呦
and you're able to ping off
艾德林也被
Folly's
回收。
Lieutenant. You do get a land here.
哇，
So
那莲花好
if
像很能赢，
Takumi
莲
has
花
a
能
land
赢。
follow-up, can at least play Adeline this turn.
这局白人类直接等于空过了，
my goodness.
被
Chris
时
is
间
hanging
行
on
走了。
here. He's saying nope, nope. I wish to participate
再
in
点，
this top 8 further, so scrapping it
吴
out here
京
against
是
mono white.
非
Now
常不
Chris
讲道理
should
的。
pretty much have this
吴京
locked up, because now there's this weird tension point. Do you want to play just
怎么可
one
能
creature? Do you
铺 满
want to play multiple?
你铺满场，吴京
And
只
you
会
kind of
在
have
那
to
个
play
而已
multiple, otherwise you just get one of them pinged down. So now we're probably going to see a -3.
铺满场，
but
吴京
unlike
也
the
只会
last
在
time when Ugin went down on
在
loyalty,
清
there's
场
no
而已啊
mutavault to immediately
应该是
pressure
没
it.
的
There's
啦，
no
白人类
haste of this
等
mono
下一
white
把
deck.
吧。
Yeah, Ugin can just get
有下一把
so much loyalty so quickly. And you know, you do your best to rebuild as mono white, but
所以
you
现
know,
在
if
每
you
一
got
场
haste
都
or
爆嘛。
flashing in a creature or something like
我
that,
靠，
you
大
just
家都没时间去尿尿了
Exactly, and Adeline's
没
like
时
the
间
only
去上
main
厕所
card that lives through
每一
the,
场都
the
爆爆
+1. So that's
Bye
going to be
bye.
the number one option. So that is really what Takumi is going to need
我
right
知
now
道啊，
is
应该
another
输定了
Adeline
啦。
Yeah.
to make a weird tension point
那一只
where
乌金
to just kind of stay in this game. Otherwise,
加上
Ugin
他
is gonna
手上
win.
的料，那马之段基本上抽不出9点伤害
Those channel
了，
lands
不太可能
are
抽出9点伤害。
good
Yeah.
magic cards.
And most of the time you play one-ofs in here because it's kind of free in air quest.
Oh, there's another Adeline.
啊，另一
Wow,
个
everything Takumi is needed to have a chance in this keeps
啊
happening.
我觉得还是很难耶。
So keeping up the good fight
Unbelievable.
here. And maybe a little punished for Balaged's recovery, returning Boseiju instead of Otawara. You do have the Boseiju to deal with Castle Lochthwain.
啊，没有。
Apologies for that. It looks like Chris was able to finish up that match.
Little teleportation there.
Yeah.
我靠北啊，那个
Yeah, we blinked and we missed it.
刚不是同时画
But
面
yeah,
哦。
Chris was in a dominant
什么鬼
position
啊
there, was able to keep control of the board, and you
这
know,
边
perhaps
导
combo
播
off
那
for the win
导
there.
播那
but,
边好像出问题啊
Gonna。
其
get
实
to
他们已经
game
打到
number
这里了。
4. And start things off here with
啊，随便啦，随便啦，
Bodyguard
那个威士忌的导播，这个
doesn't have anything to
这个
protect
不用
right
太期
now.
待啊，真
Yep.
的。
And one card I
靠
see
背
for sure is Redane in hand, which ends up
Oh.
所以 Chris 这边掉到5，
in,
in
然后白人类这边还出 G8 人，
Takumi,
哇，
please
那应该是很难的。
away, because
这一次是
I
真的难的。
never curve out like this.
Yeah,
有 G8 人呢，
absolutely.
然后又掉到
That's
5，
why I play this deck.
没有手牌去运营的。
For me as well, but
Unbelievable stuff.
然后没准我手上再一个压，直接压你那个人。
Some more shenanigans to follow.
yeah, this is going to be really rough of a follow-up as
很难啊，
long
这边。
as Takumi has another land, which I do believe I
我
saw
直接
a
推啊。
Castle Lochthwain, so going to be an extremely
你要
good
不要
curve.
打？
And then you
Yeah.
start to look at some of the removal spells to be able to deal with this. You know, Path of Peril ends up being one of my favorite options in the post-board game because, well, it doesn't get hit with that Redane tax, so you can at least play it for 4 if there's a Thalia, but it doesn't even deal with Redane. So
哎呦，另一个
that's
击
kind
败
of the
人，
best you got, but
完了，
the
没了，
Thalia
这个没
Redane
了。
combo against Lotus Field is
这
amazing.
个两个很
There's
靠
no
背
way
的，
around it. It
对，
is really just
两个
going
人
to
在
be
靠背
really
你，
tough.
你能怎样？
Absolutely. Mono white, such
太难了
an
啦，
excellent color to
太
prevent
难了，
Yeah.
the non-creature
真
decks
的，两个恶心
going
的。
off.
Strangely, this is the best out. You know, the green time walk, the unbeatable Grazer to just block Redain. That's kind of the best answer to it. But no land as a follow-up for Chris.
Oh man, that is so rough. But yeah, Grazer can do its best. Just hope for no Thalia's Lieutenant here to pump up the Flyers.
Yep, that would be very bad.
Yeah. Chris is gonna get real dead real quick.
But even this, Chris probably kept a hand that was very functional with the Sylvan Scrying.
我认为这边白人类就是也是平推就好了。反正你那个2个人把它卡成白痴，
I guess I better keep this third land for Sylvan
费
Scrying.
很多多付。
Most of the time you just have to keep the.
不是啊，这就直接被卡成白痴了啊！那个莲花根本过不去，莲花根本没办法，被卡成白痴。我就平推啊，我就叫人加斗平推。
Yep,
请问你要玩什么
is really, really bad news for Chris. It's looking like Takumi.
对，根本没办法。
It's looking real strong to advance.
Takumi Matsura.
果然刚刚那一胜啊，只是回光返照。这个局就是个7-3开的局，人类7，莲花3。
Yeah, absolutely.
你只有3成胜率的情况下，要拿下3胜太难了，真的很难。如果你说平常我们玩的3战2胜，那还可以。可是这是5战3胜，对，真的很难。5战3胜，一个劣势局要赢5战3胜，其实是非常难的一件事情。劣势对局要5战3胜赢很难，对，就会变得很难。你连那一点运气都不太能依靠了。说实话。
I see hidden strings. I see Sylvan Scrying. Not a third land and only about 4 cards there. So just trying to cobble together what are my sequence of draws that I can put together here to have a chance. If there are any.
2只、3只都3点打进。
Tricky situation for Chris.
我觉得素兰可以送了啦，素兰。下回几乎一定会死。
Had an excellent day yesterday.
Yep, absolutely.
Playing so well in this Lotus Field combo, but you know sometimes. If you can't win on turn 3, you're going to be dead.
Absolutely. And so far, we've seen 2 unique decks go into the top 4 already. This would be a 3rd unique deck. Really,
素兰真的可以送了。我看一下 ，Chris 他有没有扫场？他的扫场是用什么？如果不是3费的，就死定了。龙卷裂空嘞。 哪来那么多废啊？哎，有梅烟跟这个好像有点机会哦。他有这个的话，他有这个其实有机会。
I always like to say the temple when you need it to be an unland.
哇，不是莲花地，没了，那就没了。 不是莲花点好像就没了哎。哎呀呀！
Would not have been the biggest deal here, but let's see what the follow-up is.
Recruitment officer getting a counter.
高彩费不够，我刚看了，高彩的费好像是不够的。
1-1 counters across the board. That is.
你只有4点法力，可是现在击败人跟莎莉亚在场上，高彩7费，你根本付不出来。
A lot of damage doesn't matter. And that is going to be
打个毛线哦！
Takumi Matsura.
对面出两个鸡巴人。
Absolutely, and you know, made
你3费的咒语要7费才能出。 要6，对吧？你4费7费才能出，没办法，太难了啦，这个。就很难。很难呐。莲花你们送掉了。那要看白绿贴皮打无畏创新打的怎样。如果白绿贴皮赢，人类应该会下去。啊，如果无畏创新赢，白人类应该就又很高几率夺冠了。
It's a great match to him.
And now, with that victory, has the option of going up against either Gabriel Nassif or Benton Madsen. Who would he rather play?
你想对谁？你比较想打谁？ナシフさんで行きたい。ナシフさんとやりたいと思ってます。小黄帽啊。
If he play against Nassif, he can choose play first, so he's preferred to play with Nassif.
他比较想跟
play very important with mono white humans.
打，因为跟纳西夫打的话，好像说他会有。
Big deal indeed.
他会因为那个排序的优势，所以他可以选择先手。标准回答了，标准回答。那 C 贴笔上去其实不低，贴笔也是没对手的。对，看贴是那个啦，谁选贴笔啊？那 C 的个性。 那 Steve 应该不会玩贴皮，我觉得那 Steve 应该不是那 Steve 啊，那 Steve 应该是无畏创新。那 Steve 的个性比较喜欢玩那种可以玩花样的套牌，对，那自然是不可能是贴皮的。哎，贴皮2色哎，要求哦，哎，那 Steve 有点那个，这个局其实蛮 close 的。
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get into this. I love Takumi's answer there. Be like,
I
don't care who I play against. I just want to go first. Because, not intimidated by either player. Like, let's see, so I get to start because my deck likes to go first. That was a great answer.
Oh, Glade Cover Scouts. We were talking about this backstage, but if he can just get that card down, chances are he's going to have a pretty good matchup against whatever else is.
Absolutely. That's the most important thing here because Nassif has a ton of removal spell, especially for the white creatures if he decides to bring in Rending Volleys, which I'm sure you do, to deal with Ram, to deal with Light Paws. But the Scout, sure, you see Make Disappear, you see a couple of them in fact, but they're going to counter an Aura here and there. Eventually the Scout's going to get out of range.
那个辟邪人真的蛮麻烦的，解不掉，那个辟邪人解不掉。
辟邪人是真的解不掉。 to be able to win this game here and dig out of this hole of being down 2 games or down
+2加0践踏，然后被送进坟场，抽一张牌。不给不给不给，你那个变成小废物了。你那人就是小废物。可惜。
Yeah, and that's the ideal thing here is into 2 mana. Yeah, into 2 mana. Benton knows that if I can just play
不过还好了，至少不是被打5点，打5点就会出人命的。打5点
that's the possibility.
When you talk about double spell, that's exactly what you need to do against the
TP 的点数很小啊，所以那个被康只是这回2少2点打点而已。对，说实话，抽得到什么都不。
Yeah, definitely a possibility. I think we'll probably just see the combo.
TP 这边是大好开局啊，非常猛的开局。
It's probably just a chump blocker by that situation.
我觉得他们应该都没有想到会有贴皮啊。贴皮本来就是偏冷门的套牌。
Could help a little bit.
TP 本来就偏冷门，可能不太会有人去防范这种套牌。最不会防的可能就是 TP。
Aura right now for Glade Cover Scouts, so we'll be looking to add a couple of ethereal armors, perhaps. And as we know, Gabnassif does have an answer for the first spell.
Yep, absolutely. There we see Light Paws, Adanto Vanguard, another Audacity, Cartouche, and a 3rd land. That is a hand. That is an excellent hand.
Stacked.
真的一直辟邪人。
He's talking through Gabnassif's game plan.
If you're going for a Shard Typhoon setup, then I would actively want to play in Chain Interaction.
我还有辟邪笔，贴的时候有辟邪，然后不能被至多一个生物阻挡，要求我，什么鬼玩意啊？太可怕了吧！
get the gears turning in his own head. Sure.
I mean,
whatever helps for you.
清角
How used to talking through plays?
清角一定要康吧？那是不是现在手上还有康？
Okay, if you have that, then you have that, you have that. Okay, cool.
小黄手上
Gabnassif isn't going to be sitting there going, yes,
不然清角我是不会给过了。
He's a Hall of Famer.
怎么可能给清角过？
什么？
清角可以找那个闪光宝物出来，那个打点一下就扛不住了，瞬间就扛不住。
What a great moment yesterday when we heard Twitch chat and Hardcast Shark Typhoon.
I owe him a high five.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Still working through the potential follow-up here from Yellow Hat. So Glade Cover Scout itching to get in some points of damage here.
Yeah, and I think if Benton had just like 2 auras to just strap to this, that would probably be #1 to try to avoid removal spells. But there were quite a bit of creatures, so it would make sense that we want to start with a creature, see what happens to that, and then go from there. Adanto Vanguard looks to be on the stack. I think that got pushed up real quick. And that's a tricky one. You kind of have to make disappear that one if you're Nassif. Because, well, removal doesn't really work on that one. That kind of that was a great creature to start with. Where if Benton would have started with that light pause, that fire prophecy could have dealt with that.
压力有点
Oh my goodness.
不小，压力不小，
currently on the Glade Cover Scout, so 5
压力
points of
蛮大
damage.
的这边。
Down to 12 goes Nassif.
看Nassif 怎么抽吧。
The audacity of Benton.
The audacity. There's 3 of them.
Audacity, very good.
Thank you, thank
Yeah,
you.
and there we go. That's a 5-power creature. This is more than likely a 2-turn clock if there's kind of any follow-up here. But that is this magical turn 4 here. Nassif really looking for big score into the combo. Might be fast enough this turn if he does have all the pieces. I know Fire Prophecy was in hand, and then some mystery cards for Nassif.
Oh no, Benton's got to do the math here.
Nassif 那边没有任何动作。
Cobble together a
其实
win.
TP 这回合是有机会直接弄死他的，一个闪光宝物就好了。对，不过Nassif手上还有康，可能还有救了。 还有可能一个闪光宝物对面就爆开来了，会炸开来。
Has a lot of things prepared, you know. I mean, these are exactly what you want to be doing as a player.
过站街Nassif就畅所之，只要活过站街，这个站街Nassif就有机会哦。青椒来了，青椒是吧？
Light pause, Emperor's Voice.
不急不急，烧还可以扣着。
Looks like that's gonna resolve.
康没了哦，剩烧对不对？
So this
要
is
扣
when
一
it
血，
enters the
你想
battlefield.
贴给
So we're
谁
likely？ gonna see that Fire
一
Prophecy
费
on the light pause with an aura on the stack.
Yeah.
If there's no big score into combo. Yep, Nassif's looking right now as this
青椒可以找任意想要贴皮啊。
Being a enters the battlefield, this is going to heavily incentivize.
Nassif 有没有横财啊？对，手上有横财，会有可能会。没横财不好说。反正Nassif下回就是要凑到足够的那个，不然没办法。
Absolutely, but that's not going to work with the cartouche on
先攻
the stack. It will have first strike no matter what.
Yep.
先攻。
But yeah, absolutely, Mutavault would have been a nice way to deal with that.
Yep. First strike. Quite pesky indeed here for any potential blockers.
So that is 6. It's kind of the magic number with Nassif right now. Being at 12, this is going to be a 2-turn hit.
看Nassif有横财吗？好像手上没料哎，Nassif 手上没料。Nassif 要拼呐，下一抽是无畏创新。对他手上是一个双剑山，一个把揪，跟一个好像不知道什么东西。对，要不要烧下去还可以过一张牌？
God, it's so close. I almost think Nassif is priced into just trying to big score to get it.
Because if he's not dead right now, you got to go for it because otherwise you're dead next.
Yeah, exactly. Here's the big score, but it's smart to do it in response because if you... Oh, okay. Because if you big score and you don't hit anything, maybe you can Fire Prophecy. But it looks like
the treasures, I guess.
But it looks like Nassif wants to keep Sokens in the hand. Keep land 5. This is
横财
creativity or
有横财有希望，有横财有希望啊！
to the next round. So big draw steps here for Yellow Hat.
Hold your breath. Cross your fingers and your toes.
Let's
see if Nassif can stay alive here.
落地。
Now let's see what kind of light pause target if there's any way to interact
先叫个
with
人
the treasure. Okay, can still be on the top of the deck though. So
有
we
什么
still
可以
have
拿
a
呢
sweat.？
空灵铠
Any enchantment to force through damage here? Ethereal armor. What does that do? That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 damage. So no matter what, there's no way to create lethal.
加空灵铠，它的攻击力会到10。
Deals with a treasure or anything like that. It's just a case of Nassif is going to have to knock the top.
Nassif 要拼啊，不然哎，他手上有东西吗？好像没有哎，完蛋。 top deck， 只剩 top deck， 那是不是剩 top deck 了？哎，这也是命啊！说实话。那是不有没 top deck 最后的希望？空灵凯，他在想怎么把他的血压到剩1点啊？我刚刚算了一下，他捡空灵凯，那个 Nasib 会剩2滴血，对，那他还不会死，还有机会 top deck。对，所以他在想有没有方法可以把他压到剩下1滴，压到剩1滴血，压到剩1滴血，Nasib 是完全没机会的。对，难呐，这边 Nasib 怎样都难，对，怎样都很难。对，应该只有空灵凯的啦，能打最高伤害的，剩空灵凯。应该剩空灵凯了。对。
And yeah, Hammerhand is only making a creature not able to block the turn it comes into play, so it's not like when it attacks. It's just really going to be Nassif has a 4-outer here.
Yep. Oh man, tense moments here for the Hall of Famer Gab Nassif, holding on by the skin of his teeth.
I can already see in Twitch chat all the legends dancing around. Yep.
Okay. Hammerhand. Haste.
That is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. Having Nassif go down to 3.
Deep breath, everybody. Yep. Deep breath. Can the hat get the comeback?
My God.
Is it indomitable
3D 是不是 ？Top deck， 你的最后一摸啊！对。没得射啊，没得射就看你有没有 top deck 了。我要掀桌了哦！如果你真的抽到，我要掀桌了哦。笑了。现在在友善的言语交流。没办法呀，这边没操作可以做了。说真的，要有什么操作？没有啊 ，top deck 有就有，没有就回家，就是这样子。
Lamau. Did he find it?
He hasn't looked yet.
Oh!
谢那个靠背。
Did you not get the script?
好了啦，没关系呀。哎呀，真的是哦，怎么是谢那个诗呢？ 好啦好啦，尽力而为了。说实话，尽人事听天命了。
What a guy!
Not only is it combo, but now he cannot combo.
No.
I mean, there's not going to be enough mana to do anything.
好猛哦，这一抽。
The absolute worst card.
Oh damn, that's crazy.
不可能啊，谢那个是摸上来就没了。白白子笑了。
Into the top 4 of Pro Tour Phyrexia here.
对。贴皮有意思哎，对。尤其辟邪人，辟邪人有意思。对，而且好像不会很贵，对不对？贴皮，贴皮好像超便宜的。我跟你讲，贴皮最贵的是什么？贴皮最贵的叫做魔力巨流啊，其他应该都很便宜。对。那我觉得贴皮其实是可以玩的。贴皮打来人类白，那搞不好贴皮有机会卷。贴皮有机会卷。贴皮好像有机会卷。
Unbelievable, excellent job there from Benson Madsen. What a support. You know?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely love Captain Steve.
对，贴皮很便宜，又便宜，好像又有强度。对，贴皮。
What a show!
Absolutely, that is one of the things.
搞不好这次比赛后，大家都开始玩贴皮了。对。那不如我组一套可以刻贴皮的，对，组一套刻贴皮的，对，组那种跳楼套牌，对，贴皮怎样都没生物啊，笑死了。组个跳楼套牌。现在有白绿快力不一定要巨流，哎，对，也是，白绿快也可以。好啦，我去尿尿一下啦。对，我又尿急了。
And heck, it's Nassif on the other side.
Definitely scared. I've played a lot of creativity in the past, so I know how strong the deck can be. Sometimes you just have draws where you go interact on 1, interact on 2, Fable on 3, 4, 5, you're dead. And luckily those did not manifest against Nassif here, but they definitely could have.
So next, you're up against Mono White Aggro, the Mono White Humans deck that loves to beat down very quickly, an aggressive matchup on both sides. How do you feel about that next matchup?
I feel pretty bad. Mono White is not generally the worst matchup, but this particular player, I played him in the Swiss. He's playing 4 Ossify over 4 Brave the Elements instead, and for my deck, that's a terrible switch. Ossify is really effective. I do not really have the leisure of just being able to play around things and take my time to sort of develop my creatures because he's hitting me so hard. So I often need to play into his removal spells, which makes them even more powerful from that deck than they would be, say, from a control deck.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, my friend.
Thanks, I'll need it.
Floor players remain. We're going to find out more about them with a news desk after this.
Oh. 下一轮嘛。哎，等一下，第4轮，哎，有点难猜了，不知道谁会赢，搞不好 TP 真的会赢，说不定啊，赢了大家都在组 TP 了，又便宜又厉害啊 ，TP。看一下，感觉大家现在都去睡觉了，明天上班了。对，观众变少了，对，大家都去上班了，上班。对，哎，对我又没有开卡包哎，对，算了，等那个再开。
Coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia. Here's a look behind the scenes and all of the action that makes the games appear on your screen. You would not believe the number of hours and hard work that is put in to bring you these shows.
后台警卫在打 NO 是什么
I love that piece behind the scenes. Very Bartholomew, Monty Devoody here, joining you in
你还在
top 8 day, and we have a fantastic top 8. We've
后台导播在偷打 NO 什么
Let's
状
take a
况
look at our bracket and find out where we are
没有啦
right
没有啦
now
靠北
and where we have yet to go.
太
As you can see, like I
这
said,
个导播是
we
真的
worked our
很
way
会。
through those quarterfinals. Now we turn our attention to the
我觉得
semifinals.
这一把最精彩啊，最精彩的是这一把啦，这把最精彩，真的是让2追3欸，让2追3欸，真正的让2追3，这一局真的精彩。他们那个导播刚好挑对桌啊，其他桌都是碾烂对局啊，都是碾烂对局，不好看。
How do I get to where those Pro Tour players are? We've got some information on how you can qualify to play at the next Pro Tour. Check it out. It all starts with your regional championship qualifiers running January 6th through April 9th this year at your local game store. That, of course, qualifies you for the regional championships all over the world starting May 20th through July 2nd. And then if you can't do it that way, you can do it for April 22nd to August 20th. And those are your regional championship qualifiers. Once again, at your LGS to see yourself here and possibly.
这巨增包哦。
Pretty exciting.
Yeah,
这不是路边的捡到这种包哦。
But beyond the Pro Tour is the World Championship.
对，巨增。不是路边天桥捡的包哦，不一样的哦。
This year, let's find out who's already qualified for the biggest show in Magic. Check it out. These are our qualifiers from the last World Championship in Vegas in October. Those players already qualified and through the top 4. Their first Arena Championship.
来第二张，这是什么？
And then 3.
靠腰，结果是从后面哦。
That's only some though, Monty. We're not done.
干白痴是不是？干等一下，那要这样子，那要这样子。哎，那我怎么办？来这一张，这一张。太暗了，你看不见。巨增哦，特别的包啊。对。
From the previous season that are making it there, Anthony Lee, Matthew Sapoff, Teo Murray. These are people that we've been talking about all weekend, so definitely cool to see them on their path to the World Championship as well as this weekend.
And guess what? We sent some people from this
你好凶哦！巨增杀小太暗了，我看不见。没有，他是一个那个，你可以不用理他，没关系啊。 对，那是一个我认识的家伙。对，不用太认真，没关系，不用对他太认真。对。
Doing it twice.
Yeah, he's got to defend his crown.
没有啊，这样子从后面往前。
For the World Championship, of course, keep watching us all
来
here
第二张。
begin to fill out those seats even further. Let's
第二张，第二张这个有料吗？第二张最好当然是没料哎。
This is the sweet
再下一张。
deck in the hands of Derek Davis versus Is It Creativity Team CFB's deck.
这张也没料哎，不重要，这张也不重要。
Qualified via an RC, by the way, won the last 7 rounds.
这张也没料。
The RC to make it here.
对。
Here's a look at his path to the top 8 here today.
我开个那个啦，全幕的镜头的啊。
Went 7-3 in Pioneer overall, only losing 1 time to lock up his spot here.
这样好了。
Let's take a look at Reed Duke's road to the top 8 here as well. Only lost 1 just like Derek did. Got a bye in the final round after hitting those 12 wins, which was the magic number for the weekend. Get you a spot here on day number 3. Those are the players and their roads to the top 8. What about the decks, Lonnie?
Well, Maria, we're going to
这样子啊，这样子啊。
Derek's deck. This is definitely a deck that we haven't looked
麻烦，
at
来，
that much this
这样大家看比较清楚。这嘛，对，到现在都 C 卡，前面 C 卡跟 U 卡不重要。
Now in the semifinals, we get a good look at it, and this deck has a lot of
也没什么用嘛。
Get a look at that. The core of this deck, of course, Enigmatic Fires. Those are the 2 cards. Enigmatic
这是地耶，不重要啊，地不重要。
The powerful 4-mana enchantments
这
really
什么？
let the deck start cheating on
垃圾，好，这是垃圾。
Well, the
big
one that Derek mentioned in his interview is
也是垃圾哎，怎么会这样？
That card is absolutely massive as a cheap form of instant interaction against the combo deck that.
哎，好像有点料，是有料吗？
This matchup is not so bad. He's really proven it by facing Team Chalfar.
垃圾，这是垃圾。
Only losing to Gavin Nassif on that is a creativity deck. This is the deck that, of course, Reed is also
靠北，这是认真的吗？
Make it here with.
靠北，认真的吗？哎。
So impressive in the hands of this.
认真。
We have seen the big
靠北
and the other.
哎，太垃圾了吧！
We've seen how important.
哎，有料，这张有料，这张有料，这张。哎，闪的艾雷农。有料有料，这张几千块的，这张好几千呢，看。这张有料吧？这张有料。
All right, we'll see if Reed Duke can score big here in this matchup, or if Derek Davis will set fire to his plans. Marshall and Paul are in the booth. Take it away, you two.
这张还好，这张黑绿金卡那张。这张就刚看到了，哎，有料，艾雷农。好，赶快关掉，回比赛。企鹅这个有料吧？这企鹅这有料。
This thing is sweet. I mean, if you're a value fiend, which
有没有料啊，各位？有料对吧？
The animatic fire is where you want to be. The question is, how does it match up versus
钱有钱呢。
And do you have any thoughts on that?
而且这是亮纹的，飞瑞亮纹的艾雷农。其实我在想，要不要干脆抽给你们算了。对，如果我的追随有到的话。 不过等我那时候再说吧。当做你们支持我的回馈啊。如果我开收益的那一天啊，开收益那一天啊，或许可以给你们当回馈，反正这个也算我捡到的东西而已啊。 好 ，Red Duke 打这个，我觉得 Red Duke 会赢这个资源局。这个局不比资源，对，这个局比赢谁的快，对。那 Red Duke 优势很大。
Bitter Reunion, one of many 2-mana enchantments that you're going to see out of Derek Davis's deck. Most of them will cycle or be used as.
其实我想先抽西欧蕊，等我开收益的那一天。
A variety of powerful 3-mana creatures.
If the game does go particularly long, you see Yorion floating around over there too, and those enchantments can often provide value via Yorion as well. This is a very well-rounded deck, right? This is not
创新打创，我觉得创新赢面比较大。对，除非创火有什么对策啦。对，因为这个局。 这个局是比谁赢得快啊！这是创火最不擅长的。
And Derek Davis has to be thrilled. I'm sure he was very has to be thrilled that Reed
看 Red Duke 摸的好不好，差不多。
Because if he was playing against Nathan Stoyer, that is a horrendous matchup. Those leyline bindings not doing a whole lot in that matchup, and Derek Davis would have had a lot more trouble. But because this is a combo deck that actually utilizes creatures to win, Derek does have answers.
看一下这主牌局。
Meantime, he can get his engine rolling here. You see, not a lot of action in the early stages. Just a little bit of player, but here we go. Fable.
Extra cards stuck in my life pad. I just put this in my backpack.
Yeah, those were not relevant to his list. So Fable and Mirrorbreaker is going to hit the battlefield potentially here. Maybe a Spell Pierce from Duke.
Yeah, it's interesting because the most important enchantments in Derek Davis's deck outside of
其实他们牌表我大概都已经乱过，其实大概都知道会有什么东西。只是 Red Duke 前面什么都没有。烧，没过牌。
making sure that he has an answer for those 4-mana enchantments.
He's prioritizing those over the very
powerful
Fable and Mirrorbreaker.
Spell Pierce， 现在就是刘一费要假装的有点自然，让那个 Davis 这边踩坑。对，可是说实话 ，Davis 也没有什么不会踩坑的道理。对 ，Davis 因为每回合反正都要把费用完，对 ，Davis 本来就没有什么干扰，对。 所以 Davis 也没有什么要不要踩坑的问题，对 ，Davis 就正常做就好。
Yeah, Oath of Chandra not ideal. Chain to the Rocks also not ideal. You want instant speed interaction, so those cards great against creature decks, not so good against reads.
Discard Swords to Plowshares and Lightning Bolt.
Red Duke.
So this is tough. If you're Derek, do you
有 token
的 incarnation, but that can be a potential disaster because then he would be tapped out, wouldn't have access to leyline binding. So don't think Derek wants to go for it here, right? Because Reed can go, all right, I'm going to cast big score into creativity, kill you. Right. That's a line that Reed could be representing right now.
Duke 还要再一回合才能启动。哎，没有，不用一回合，不用一回合。双剑3就好了。Red Duke 已经有胜利的主见了啦，对 ，Red Duke 已经抽到了胜利需要的所有主见。对。双剑3。
Yeah, and the Spar's headquarters means that the leyline binding would cost 2 mana, no black source yet for Derek.
只是呢 ，Davis 这边有对策， 对，地脉束缚有一张地脉束缚当对策，所以他也没有赢。对 ，Duke 也没有赢。说实话
，not going for it here, recognizing that ley line binding is a thing, and will play it a little bit patiently here. Now the thing about
他没有急着做
is gets a lot of value.
这边不用急，对，说实话不用急。
Maybe make some tokens.
该有的都有了，对，该有的都有，所以他选择打稳一点。对 ，Duke 刚没有冲啊，冲了就踩到地脉束缚了，就自爆了。
He's going to play Nylia's presence now. That will actually reduce the cost for the ley line all the way down to the maximum. In fact, it just kind of does it by itself.
Yep, by itself. Now the ley line's binding costs 1 mana.
Jetmir's Garden's going to add to the land count as well.
Now, if Reed can find a mana source,
再一张地 ，Duke 要再找一张地啊，找一点法力出来。
If Derek Davis chooses to
再找一点 mana
1
出来。
mana up here, excuse me, if Derek Davis doesn't have a land here,
right, and he did actually play a land for the turn, but it was a tap.
手上也有
right,
大
so
田
now
园。
actually, I mean, but Reed doesn't know that Derek
对啦，手上有大田园。
only has 1 ley line.
只是他
could have 2.
要单回合赢的话，就要防地脉束缚。他想要单回合就赢的话。
Creativity with spell pierce back up here.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder from Reed's perspective.
主要是说你不知道他有几个地脉束缚。
His own ability to combo off the battlefield here or off the table.
搞不好他2个。
There's not really much going on here for Derek, right?
That's true. I mean, you can still just play it patiently.
冲动，找这样随便一张地就可以了。
Kind of force Derek to put some permanents on the battlefield that matter.
He's going to play. He's going to cycle Shark.
大田园能不能弹？可以弹，可以弹。
So he just saw a lot more cards there.
可以弹啊，大田园可以弹。可是他这样，他做组合技的那一回合不能弹。他的困难点在这里。随便赢了，该有的都有了。
Oh, he drew make disappear here as well. Does that change the equation?
Doesn't have the mana.
没关系，有那个。
and cast make disappear. But look, he's going for it here. Creativity 4/2 with spell pierce backup.
And this is going to
这样转费代表10分有信心呐，对他这样转费，对，非常有信心。
He knows this is not good news.
反正他留红其实也没意义，说实话。好像还好。
The one of, by the way.
开始喽。
Of course, right now it's like, yeah, go for it.
巨型亚龙。
30U, as they say in the business.
30U, and that is actually the name of the team that Derek Davis is on. His testing team is 2 people. Derek Davis, Benton Madsen, both in the top 4.
That's incredible.
That is wild.
And on different decks too. They didn't come to a conclusion, it seems.
Yeah, and the thing is, they actually played this as a creativity deck, and that's kind of the reason why their team name is 30U.
I was going to say because the name Team 30U, neither's playing that deck, and they're not playing the same deck, but. All right, and that looks like it is going to do it. The spell pierce will lock things up in game number 1.
有招啦，可是会被点破诶。
Continues his winning ways. He got off to a bumpy start.
那个点破真是太妙了。
He lost the first
从头到尾
and then rattled
就是在那里。
We'll make it 4.
等着关键时刻给你致命的那个戳你的痛处。可是这个局认真讲，本来就是创新大优啊，创新比较优。创新赢的太快了。展示点破，有没有2张地面束缚交出来？没有。这个局本来就是创新大优啊，对，创新赢的真的太快了。创新5回合就可能赢，对。按5回合，可能创火这边才刚开始转资源，对，才开始启动，这样根本就没办法。
Not really, doesn't really have any of the combo pieces, but
而且前期你要吃一堆康什么的，
has some interaction, has removal for
创新那边一大堆有了没的康，放2个豆开扁，对，放2豆，开扁，对不对？
It is not great, right?
He's just got a bunch of lands.
该扁创新烈焰哦。 还是那个无畏创新，无畏创新应该不会变的。我觉得无畏创新不会被变。这个局造成的那个的胜算，单纯只是因为套牌象性的问题而已。拜托，这个无畏创新打一堆干扰的牌，他妈有够难打的，对，有够难打的。那自然这套牌就没有什么会变的理由。不是啊，他选的补血，烧掉了。补到30滴以上，请你拖一回而已。有点，那也是蛮白痴的，你看。应该是不会啦。他下痛地啊，再电到血，应该不会做你说的那个状况。
Yeah, I'm thinking Wolf Willow Haven into perhaps put Yorion in hand, right?
That way you can't get countered at all, and you're more mana efficient. I like that.
重新贴这个狼人 BOD。只是现在也是2费最强的跳费贴皮了。强点在于刚贴就能用，冲动。
Right, and then now Derek goes up to 6 mana, so if he does top deck something like
我觉得这个局Red Duke压力会小很小，对，因为对面6、7回合都还不一定会赢啊，对。6、7回合都还不一定打得死他，可是他可能6、7回合还有机会赢，对。反正只要对面防御力跟血量加起来小于30就好了，加起来在30以下就够了。说实话。有个腐石头。
Okay, back over to
绑石头一张。
He's got plenty of lands, and he does need to keep hitting his land drops. Big score is usually the precursor to a massive turn. And if Reed can get a reprieve where he can resolve a big score, it often swings it in his favor.
Yeah, I think Reed's just going to pass, keep up big score, keep up make disappear, and the impulse.
This is a big draw step here for Derek because he is out of gas. He's just got a land and a chain to the rocks. Remember, we're still in game 1. He hasn't been able to sideboard those out, so he needs something great.
对，真的要来一波大的，不然有点难。
So awkward for him here.
Right, it costs 5 mana, can play it, but cannot pay for make disappear.
And you 3?
对，3费，2费。3费拿的有点，手上没有招是不是？哇，这局可能也要送给。
Also by keeping up mana, it's pretty tough for Reed to just go.
手上真的没招哎。
So,
right.
那好像真的只能送给 Red Duke。
We're gonna see big score here for sure, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no counters.
Red Duke 手牌是还很不错的2个横财，Red Duke 有横财，还有一张康。
Big score resolves.
Red Duke 招拿到了吗？
2 cards create 2 treasures, but
后台还在看啊，没有
Red
Duke 还没有招。
The cost still. Ooh, lots of lands though for Reed. Looks like.
Has another big score with the prophecy, so still has the ability to dig for a few cards.
Play this on the red side.
He's just gonna say go again, right?
Yeah. Just gonna have a big score, can go big score plus make disappear. Derek needs to find a relevant threat here, needs to try to put some pressure on Reed Duke. Is it
2, 4, 5?
Elish Norn time?
It'd be Elish Norn or Yorion, I guess.
Yorion doesn't do much.
So it's Elish Norn. Mom? Is that fair to?
There's already a mom though.
Mother, but mother of
yeah, right,
mother
runes.
Red Duke， 你是第一次碰到这张牌吗
？Anyway, 4/7 vigilance, as you can see.
Red Duke， 认真，你是第一天看这张牌？
Incredible card in this deck, Marshall.
It is nasty.
进场一能而已啦 ，Red Duke 不用怕这张牌。Red Duke 完全不用怕这张牌，当白板就好了。
Any draw is a great draw here. Any
我觉得如果再做一发横财就好了。我不用理他，这个艾雷农。
Doesn't of course stop the combo though.
Right, neither of those are ETB abilities.
Exactly.
That's unfortunate.
So if Reed can find an indomitable creativity here with that make disappear up. He could just go for the
觉得震惊啊！这是什么？我第一次看到。哦，没有，这是白板。好。Red 这张牌为什么还留着啊？对，我觉得我不会留这张牌、欸。如果是被白局的话，有其他干扰，我肯定选其他干扰。对，因为 Red 的套牌一点都不怕那张牌。对，7防尊重，原来是为了顶那30攻的其中7攻，是不是？笑死！原来是为了顶住那个30攻的其中1攻啊，其中7点攻击力啊，原来是这样子，学废了。
Derek already knows. He's like, plenty of fables have been cast against me over the course of this tournament. It's kind of a good card.
Yeah.
But just making sure because.
6个有招吗？是不是还是没招啊？对。
Right.
做2发横财还是没找到那个，也是有点衰。
Got 4 treasures, 3 lands up. He's got the Goblin Shaman.
7没了，是不是
？Good draws here for Derek. He does have a Nylea's presence. So that's gonna draw you 2 cards.
7那不是触发式异能吗？
Could use Chain to the Rocks
啊，7那不是触发式异能，他那是指示物放上去的那个。7不是进场异能哦，那不是进场异能。他是进场，然后发现他带豆去处理那个异能，所以那个不是进场异能。因为放豆这件事本身，它不是一个触发式的进场异能，它是个静止式的一个异能啊，你懂吗？对，艾雷农锁不到传记，艾雷农锁不到。对，那个并不是进场异能，对，它是个静止式的，进场带一个读书指示物，对，那不是触发式异能，那是他进场就带着的，对，然后进场后，他看到那边有一个传记指示物，然后再处理那个异能，对，应该是这样子，所以艾雷农是锁不到异能的，艾雷农锁不到7结界。对，因为传记的第1章并不是传记真正的进场异能，它是传记看到有第1颗指示物再结算的异能，对，应该是这样没有错。哎，你不会被这样口胡吧？对，我是觉得这个是真的可以口胡的。对，如果有人真的不知道传记真正的运作方式的话，其实是会被口胡的。对，这边是有可能被口胡的。对。艾雷龙要来单刷了，阿瑞6个很衰啊，还没找到那个招。
Does give up, you do give up a little bit here in that Fable of the Mirror Breaker does go to Chapter 2 and help Reed look at 2 more cards.
Which he needs. He's flooded out. I mean, remember, he's resolved 2 big scores this
那个腐蚀柱拿去处理掉那个 token 了。
He discarded a land to one of them.
对。
And he's going to discard 2.
你知道吗？如果 Red Duke 有2个生物哦，那一张贴皮可以摇2个，可是只有1个啦。小了，没办法，因为 Davis 唯一能做的就是拿艾雷龙撞 Red Duke 的脸，对。对，他没有其他选择。还有地脉束缚可以用吗？对。我也会说，其实我在口胡别人。他靠腰。原来你要这口胡别人哦。
You're kind of happy to have these targets anyway. Like Fire Prophecy being resolved would be just a good thing for.
不过有一说有个东西锁得到传记啊，绿魔判呐，绿魔判就锁得到传记，对。因为绿魔判是效应，它锁的不只是异能，是连效应一起锁。对，传记原本进场带1个豆的效应，对，被绿魔判改成0个豆了，对，所以绿魔判锁得到传记。对。
Yeah, Reed may have to go for the 3 for 1. He's going to look at his hand again. It doesn't feel good to do that, but I don't think you can sit here and let Derek do this. I mean, if he gets to.
这边只能艾雷龙拼命4D 很臭啊，好，只是有点慢而已。6个还用猎金奇谭过牌，对，我烧一下。
Do what you gotta do, right?
This is that exactly.
其实瑞六个的法力可以震下谢纳格斯了，对，瑞六个的法力多到可以下谢纳格斯，对，有点好笑。再烧，哇，艾雷农7防哎，2张烧还烧不死，对，艾雷农7点防御啊，2张烧还点不死。3张烧打一个艾雷农哎，我靠！他拿3张烧去打艾雷农，有点好笑，说实话。对。
But still needs to be mindful that Reed could combo off at any time, right? So wants to keep up leyline binding.
And maybe 2 extra mana at the minimum.
One note, though, is Fires of Invention not very good with that leyline binding, at least in this matchup. If Fires is in play, you can only cast spells during your turn, which is really, really bad when you're playing against this matchup.
So he will have to basically win the turn that he plays Fires most of the time.
Right.
I feel confident that he can.
But
still
unable to find a creativity after multiple big
看哪个技
and multiple runs.
如果是历史事件的，其实密制榜的技是没有问题的。那种技。
Oh, we're in the Mutavault portion.
其实2个技都是通用的啦，对我有听过这种说法。对，其实你用哪个其实都没什么差。对。
Derek needs to find some. I mean, he's got some.
通常那种很久远的预言或者是什么历史事件是比较常用密制榜的技，可是其实研制榜好像也可以。对，研制榜好像也是可以。
Or are we just going to continue taking it slow? Play out another Nylea's presence. 2 damage is not too bad, right?
Yeah, he's got 16. I think he can do that for quite a while.
伤害。Davis 可以在贴皮抽1张牌啊，传记才是对的。对啊，我就觉得密制榜传记讲历史事件好像是这样子。什么史记、项羽本纪什么的，好像也都用密制榜，对不对？对。可是我看也是有人会用研制榜啊，对，所以我其实也分不太出来。对，好像其实根本没有人在乎这种事情。
Leyline binding plus pay 4 mana on make disappear.
压给那个研制榜是写人才用的，哦，是这样哦。写事件用密，啊，写人用研制榜。这我倒是第一次知道哎。抱歉啊，国文没有满积分啊，对，难怪我国文没有满积分，笑了。
Yeah, it's a little difficult to see what are lands, what produces extra mana, what doesn't.
Okay, how many cards?
That mountain has Nylea's presence double.
6个找我2个 make disappear 哦，天哪！
Okay,
it is actually beatdown. I mean,
算了，看用扁的，用扁的了。
I mean, remember, you know, if Derek does.
6个用扁的了，靠腰。
Could always cash in those
国文好像差2题满积分，你国文很蛮猛的吧？这样子，这样你国文算蛮猛的。对，我不知道快差几分啊？你知道吗？我根本不去算原始分数的，我只想看成绩单出来后上面写几分，对我都不敢去算那个分数，算那个对自己感觉也没什么帮助啊。对，只能开扁了，没错。 知道不管什么组合技啊，做不出来，反正就是用叫地上来扁人就对了啊。对。社会不好的社会组，没关系，我是自然不好的自然组啊。
Yeah. Reed is forcing the issue. So I think you have to let it go to the graveyard.
Wow, heads up play.
That's a lot of cards, right? He could have drawn 2 cards and have a better reunion trigger.
Yeah. Heads up play from Reed and a heads up play from Derek as well. Not to.
6个有没有招？ 谢纳格斯。
And Reed just drew Xenagos.
Now this turn is actually interesting because
老实说，我有点越来越不懂这一局在打什么了。靠北，靠北两边怎么都抽的这么烂啊？等一下，两边好像都很烂呢。怎么看呢？
But now is it time to double down on the clock?
快抽到啊，抽不到啊，两边一样废。等一下，两边的牌。想看人类打铁皮。你已经放工了。
Yep, it's time.
正下线。靠北。靠北。太好笑了吧？这个谢大哥是真的正下了。
Derek might just go for the ley line binding here on the Xenagos, but
he
does have the counter, right?
Yes, he does.
Go make disappear.
再绑
Sack a spirit.
Yeah, and Derek's gonna go for it here, and Reed will get to resolve this, make disappear. The Xenagos.
越来越看不懂这一局在打什么。第二组绑走那个谢纳克斯吗？
That make disappear in his
Sack a
hand.
treasure.
这样打比较快啦。
Yep. Sack a spirit. Still get you for 4.
Yeah, I mean, Derek's down to 12. He can go to 8 here.
All right, Reed's basically all in on this Mutavault. Now, Derek does have a Moonblast Cleric, right?
Yep.
And that can put Enigmatic Incarnation.
打到是，哎，真的要谢那个是加工打赢哎，我靠，真的假的
？Or another Leyline Binding, right?
我就觉得那个僧侣要下了啦。
I mean, right now,
David 是僧侣该下了，对，他扣了很久，我不知道再扣过几点。
Yeah, it's 2 turns.
Yeah.
一定要下了。
Okay, he's gonna play the Moonblast Cleric. Because he drew a land for the turn.
And remember,
梅尔塔斯好
it's
凶，
not a bad idea
也
here
是蛮凶的。
to just make a 2/2, right? Then you can just double block the Mutavault, and then all of a sudden Reed doesn't have any attackers.
True.
然后狼人庇护力，哎。
Okay, well he's going for it. He's gonna get Enigmatic.
狼人庇护力啊，
Incarnation.
牺牲给太翘一个，叫一个。
Yeah, I mean you have that fire.
这样就不会那
so you
个
can play that.
至少可以双挡掉那个地胶。对，他有个狼人庇护力，可以掰掉，然后升狼。
Now, is there a window here
这一张牌的
for
神
Reed
奇
to
功
combo
用。
off? Yes, right?
He does. I mean, if he just draws creativity off the top.
Right.
Right now, Derek doesn't have any way to answer
再
it.
扁
But given this,
getting in for 4.
我就再扁。
All right, just the chump block here.
再打那个2点，剩6点。
All right, and it's incarnation time. What will?
Red Duke 还有 Make Disappear 一张。他没掰啊？为什么不掰啊
You can get a Cavalier of Dawn. Kenrith.
沉默。
Fires of Invention.
Yep.
And then he gets to play the Enigmatic
哇，没
Incarnation.
办法。
Move to end step, sacrifice fires, and get a 5-drop. Let's see what he's gonna get.
5费哦，他想找什么呢？
This has to be a huge step forward for Derek Davis.
Absolutely.
Cavalier of Dawn.
那你要炸什么
Target itself. Make a 3/3, and then return target artifact or enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand. So now
炸自己
he
的
can
东西
get
吗？
Leyline Binding back,
叫
so he
3针
doesn't get comboed out. Excuse me. Very heads up play here from Derek, recognizing the way that he loses this
这是
game
绿
is
旗。
still creativity off the top. Love this play here.
炸
from
自
Derek.
己
You still have
升
your creature to
3/3，
block.
然后回收一张传奇，
Right, and then next turn
回
you
收一
can
张
just- I
结
mean,
界。
Incarnation is still in play, right? You
不是
can
他
still
炸他
continue
自
getting
己
value.，
他炸他自己，
Yeah, that was an awesome
这
play
样
from
他不
Derek.
止捡一个结界，还顺便升个3/3，还蛮猛的。
This is a beautiful line of play.
好
This
强的
is,
操作哦，这波。你现在地脉束缚又
symbolic
回
of
来了，
somebody who's played this
怎样？我再扁
Close
啊，
the deck
来啊！
inside and out. I think we're gonna see
有没有？
the Xenagos get exiled here.
我再扁。啊，没招。
And that'll leave that Mutavault without any
对
good
他
attacks
炸
next
白
to the
骑士
3/3
自己，
golem.
白骑士炸白
Now
骑士
remember
自己，
this Leyline Binding.
然后升3/3
You
加
can
捡一
actually
个
sack
结
that
界
as
回收
well，and get a
大概是
7 drop
这样。
out of your deck. So you can get an Agent of Treachery and have
没
your
有
own
Red
Xenagos.
Duke 后面料都没抽上来啊，基本上这一局输了啦。对 Red Duke，我没想到会抽的这么烂，
But now you have to think on Reed's side.
Ryu 哥怎么会抽这么烂？真是没想到。
What are you gonna do? You can make some 2/2s with Fable. You have Mutavault. If you make enough treasures, I suppose you can hard cast Worldspine Worm. That's kind of tough to win with.
Yeah.
疯狂打呼，没办法，这个局真的打了，我的眼睛快合上来了。这一局。
So that's probably what Reed might be looking for in Odawara on the Leyline Binding plus creativity to get Worldspine Worm.
这局真的没办法啦，密太转身出来，基本上
Derek's the one
就是没办法，真的没办法。
With the incarnation, what are you going to sacrifice?
密太转身出来就是代表那个 Davis 这边已经转起来了，对，他转起来了。
Okay.
他转起来的情况，那这边对 Duke 又没有资源，那自然就是慢慢被熬死了，慢慢的输掉啊。
I imagine it's Leyline
Binding. This is the key
card of the matchup. If I just have as many of these as possible, it's going to be really hard for you to get me.
Big score.
Oh, this is a big one for Reed. He finds big score.
好像还有救。
He really needed something like this.
还有救。
He's already resolved 2 of these this game and is yet to find his combo.
也不是没救嘛，现在这样。
Did he find it now?
没有的话就太扯了，这很衰。
Yeah, it's just getting a Worldspine Worm here without being able to give it haste or anything just doesn't do much, right? Especially with if Derek has a Leyline Binding on top.
应该是没有。
And big score looked to be a big whiff. I mean, take a look at what Reed has right now: Spell Pierce and a land.
Jeez.
哎呦，好衰啊！
It was Leyline Binding, by the way.
然后 Davis 手上又有地板束缚，那应该是真的没了。
He's doing a devotion check on Xenagos that's underneath the Leyline Binding.
确定一下那个线力够不够
？Right？
应该线力是不够的啦，线力还不太够。
So very, very close.
开扁。
All right, and now we're gonna see a sacked Leyline Binding. So Reed's gonna have it temporarily.
还你啊！我要找那个泰坦，我要找
Agent of Treachery here.
直接开头。
Is it correct that?
直接开头哎！我操
Can you help me understand the order that these things happen?
So yeah. So basically, the trigger goes on stack when the trigger goes.
哎 ，Radio 哥，你不投吗？我快睡着了。你再不投，我要睡着喽。
Oh right, okay.
So this will go back in the table.
Understood.
Then this card on the battlefield, the trigger goes on the stack. You get to choose a target which is already on the table.
Okay, understand that part. Just a separate question. Does this, after he sacrifices, is the trigger still on the stack, or does the whole text of the card happen?
The whole text resolves.
Okay, but because this says until it leaves the battlefield.
It's not a trigger.
Okay.
Like it used to be in years ago.
Cool. All right.
Oh my god.
Did you tell me you do have 7 devotion?
I do have 7 devotion.
Oh, he does have 7.
我看7点限定，哎，他有7点限定，谢娜哥是站起来了。
A 6-5.
笑了，谢娜哥是站起来了，哇靠！靠背，我看了什么？谢娜哥是站起来了，他在 Radio 哥的套牌站不起来，可是他在Davis 的套牌站起来了。谢娜哥是。
7 devotion.
That's crazy.
就很乱啊，现在画面，我都不知道他们有什么你知道吗？
Second chapter here.
好啦，反正谢娜哥是现在站起来就对了，你只要知道这一点。现在谢娜哥要反过来揍 Radio 哥。没啊 ，Radio 哥一直抽地。
Half his library.
Yeah.
Secrets of the Key 是什么 ？Secrets of the Key 是什么？哦，这个也可以生衍生物啊。对。
That's right, Derek. You get one.
两边画面都很满，对，两边画面都很满。
This is another sneaky way for Reed to get some tokens on the battle.
对，超乱，现在这样子。
And if you play again.
Ooh, we finally found the creativity.
终于找到了。可是你的谢纳哥斯在别人那里耶，你怎么看呢？哎，你的谢纳哥斯在这里啊，大哥。好像没办法哎。对，没有啊 ，Reduke 比较不会放弃啊，他的个性。他就是要跟你打到底的那一种，对，不管怎样。还肯里斯的要结束了吧？哎，赶快下一局啊！对，对，这种坐牢局，观众跟主播跟玩家都很难受，你知道吗？对，这种坐牢局，对，因为有一边都不放弃啊，对。对，真的蛮坐牢的这一局。哦，全部敏捷践踏直接推了，哎呀，不管了。克里斯加 S 加 S 就是55嘛，加 S 加 S 敏捷，全打。全部打了，全部打。
Oh yeah.
So 23 damage. That's
currently
lethal.
Reduke 好了啦，好了啦，我们回家啦，我们回家啦 ，Reduke 不要再打了。
And Kenrith can start throwing counters around.
Yeah. Kenrith does everything.
6个还想打。对。Reduke，What
a win by Derek!
Reduke 要怎么赢？谢纳哥斯已经被抢劫。好了，他放弃了。哎，别这样，这个局我看了都难受啊。我觉得观众应该很难受。我看一下。对那个啊。笑了，我还以为这一桌在打指挥官呢，他妈的东西都铺满的，哪怕多看你一张牌，就是不知道这个不放弃啊，哪怕多看你一张牌我都赚了，对，没事，苦的是对手跟观众啊，没事，对 ，Reduke 就是要跟你。其实本来就知道他就是那种会跟你打到他妈的，就是血量真的被打完才会结束的那一种。对。对啊。靠腰按到了，在哭是不是？我那个花束侧键按错了，看怎样？我这按错了，等一下。对，这边啊，这边啊。
Break, but when we come back in, we'll have more. Of Derek Davis versus Reed Duke don't go anywhere.
可是我觉得 Reduke 以套牌象性来讲 ，Reduke 胜算还是大。对 ，Reduke 胜算说实话还是大。对。对。好啦，再等那个，又是那个等。我去倒一下水好了，反正应该没那么快吧。我去倒个水啊，我的水都没了。对，你没有有水啊？到底要播到几点啊？对，我这可能要播到清晨4、5点，没有啦，3点，差不多，因为4强2场，对，要决赛1场，3场，没有那么多。 可能会有季军战吧，我不确定会不会有季军战。说实话，我没有特别看赛程，所以我不知道季军战有没有。光看人数其实还不错对，2万多人在看。
Tour Phyrexia Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Chian. We are in our first semi-final match here in the top 8, and the players have split their first 2 games. So we're going to go a little old-fashioned here. We're going to play a best 2 out of 3, but they are sideboarded games.
MTGA 不知道能组啥好玩的牌，睡了。好，玩啊。
Game number 2, but things do change after the.
我是觉得看你玩什么赛制吧，对。不然我也很难回答。
cards that I imagine Derek is going to remove from his deck are those Fires of Invention. Now it's a great and powerful card, but it's so important. The most important card is Leyline Binding, and to have the ability to cast that at instant speed. So I think we're going to see 4 copies of the Fires of Invention being sideboarded out, and then I think we're going to see 3 copies of Mystical Dispute being boarded in from Derek's side of the battlefield, just to help fight those counter wars. Now, if you're in Reed's side of the battlefield, the question is, do you want to go with the Hullbreaker Horror strategy, right, and just kind of play more of a controlling style, or do you want to just go for the combo?
So hopefully we'll get an idea of what Reed's up to here.
And I cannot definitively say which one he's going to go with, as he's tricked me every time.
Yeah, we did see him kind of do the old 1-2 punch there back in the first quarterfinal match.
下一个地，好。
See Secrets of the Key there from Reed. Duke kicks things off. He's got 2 mana up now. Gentmir's Garden's the first land.
直接抽啦，直接丢个顾一下手牌。
Develop their mana and we get underway.
Oh wow, and Mystical Dispute here also being boarded in from Reed. So Reed ready to fight the counter wars. Remember, Reed does know that Derek has access to those 3 disputes, so knows that there might be an instance where you're going to be fighting over.
所以说不这样做很难打那种带蓝的套牌啊，重康。 不下重坑很难，很难跟他们玩游戏。
At a discounted rate. A little bonus there for Reed. Glacial Fortress is going to hit the battlefield now for Derek.
And no fear of getting comboed out here. So probably going to be looking to play something here. Just has to think. Which threat do I care about the least, maybe, right? You have an Archon of Emeria and a Hanged Executioner. Hanged Executioner is nice just because even if it dies, it leaves a body. Of course, make disappear deals with that.
实际上那张牌叫大干一票，恨才是 Windfall。
It's gonna go for Archon of Emeria.
没有啦，那个我只是习惯叫那个东西而已。因为我有听过有人讲恨才啦，对。我当然知道恨才叫 Windfall 啊。
Dig a little bit deeper.
Yeah, you got to feel like every time he fires off a Fire Prophecy, he feels, you know, a little bit of relief almost, right? That he gets to get that card out of his hand for good effect.
烧掉那个击败人啊！不要出现在我面前。
Right.
那个真的是很烦的。
Exactly what he needs.
那个真的很烦，一会有人做一招。
So this is a good sequence for Reed. He gets to end step kill the 3-drop. Derek's tapped out.
没有留恨才。
Pass. The question is, can he punish Derek during this turn cycle? If he gets to resolve big score, that would be incredible. Derek needs to keep the pressure on Reed without getting reckless. It's a fine line.
Yeah.
The temptation is, well, I think you're going to counter my spell, so I'm just not going to do anything, and that is not forward.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Leyline, excuse me, Nylea's presence here. Now Derek does have the ability to play.
一次给满所有类别。
The binding
for 1 mana. Reed does not have to be worried about Mystical Dispute here on the big score. So other counter spells you might be concerned about, but because the only counter in Derek's sideboard is Mystical Dispute, you can pretty safely go ahead and cast big score here. Derek has to pay 3 mana to try to counter this.
那我们这边 Davis 也有神秘干扰，很菜。
Yeah, I think the other consideration was just maybe I just make a 2/2 and draw a card.
Sure.
Right. But this
六个的备用计划应该是 Shock 台风，用 Shock 台风就直接转控制，当控制在玩。对，正常。
So gonna be leaning pretty hard on this second big score.
不管什么牌，然后总是要留个后路的。很多套牌都会留个后路啊。Plan B。
Yeah, it's just tough. The
才不
only
会
thing if you're
直
on
接
Derek's side
使
is,
特定解啊。
in order for me to advance my big game plan, I do need to play something kind of expensive.
Yeah.
So Reed can kind of play this draw go game where I go, I pass, big score, get more treasures, Psycho Shark Typhoon. I can do all these things. Whereas Derek goes, well, I guess I need to play my Incarnation. And then all of a sudden, you only have 3 mana or 4 mana to be able to cast Leyline Binding plus Mystical Dispute, right? So I feel like as the game goes on, if Derek kind of is on the I need to always make sure I have all this mana up plan, I think that just kind of favors Reed's game plan.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see another big score here from Reed. And the question is, does Derek fight over it?
I mean, if he casts Mystical Dispute, I think Reed would just pay it, or just pay it.
Or just pay it? Oh, okay.
要不要给他
If you want to just hold on to the
你不给就是再多2个，用一张用3连法力跟1张手牌换掉对面2颗珍宝。我跟你讲，这很难呐，这个很难呐。Ray 现在优势太大了。基本上有招的情况，Ray 就会直接结束游戏就好了。啊，Ray 有什么？啊，怎么还是这么烂？还是很烂嘞。算了算了，正下沙龙卷吧。对。换你，我不要，我要玩我的组合技。
Dig through time as well.
Dig through time 哦，有历史挖掘哦。他有历史挖掘。
Shark time.
4/4杀，抽一张。
So now, I mean, Reed
现在
gets to
Ray
kind of play this draw
还
go game,
有
but
历
also has
史挖
access to
掘
these Shark
哦。
Typhoons that Derek has to answer.
正下还是会被
Derek
解
did。keep some copies of
对
Chains in a，
所以这不是他打这套牌的那
recognizing
个。
that Shark Typhoon is an alternate
沙龙卷可以当打红黑的备案了，红黑拆不掉，
be able to win this
红
game.
黑很难拆沙龙卷。对，所以打红黑他的组合技，如果短时间抽不到个人，直接沙龙卷直接赢了。对。 因为这个局他自己的计划就是大优了，对，说实话，他的主计划对上4色创我其实本来就大优了，对，他的 Plan B 就其实没那么重要，对 ，Plan B 是打像什么红黑什么有的没的，那比较烦的，对
，the mana，
对，那可能就是 Plan B 就是沙龙卷。
Yeah, it's kind of funny because there's a lot of virtual
好多法力哦，
Yeah.
超多。哎，不是，那是线索，那是线索，好像不是真吧？那是线索。对，又线索，还抽牌，哇，什么都有了。Ray 财富自由啦，什么都有了。我靠，这边 Ray 就是做就好了，我觉得。把这对面。 哪绕得过这么多康？对 ，Davis 绕不过这么多康啊！对，啊，他继续蹲。Ray 表示没有，还要蹲，还要蹲。对，还能蹲。那就不如蹲到底。Ray 这边继续蹲呢，我天啊！我以为要直接做嘞，他手上有。 手上有那个3张康哎，还不行哦。哇，对，手上3张康还不错，没有，还不行，还不行。他表示还不行。
Derek only has access to 3 mana, so let's try to piece this together here. Now Reed Duke has access to.
And he's going to play Dig Through Time.
Dig Through Time， 赢定的啦，蹲的越深，跳的越高，就打稳了。对，他知道自己几乎必赢的情况，他选择打稳一点。对，这也是个选择。对， 而且现在 Davis 又用掉3点法力，他绕不掉那2张软康了。对 ，Davis 绕不掉那2张软康了。对，点破咒语跟神秘干扰他都绕不掉了。他剩下3点法力。没办法 ，Davis 的套牌不能接受被动啊。对 ，Davis 的套牌只要一被动，就注定要落后了。Davis 这个局被迫打的被动啊，对，可是他的套牌是最不能被动的那一种，对，他要玩自己的计划才可以。对，现在打超稳的。对我都不知道他要怎么输，手上啊5张康哦，我操！5张康真的是不可能，我真的想不到5张康要怎么那个。
I'm gonna say he does, but
that's what I'm. Yeah. So if Reed has the combo here.
5张康唯一解，对面2张大田园吧，2个大田园加2个那个，不然好像没办法。
What is the worst thing you can do here?
Reed got the time, right? Yeah. He got to resolve dig through time. He got to resolve impulse, 2 big score. He cracked 2 clues this game.
砸这3个可不可以？
That plays around Boseiju.
有没有母生树？2张母生树。
Now he knows.
Earlier.
啊，没有，那就没办法了。
And he says, "I'm just going to show you the combo." And there's the 2 combo pieces. Now we will see a bit of a fight.
Right.
Plus, let's not forget.
If there was a hull breaker horror and there an accident, right? Just have to go through.
Yeah.
And Davis 现在趁现在啊，得到情报啊，对，看对6个背牌怎么换。
Right. Because otherwise he wouldn't have to show Derek.
对，那个 Davis 这边输了，可是好处是他有对6个换背的所有情报，对他知道对6个大概有什么了。对，虽然说可能等一下会再换，就是对，没办法。
And once he taps him out, then he knows. Okay, he's got dispute, whatever it is. And Derek says, "Okay, you got it." And Reed Duke moves 1 step closer to the final. He is up 2 games to 1.
Yeah, this seems to be a lot more in Reed Duke's favor.
靠，已经我们看的都是记录档哦，好像不是同步的。
After sideboard, because you have access to so many more counter spells to fight what Derek's trying to do.
现在这是第4局一半哎，啊靠腰，这个到底在播什么啊？
It's just you can't win that fight, right? You cannot dig through time.
我是觉得不弄成同时完全即时的有点那个啦，有点可惜啦。对，我们都不知道那个场上真实的情况。 感觉差了一点意思，对，真的是差了一点意思。我们现在看的都是那个，就比如说贴别人一打完，可能都在吃便当啊，靠腰，是有可能啊，那2个比较快打完。所以说这个不是同时的那个，我是比较希望是同时啊，对，才不会漏看一些东西。 你看，我们现在都不知道到底前4回合到底出什么事。对，靠腰是怎样？对，也不是我那个啊。
Of his own, he's got the creativity. He does have a spell pierce and an impulse, so lots of different cards here. Lots of wiggle room.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that
专业赛有没有机会逆袭
for that make disappear that was right when we came in, but chose not to.
就看这一局，这局过了有6个就能重返荣耀了。
Then fetch for a 3-mana creature.
And this is what you were talking about, right? Even I mean, Bitter Reunion's probably one of the weakest of the enchantments.
哦，6个还有个奇袭结界已经下来了。
Bitter Reunion. Discard a card.
奇袭结界开始跟你熬啊。
Probably going to sacrifice it for. He did this before. Maybe Moonblast Cleric into Leyline Binding, right?
Yep.
Can also run out the Hanged Executioner and just go, if you have it, you have it. But I think maybe it's better to just bluff it. Although remember, Reed does have creativity plus spell pierce.
只要过了这一个坎
Got to be very careful.
But that does not.
这个他应该高几率能赢。Reduke 这个他高几率应该会赢。好啦，我可能在赌奶啦，好不好？我可能在赌奶，但是我是真的这么想的。对。那最后一道坎就是那2个其中 那两个其实都是劣势对局，对 Radio 的套牌，就看他能不能跨过去了。对，如果他真的跨过去了，那就是真的实至名归啦。对，决赛劣势局还打赢。对，说实话，这个真的是有资格叫自己冠军啊。我好像讲的好像他已经夺冠了一样我先不要毒奶好了，对不起。对。对。冲动。
So Reed's got the pieces lined up here, and also has an Otawara in hand
在手上
to potentially bounce Leyline Binding. But right now, I mean, Derek did not find a land here.
No, he found, it looks like Portable Hole.
Yeah, Portable Hole would perhaps kill the Shaman here.
Sure, but I mean, he may as well, I guess, is kind of the idea, because you can't play around Spell Pierce or make disappear anyway.
Bye bye. 大年元坛，在你进结束阶段前做。
Enchantments are going to stay that way.
And so now, Reed can go land.
Ready 该来了吧
？If he has a land.
Oh, there's the question for Reed.
两个生物把两个东西给砸了。
And there it is, target these two. And Derek says that sounds fine to me.
来了哇 ，Davis 应该没办法阻止那个 Radio 哥啦，这边。
And it resolved, so this should be it here for Reed.
这一局啊 ，easy 吧。这局真的对 Radio 哥太有优势了，基本上8-2开吧，8-2开的局，我觉得。8-2开或7-3开，那个 Davis 真的很难打这种局。Davis 擅长的是资源的交换，资源的累积才是 Davis 要牌真正厉害的。对，打这种局，真的是 Davis 没办法。
What a day for Reed so
好吧，
far.
好，我们来看另一桌吧。
Down 2 games to Nathan Stoyer, and he's rattled off wins. Picked up a one loss.
那也说了，赢那是因为套牌象限问题啊，真的。
With is it creativity?
Yeah, and
有些牌就是不好打，某些牌。
Just the back and forth between the two, but I
先驱就是这样。
The way that those matchups play out post board really has to favor Reed's side there, right?
进决赛。
Absolutely. I mean, you could tell that Reed was able to sculpt his hand over and over and over again, where being more sorcery speed for Derek there was really punishing.
Yeah, the only way Derek can kind of get ahead there is play your spells early in the turns where basically you're not threatened to die. So it's turn 2 something, turn 3 Fable. But once you're turn 4 or turn 5, do you really want to play Fable? You don't. And we saw that.
He never did.
I cannot play this Fable. And then at some point he goes, well, you cast 2 big scores, I have to go for it. And Reed was just like, well, now I have 9 mana. I can just combo you up with counterspell backup.
It's way too late after that point, but it also feels reckless to try to do it before that point. It did feel like a difficult matchup, particularly post-board there for Derek.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't really know what else he could have done, though, right? He identified that Fires was bad, took them out. You're already playing an 80-card deck, so sideboard cards are kind of less impactful because you have a lower chance of drawing them. Brought into disputes, but I just think the overall game plan just changes completely. Reed actually boarded out a significant amount of removal, just realizing, look, you're playing these enchantments, you're not really beating me down. I'm just going to bring in all of my counterspells, right? Because I only care about one card. That's Leyline Binding. As long as I can deal with that, I'm good.
Yeah, and that really worked out well for Reed there. Again, as you could see, he was able to craft a game plan where he got to do what blue-red mages love to do, which is play a land and say go, and then have the option to use a counterspell when necessary, and when not, augment your hand, draw some cards, you know, get a big score going, impulse, we saw some clues get cracked, like any other way to sort of generate advantage when your opponent doesn't do the thing. And blue-red decks have been doing this forever.
我的康牌就对付你的低脉束缚就好了。
Incredible. Making it into the top
非要多赶快比赛了，他在讲那个
A little funny on team
为什么 Radio 可以
and then he just got 30 that's to get knocked out of the event.
确实啊 ，Radio 哥的康顾好低脉束
right? Benton Madsen also in the top
然后你不做事，我就做横财。
into the top 4 and
然后我就越来越不怕你的低脉束，大概是这样子。
amongst that team.
Yeah, great run by Derek and an awesome deck to get him here, but it does end here because Reed Duke picks up the win and he's with Cedric.
I am here in the feature match area with the winner and moving on to the finals. It is Reed Duke. Reed, how we feeling moving on to the finals of a paper PT?
I feel great. I mean, I'm still playing, which is the best part.
So, crazy 5-color deck. There's a lot of things you have to consider when you're playing against that Enigmatic Fires deck, which I imagine you didn't test a ton against coming into the tournament. So, what was the thought process coming in, both pre-board and then post-board?
Well, I would say the single most important card in the matchup is Leyline Binding, which Derek could cast for 1 mana to stop my combo. And, you know, if he wins that battle, it's really hard for me to recover and try again. So that was the card I had to keep in mind. In game 1, I have a whole lot of counterplay, so I sort of had to pick my spot and go for it. After sideboarding, things can go longer, I have some more weapons. I sort of got the classic like blue player advantage of he has to operate at sorcery speed while I have a lot of instance and card selection, so I can kind of develop the game direction that I wanted to and was able to do that in the sideboard games.
So your finals matchup, it could be mono white humans, it could be Selesnya Auras. Is there one you prefer over the other, one step away from becoming a Pro Tour champion?
I kind of view both matchups the same. They're both like, you know, scary aggro decks where the die roll matters a lot. Incidentally, both those players are higher seeded than me, so they will get to go first. Also, incidentally, those 2 players are my 2 constructed losses in this tournament. So, I'm going to try my best, but it's definitely not a foregone conclusion or anything.
Well, we will certainly be watching. That's Reed Duke.
Great stuff from Reed Duke there. As you can see, he's a happy camper. This is him moving on to the finals. We, of course, have another semifinal match to bring you. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be at the news desk with Maria and Monty to help set up that second semifinal. Don't go anywhere.
冠军的哦，没有，还没。要看2个快攻，在哭啊，算了啦，其实无所谓。看 Redu 要跟谁打，要先看另外2个的，人类打白贴皮，白绿贴皮。对，好像现在白绿贴皮会比黑白贴皮更好。对，白绿贴皮自带辟邪人，这太强了！自带辟邪人真的有差，就变成说，你其实对魂体那种皮的依赖就不会那么高啊。对，反正对面又点不到你的人，就怕最高裁决而已啦。那白绿贴皮也有那种新的一费的，很强的皮。贴皮晋级了啦，有吗？贴皮晋级了，我靠！我刚没看清楚对，冠军赛了吗？黑白没路拉斯那一刻就死了。路拉斯有白有黑就能过啊，对，有白就能过啊，只是路拉斯确实很重要啊。对，确实啊，那个续航太强了，路拉斯。人类怎么打贴皮？看你单解放多少啊！没单解，那你就下去吧。对，反正人类打贴皮，对面先下辟邪人，人类先输一半啦。对，先下辟邪人，人类输一半。唯一解是不会逆境，不会逆境可以打高伤。
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia. There's
有機會一波打高傷，
不會逆境 is going on all this weekend as well. Really awesome stuff to participate in. And up here, it is the Pro Tour and day number 3. Maria Bartholdi and Monty DeBooty with you here on the news desk. And we've seen a lot of amazing decks this weekend in Pioneer, which was kind of setting the stage at the pro level for Pioneer in a way we had never done so far, right, Monty?
Yeah, absolutely. We had seen, of course,
非常依賴不會逆境這張牌。
this point, but Pioneer, this is really the first big
professional
appearance for it in a very, very long time. So getting to see how the format developed and how exactly we landed, well, this weekend was the decider, and we saw a lot of different decks make a splash, 6 different archetypes in our top 8, and a few sitting just on the outside in that we don't get to see represented.
Yeah, one of those is Obzon Greasefang, a very, very cool deck. And I know my friend Megan Wolf, so we've got a deck tech from Eli Loveman on Obzon Greasefang for you right
正常人类应该是想不太到啦。Deck teach。
What's up, everybody? It is Deck Tech time.
现在还要教我们怎么老鼠开车哦。
The one, the only, the person who wanted to Deck Tech
教
so
我们怎么
bad
老鼠开
that
车
they red-eyed in
快
this
点
morning. It's Eli Loveman. Eli, how
我
are
人
you?
快睡着了。
And you know what? You made it just in time. And did you get on here? Did you get here via Parhelion number 2?
I took it straight from the airport, yes.
Okay, beautiful. That's a really nice ride you got there.
快点
I mentioned that card because you were doing something here this weekend that not a lot
我
of people
不
are
想
doing.
知
And
道
I'm really
怎么
curious as
玩
to
老
why.
鼠
It is
开
Obzon
车，
Greasefang.
好不
The
好？
Greasefangs, we're doing vehicles from the
对，
graveyard.
我一点都不想知道怎么玩那套牌。
That we saw at the beginning of Pioneer, but we haven't seen much over the past
快受
handful
不
of
了
months.
了。
I got one question for you. Why?
So there are a couple reasons.
Okay.
One, I'm going to have to give a lot of credit to the Team Handshake captain, Tangrams, or David Inglis, as his real name is. He did a lot of
为什么他们要现在做这种事？我也想问嘞，这位观众，我跟你有一模一样的那个疑问。为什么要在这时候教大家？哎，这个老鼠开车怎么玩？
All right, so
我
we're
先
doing a
趴
little
着
bobbing
啦
and weaving.
靠
We're
北
making some guesses on exactly what you think is going to happen. And if you're right,
有
it
够
could be
靠
a huge
北
weekend.
的
Now,。as we know with Obzon Greasefang,
这个导播
Greasefang's the name of the game.
不
Gonna
知
get
道
that
怎么
Parhelion
排
that you
的
flew here on
干
your red eye in onto the battlefield.
让我们看白人类打白铁皮嘛
You've got some other
对
obviously vehicles in Sky
你
Sovereign.
你放个回放也好啊，啊，偏偏要我们看这个东西，那个哪个天才排的排程啊？干，
Scrap Hood Mutt is
到
number
底是哪个天才排的？
What
这
is
排
this
程
thing doing to your deck?
Yeah, we on the team like to say that it has that dog in him. Yeah, basically this is just a bad Rafine's informant, but Rafine's informant is so good we wanted more.
Okay.
And we do have some mana confluences. We can unearth it. Like, it does come up.
那我先闭目养神啊！我不想听他们冷笑话啊！我人已经很累了，还听他们冷笑话。
Makes some sense. We got the Can't Stay Away. We see that card in varying numbers in this archetype. A card that we also see in varying numbers, and you're playing the maximum number of this card, is Witherbloom Command. A lot of modes, a lot of options. Why are we playing the full 4?
Yeah, so basically this card is replacing some of the more traditional creatures that you see like Satyr Wayfinder and Sigil Supplier. It doesn't mill you as fast, but it lets you interact with the board more than just playing a 1/1 does. You can remove an opponent's hate piece, you can kill their mana ramp like a Wolflow Haven or a Llanowar Elf, you can get their pressure out of the way with the -3/-1.
Okay.
So it kind of just lets you play a more normal game plan as you're milling yourself and hitting your land drops and doing all the good stuff.
So kind of some added benefits when you're still trying to do the normal thing that your deck does anyway.
真的是在搞哎，这个
Thoughts
排
is
程
Grizzly。Salvage. Those cards again we generally
Ai.
see in these decks, and then
我
this
能
mana
怎么
base, you know,
说
you're a
呢？
3-color Obzon deck, so you're going to have plenty of dual lands, and the mana's going to work.
哎，
pretty
我只
darn
能
well.
说啊，这
But you've
个
got some 1 mana green
威
spells
士
that
忌
you oftentimes don't see
真
in
的
Uvenwald and Vessel
不
Nations.
会
These kind of work
办
in
比
tandem.
赛
So let's start with Traverse and what
啊
you're trying to do
我只
with
这
this
样讲。
powerful Delirium spell.
Yeah, so the reason for Traverse's inclusion is we cut all of the milling yourself creatures, so there's not any fuel for an Eldritch Evolution, which is the normal card that you see. So we replaced it with this. It's a little bit more expensive to get your way up to a Greasefang because you have to pay 1 and then 3 instead of just 3.
Sure.
But it gets the job done just as well. You need redundancy for this deck to work.
And the Vessel, which is an enchantment for the Traverse and also does some milling. These two were kind of a tandem in Standard many moons ago, and it looks like they're back together again.
Yeah, so just like Scrapwork Mud is a worse Rafine's Informant, Vessel is a worse Grizzly Salvage. It doesn't get you as far, but we still need a lot of ways to find our Greasefang, and this one you can get any kind of permanent. So
废话真的很多
Okay,
哎。
so risky business here. You know, there's mono green devotion. You know all the decks.
我看那个表类是一直疯狂在骂人的。
Lotus Field. You know, there's all these decks that you know coming into this.
快点跳过看比赛，我们想看比赛。你看 ，Why are we singing this deck？
Yeah, a lot of cheap spot removal from the Phoenix
干你
deck.
娘！我们想看比赛，好不好？ 我们不想看人讲解一套连8强都进不去的套牌怎么玩，好不好？对。
13 is a big number.
Well, the goal is to attack for at least 13 every single game. He's Eli Luffman. We'll see.
干你娘嘞！什么时候我们什么时候看到比赛？靠北。
We've been talking about the Pioneer metagame all weekend long. Of course, it's been our highlight
继续
format
废
of
话。
this tournament. It's
废
also
话。
kind of having its first really big stage. Let's take a look at the metagame and what the pros brought this weekend, setting the stage for Pioneer in the future as well.
Pioneer metagame 选择还是果然红黑最多。
Yeah, absolutely. I think we were talking, of course, of what
绿线力第2多哎，干绿线力一套都上不来啊。古鲁第3多，一套也上不来。
The most represented deck around 15%. That's what we got in Rakdos mid-range. The next 2 decks, Mono Green Devotion and Groove Vehicle, I don't think it's a surprise.
恶佐力控制也是很那个，其他套牌占20%左右。
Why do you say that, Monty?
对。
Well, those decks are
天使有7套，算蛮大众的 meta 的。凤凰是1套，也是1套进不去。牺牲也是1套进不去，对，1套都进不去8强。可能这一次比赛最大输家肯定是绿线力，绝对是绿线力啊。第2 meta 结果一个8强都捞不到。 被抓得死死的、啊。好啦，你继续废话，我要先去尿尿了。
I want to call your attention now to the other archetypes, which was our largest percentage of the field, 19.7%, 43 players. We've got a couple players in our top 8 in that category, Monty.
We absolutely do. In our top 4, of which it is Reed Duke, Derek Davis, Benton Matson, and Takumi Matsura. Derek Davis and Benton Matson are both in that other category in Enigmatic Fires and Selesnya Auras. So 2 of the players in our top 4 were within that other category.
Okay, I've got to ask you this just like personally. Hopefully some people who are watching, yeah, personal question, can also relate to this. But Selesnya Auras, you know, we knew it was a deck in Pioneer coming into this weekend. Do you think this is a real deck? I mean, it must be Benton's doing so great with it, but how real is it, Monty?
Maria, I feel like it would be disrespectful for me to say at this point that it isn't a real deck, considering it is in the top 4 of our tournament. But realistically, I think it is further proving the point that in Pioneer, there isn't a correct deck. You can play anything as long as you know it inside and out and have put the work in. And in that vein, yes, Selesnya Auras is a real deck, and it is in the top 4 of the Pro Tour.
So, given that you can play anything, is there any way if people are looking, you know, ahead?
废话还没结束哦，我操！我给你1分多钟了哎，废话还没讲完，哎，真的。
Just be good at whatever you play.
I would say try to make up your mind early. Pick what deck works within your play.
大家想看的是比赛的画面呐、啊，对。但想看的比赛的画面，你数据分析，不要在比赛比到一半的时候开始数据分析呀、啊！靠腰，到底在干什么、啊？
to give you the best chances in your upcoming tournament.
All right, good advice. Why don't we take a look at our bracket here in this tournament?
比到一半，然后数据分析，在那边。唉，我真的不知道该说什么了。反正现在就那个日本人，那个啦，马祖拉跟 Madison 啊，对，打了。然后等一下再给我们看那个他们打到一半的画面，就是脑残呐。对。 对，老威除了硬卡一无是处，老威的营运，老威的营运就是大便，我跟你讲，大便，大便啊！
Like in the hands of 2 average players，
现在老威最强了，第一个一定就是印各种异化卡，对，然后塞进矩阵里面，然后让大家买。 对，这是他们最厉害的，现在最厉害。第二个才是设计啊，对，现在3不5时印一些屁股卡出来啊，对，让人干得要死啊。然后最废的就是老威的营运啊，对，他妈的连比赛怎么办都办成这样子，对。对，他想搞职业化，然后不鼓励玩家看比赛，对，就没有一个那个措施啊，对，就是你要玩家看比赛，就是你，那你就应该就是要有相应的回馈嘛，对，他连看比赛都没有回馈啊，我在这边。那我不如我去睡觉算了。对，我跟你讲，我如果不是直播主，对，我不是直播主在那边播比赛，我一定躺在那边睡觉。对，这个专业赛有什么意义？对，对我这个普通人，对，说真的，这个专业赛到底对我有什么意义？如果我不是个直播主的话，关注这个比赛有什么意义？对啊，又没好处。我不如我回去躺在那边睡觉了，就是这样子。对，就是办比赛办成这样啊，连鼓励人看比赛都做不到，我是这样讲。那回就是还要逼你听乐色，对啊，然后他们的 schedule 又排成这样子，哎呦，真的是，对。对，就是这么笨啦，我有什么办法？没有办法。我觉得也要塞一些。对，如果说等一下他们那个进去，他们已经达到一半了，我真的觉得就是垃圾了。对，如果你说刚这些环节说是准备阶段，就是准备阶段，那就算了。对，如果不是，那这真的垃圾。对。对，如果不是，那是真的很垃圾啊！对，希望这是准备时间而已啊！我想看完整的比赛，对，要就让我们完整看完嘛，对，切来切去干什么？啊，继续，你不要废话，让苹果挤。
I did exactly what Ely said, and it worked like a charm.
Unbelievable. Can you imagine everybody telling you to do one thing with your sideboarding plan?
来看啊，聊天室应该疯狂抱怨啊，对。
World Championship runner-up, Ely. Let's make that clear.
所以我们要看其他场了没？
Hey, yeah. Not to take anything away. Yeah, that's another good point. And I mean, also Nathan's story to make it here into a top 8 after just winning the World Championship.
不行啊，我真的不知道。这个比赛的垃圾时间怎么那么多啊？天啊！
But at the same time,
我觉得他们
we can already be talking about him as one of the greatest
线上直播啊，要再多学一下，对。怎么一堆垃圾时间啊
？His age to be this good. Nathan tweeted a couple of yesterday. Made my first
真的是一大堆垃圾时间，我真的不知道有什么意义耶。
对，
对，就是浪费我们这些花时间看比赛的人的时间啊。或许啊，现在啊，关掉我这个直播，去睡觉才是对的，说不定。哎，我真的不知道要讲什么。从世界赛到现在都是这个样子。
Kind of give you a recap of all of the action there. We have Takumi Matsuura versus Chris Ferber. This is Mono White Humans versus Lotus Field Combo.
你继续吧。
This is the other decently polarizing matchup that we had in our quarterfinals. Mono White Humans, especially thanks to the help of Value Guardian Thraben, very good against combo decks, has a great time against Lotus Field combo, and we have seen Takumi overcome the matchup before, and it did do it quite handily against Chris. Chris was able to take the game, but ultimately the match did go to Takumi, riding off the back of cards like Thalia and Redain out of the sideboard to just lock Chris out of the game. Chris put up a valiant effort with that Lotus Field combo deck. We
saw exactly how powerful it was, but it just wasn't enough to make it out of the quarterfinals, him being the second Lotus Field player that got knocked out there.
You know, and we've seen Mono White Humans, of course, throughout the regional championships being a deck that people were playing was kind of losing favor, I would say, as we advance through the season. Are you surprised to see in our top 8?
I am and I'm not. It's a deck that is still incredibly powerful, and when we look at our top 8 metagame, let's say, of the 6 decks that made it, well, 4 of the decks are heavy combo decks, right? We're looking at 2 is a creativity and 2 copies of Lotus Field. And these were decks that were played by 2 of the bigger teams in the field. So if we have Team Handshake and Team Channel Fireball bringing these combo decks, then suddenly the stock of a deck like Mono White rises. Maybe they expected less Mono White in the field, which is why they brought those decks, but ultimately going deep into a tournament, the matchups you get matters, and if the top tables have these combo decks, you're pretty happy to be in the Mono White seat, which is what is happening for Takumi in this tournament.
Absolutely. Talking about combo decks, Monty, I asked you at the start of the tournament, what would you be bringing? And you said you would have played Lotus Field combo. Do you feel good about that choice right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is a deck that really rewards you for knowing your game plan inside and out, as does the format, but it also very much is within my preferred playstyle of getting to play a combo deck that has a lot of choices. The deck having access to a card like Mastermind's Acquisition and build Chris Ferber's Fey of Wishes, to have a wish package in your game 1 to be able to grab cards from your sideboard means that you have a lot of different game plans. You aren't just comboing off using, okay, well, I'm going to emerge an ultimatum for Omniscience, and if something happens, if my Mono Green, for example, Stone brings me, I have no way to win, because Nathan explained that, yeah, actually, we figured out the Lotus Field against Mono Green matchup by putting Lair of the Hydra in our deck, because we put the Lair of the Hydra in with our Boreal Grazer, we copy it with Thespians, and then we have a haste.
It was fabulous.
That's incredible to figure that out, and just being able to have that sort of flexibility in your game plan is really cool. And with 2 copies in the top 8, I would have been happy with the Lotus Field combo.
How do you think?
维持观众的注意力，你要讲 highlight，
Well, we definitely saw
你要把选手操作的 highlight 剪出来讲。啊，你这边讲，他妈的，他们观众听一听就快睡着了，连这个都不会啊。
game plan of being interactive for the first however many is very powerful and lines up well against opposing combo decks. So we saw Reed really get to pick and choose those post-war games where he had more controlling elements, and it ended up being in his favor. But it did feel like he could have gone either way at any given point, considering Nathan did take the first 2 games and really only needed one of those 3 post-sideboard games to go his way for him to take the match.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, put those 2 in the arena. Is it just a shrug?
这个游戏的竞赛，如果想吸引人看，绝对不能继续像现在这样子。他们一定要跟其他人看其他人怎么办的。
All right, let's take a look at our last quarterfinal that we saw earlier this morning. Benton Madsen versus Gabriel. Let's see if this was Celestia Auras versus that Is It Creativity deck.
职业赛永远
talked about Benton took it
就是被边缘化。
over the Hall of Famer. I mean, there are so many things we could say about Madsen's tournament. This is his first Pro Tour, okay? Bringing a deck that is highly unusual. It was in the other category. Coming into our top 8, beating a Hall of Famer. He said in a day 1 interview that he expected to get no tournament, Monty.
Yeah, it's definitely cool to see a player like Benton succeeding on the big stage, especially after going 8-0 on day 1, and he was almost committed to it on day 2. Cedric interviewed him after his second match. Yeah, this is an 0-3 deck, but he was very much able to salvage the day, turn it around, and top 8 after all, and suddenly winning his quarterfinal match. The success continues, and you can see why he knows this deck very well. This Auras deck has been incredibly powerful in his hands. He knows how to pick and choose his spots, when to go for it, when to play back, stay back, excuse me. And one of the coolest things we saw was
我会有个义务感，就是我既然开了，那我就播到底。对，我就是不，就算明天早上我要上课，对，没关系。我说要开，
我
说要开，那我就开到底。你们可以看我的记录档。可是我是觉得你们撑不住，没关系，你们去睡觉了。你们要上班的。
Knowing to do that, knowing that if they take
如果你明天
advantage
真的很
of
忙，我
trying to
就
get
建议
this
你
trade, he has a window to
没关
resolve
系啊，
it.
蹲着去睡
Really
啊。
let him capitalize on that
你
situation
可以
and
补
win that
档，
game
或
by
者
the
是
closest margin. So
看
he
其他
knows
那个
exactly
之后
what
再
he's
看那
doing
个
with this deck.
回报就
All
好
right,
了。
well, we'll see if he knows what he's
赛
doing
事
here
回
in
馈
our
就好了。
semifinals. We're about to head to our second semifinals here. Let's take a look at our matchup. I'm excited for this one. Benton Madsen
所以我们是
versus
现在才要
Takumi
开始打。
Matsuura.
哦，终于要开始打了
versus
啊！
Mono White
对不
Human.
对？
Benton qualified for this tournament, playing Arena on his phone. And here he is in the top 8. It is 2023, everybody. Here's a look at his road to the top 8 as well. He was our last undefeated player on day number 1 after expecting to get no wins. He got all of them. A little bit of a rockier start to day number 2, but did lock it up. There you can see that
你终于有动力
last
留
round
下来了。
hit those 12 wins, which 12 was the magic number. Here's a look at Takumi Matsuura's road to the top 8 here, qualified via Japanese regional championship. Said he wanted to come here and battle a lot of really strong players, and he has
有
gotten
20
his
分钟的垃圾时间，20几分钟的垃圾时间呢，我能说什么？
But let's take a
这
deeper
浪费
look
大家
at
时
this
间啊。
deck's money.
Yeah, starting with Benton's deck, of course, we have been talking about how impressive this Selesnya Aura's deck has looked. But taking a look at the deck list to see exactly why this deck has been so good this weekend, one of the cards I really want to highlight is the 4 copies of Relv there. Just being a
这个
1-drop
东西
that allows you
你可以拿刚刚讲老鼠的部分来讲，然后你刚刚塞一个无关的老鼠干嘛？ 靠背啊！在哭欸！这不是刚刚老鼠环节讲老鼠环节就该做的事吗？对不对？为什么现在才来做呢？就是我们的排程，我们的间歇时间就是应该趁这段时间嘛，可以做的更多有意义的事。一个叫做回顾这次赛事的 highlight， 你知道吗？第二个了解再来比赛的选手嘛，对。啊，然后塞一堆垃圾进来，浪费大家时间。我要昏倒了。可以拿来做有意义的排程，更有意义的排程。
I know how to play this deck.
我真的不知道。
Been here before.
Been here before. It's time for a second semifinal. Ailey and Corey have the call in the booth. Take it away, the two of you.
选手套牌
Thank you
在
very much,
讲。
Maria. Yes, indeedy. Corey, you and I are itching to get into the magic. We have been sitting here just waiting to see how this match is going to play out and who is going to face the Duke himself. The end boss. Yeah. This is such an awesome moment for these players. Both of them relatively new to the Pro Tour, relatively new.
Game one， 还好没有切啊，切了我要暴怒了。
Get the games underway. It is Takumi
还好啊，没有真的在搞，给我这样搞啊。可以的。啊，完蛋了，人类好像先输一半了哎，这个一律辟邪人。
Deck there indicating
无敌开局。
we do see a low amount of cards, and that is the most important one drop here from Benton.
Yeah.
Is that Glade Cover Scout. Every other card, Takumi can have some pretty good answers for us. There's Ossifications, there's Brutal Cathar, 4 of each. This is the number one thing. If we see a lot of Glade Cover Scouts, Benton in the next matchup, and really, you know,
不是大田园那个啦，永延城的，哎呀，这个。
those kind of threats.
妈的，这个日式的名字常常搞混。
Crucial here with the hexproof Takumi Matsuura's removal that you mentioned. It can't do much about the auras except try and slow them down with Athalia, Guardian of Thraben. Will we see that here on turn 2 following the recruitment officer?
Or this is a really big turn for ossification. You know, you'd attack first because you're fine with that treg. You need to deal with light pause.
Yep.
And there it is.
Light pause.
绑住清角 ，OK。
That's just like, you know. Everything's on sale. Go get your auras.
Pick whatever you want. Yeah, whenever you can cast just an aura and then go get ethereal armor, which is just the best one already, it ends up being
2费会有什么？
Super tricky to deal with aura deck once that happens, but as
哦，这个也很凶，这个会补抽牌的。
on the battlefield, and when an aura is
Xeng 啊，这个 MTGA 也很常见的一张牌，对。
Yep, so you just get
它
to
是
really
灵气
keep
套牌
the
的骨
value
干啊，
going here, make sure you never run out
灵
of
气套牌的
steam.
骨干。
And that's exactly what this deck needs to do up against Mono White, and especially Takumi. Every game that we have seen from Takumi, if you're running out of steam, Takumi's going to run you over.
Oh, yeah.
Because Takumi's been playing so tight. Now, of course, we did see the Multi 5, which does make things a lot trickier for any Mono White pilot.
Yeah, for sure. But the one advantage of the Mono White deck is, everything is pretty cheap. So if you do have the Multi 5, you want to make sure it's an effective 5. It's something that can be proactive as well as reactive in the ossification, that sort of thing, to be able to just deal with whatever it is that Benton's doing, as we see Adeline join the fray.
Yeah, so be a recruitment officer, have an ossification for a more than likely SRAM or light pause, plus a big 3-drop like Adeline. That's a perfectly fine hand and something that Takumi was probably prioritizing in the keep.
再给个那个警戒皮的类似，真的要束手无策。
Yeah, now's the turn. If Benton goes 2, maybe 3 auras on this Glade Cover Scout, we're just done here. We're done here. There's just nothing you can do when it has first strike. There's no way you can get into combat with this card once it's
在这种巨大怪物面前，
4 power first striker, not going to really be able to be taken down. And there's another ethereal.
没办法。
Oh man. Everything is coming up Benton right now, and he's diversifying his threats. We saw that in the previous round as well. Just against Gabnasif, just making his threats.
然后现在问题，那个贴皮的生物是白跟绿分开来的，那不会逆境还要2张才过得去，这么难的？那难度也太高了吧？不会逆境，你还要手上有2张才过得去。
Mono White's nowhere near as scary.
贴皮这边不用打快，贴皮打慢慢打总是会。
Exactly, doesn't do the best of blocking.
反正优势已经累积起来了。
I just love the story here, Ailey, that Benton started off 8-0. Most amazing record at your first Pro Tour. The best thing you can ever do, something I've never done. I've played 10 years of Pro Tours. And then translated to a couple rough rounds, ended up 2-3 in the first 5 rounds. But kept his composure. Cedric was telling us, maybe giving himself a little pep talk in the corner and just saying, you know what, I do deserve to be here. This isn't a fluke like he was telling himself at the start of the broadcast, thinking he was going to go 0-8 or 2-6 at best. And look at him now in the top 4. Really some inspirational and impressive stuff here.
带警戒，然后拳头又大又有穿透。
Keeping this train rolling, he has got auras of plenty on these creatures now. SRAM getting suited up with the Kaya's Ghost One, protecting against an ossification.
没有啊，你不相信 Red Tuker 吗
？Doing math again because Ethereal Armor takes stock of every single aura on the battlefield. So
yeah. And this was what I was saying for this turn. If we can get 2, maybe 3 auras, it's going to be very bad news bears here for Takumi. There was 4 auras played this turn, so that is just the absolute train wreck scenario. And on the play, this is definitely going to favor really either player, but man, if this is any indication of how this is going to go, this is looking like a pretty decent matchup for Benton.
And it's quite funny how the two semifinals played out. You have the more control-y combo deck, with the other semifinal.
真的要消灭。红蓝怎么打结界
？Two freight trains.
打结界，组合技做得没快啊。
As Brittle Cathar's going to come on down and take care of the token. There goes an aura. So a little less power on the Glade Cover, but still plenty to deal with here.
你出什么人我就扛。 你出人我就扛，然后想办法打得比你快，差不多这样。组合技，因为拿师傅打贴皮也没有成败嘛，他有，可能反击咒语才是对这种套牌的最佳解吧。让你什么人都占不了，就是我的策略。对，
He just hits reset and gets to play again, and here comes Light Pause number 2. And is there a aura follow-up?
好像背牌都没有什么风暴之怒。红蓝背牌有少少。
couldn't resist. Couldn't resist.
好像结束了。
There is an audacity, so you do when it comes into play, then you search up something else.
反击之后也来不及。
For equal mana value or less, so another 1-drop here, probably another ethereal. Goes with Hammerhand. Maybe are we just
gotta go fast?
If there's another aura,
这个给他下，那没办法。可是这2个不能让他站，你知道吗？这2个诸如此类的，对，会让他滚雪球的，那绝对不可以让他站的。
just GG, but here's the forced block already, and just like yeah.
但是绝不可能的，这2个站上去跟死了没两样。
Takumi is well versed in the aggro
那2个一定要注意掉了，用康啊，不要落地。
He's like, okay, I'm not even gonna do the math. I'm very much dead, so let's go. Game number 2 here, 1-0 so far for Benton Madsen.
Another mulligan there as we saw the dice on Takumi's deck, so a little unfortunate.
带绿的背板啊，都要放
pretty functional hand, and the most important thing is Takumi is now on the play, which is very important. Brutal Cathar and 2 lands, I believe, with one of them being an Agancho, so a little bit of utility there. Now here's the most important part of this game here. Is it Glade Cover Scout, or is it just a pass of the turn? Maybe a Generous Visitor or something like that, another 1-drop, but the scout is the most important.
For sure. And, you know, knowing that that creature is so crucial against the mono-white player, do you mulligan to find that?
I would mulligan like medium 7s to try to find it without it, and then I would keep basically any functional 6. Is kind of where I would have.
There it is
but
again.
Looks like Benton kept a 7 with the scout, and that is just exactly what you want there. Glade Cover Scout. Gotta be the best green 1-drop here.
For sure.
For sure.
如果有准备跑场都没有机会。
I mean, the green time walk, you gotta
平场应该是不太可能，
showing its
有点难打。
chops here.
Oh, there's Grazer. You know, for being such a slow creature, he sure does show up quite often.
Absolutely.
And win summon. Takumi Matsura getting in here with the hopeful initiate courtesy of the Thalia's Lieutenant gets an extra point of damage in. And this is the game plan you have to go through. You can't be fussed about what Benton's doing now. He has to go. He's got to put foot and get Benton dead.
100%, and we're already at the stage where if we just see like double ethereal armor or something, present a 5/5, it's already pretty scary. Generous Visitor with that Brutal Cathar in Takumi's hand, that is going to be able to be dealt with, or that Aganjo, so not the biggest deal there. But there's an ethereal armor already 3 power with first strike to Glade Scout and playing defense this time.
Fair enough. Recognizing that those creatures could hurt.
Yeah, recognizing that Adeline would be pretty bad right now, and if
3回打3，3回打3已经可以了。
Thalia's Lieutenant would go up to a 3/3 because Adeline would give it a
不是
trigger.
你哪能贴那么多笔啊？
And Glade Cover Scout, a perfect blocker to that, and hopeful initiate would be a 3/4, but you'd still just get to eat a Thalia's Lieutenant here. So
一飞打黑就算了啦，那个东西太
from Benton.
太那
We know that
个
Adeline
太
is not going
偏
to be the
门
play,
了，
so
这又不是新传。
situationally, it isn't the
我
correct
觉
play,
得
but
不知道新传都用不太到那种东西。
Excellent awareness, knowing what his opponent's game plan is.
Exactly.
Generous Visitor gets gobbled up there by the Brutal Cathar. That's not a word. Brutal Cathar. Leaving just the Glade Cover Scout, which is proving to be quite the tricky pickle to get out of here for Takumi Matsura.
All right, I saw a couple of eyes, a couple of Sentinel's eyes in hand. Already, that's pretty solid value. It would have been much better with that Generous Visitor, where each one of those would be giving +3 essentially, with the counter plus the ethereal
有一说一，我觉得
boost that it would get.
兄弟反目是真的可以那个兄弟戏强那一张，
is dangerous against
真的可以进
another
冯兰的背
aggressive
盘。
deck.
如果冯兰想要防快攻的话，
Yeah. Hexproof, good keyword.
兄弟戏强我认为是可以的。
The Glade Cover Scout. Now, the one thing that Benton could fall to is the fact that he hasn't got any card draw at the moment. He's not finding the runes. He hasn't found SRAM. He hasn't found Light Paws. Has the Skrelf, which is a good way to protect some other stuff. But for now, I think the Glade Cover Scout's doing fine just on its own.
Absolutely. And it looks like 3 cards in hand there from Benton. And the one thing, we may not have a bunch of card draw, but we do clearly have 3 other spells. And
莎莉亚可以，莎莉亚可以卡住
being Thalia.
他的贴笔，他就至少一回合不会下这么多笔，不会被下那么
not
多
be
笔。
enough here, as Benton's going to be hoping to find a land just to unlock the hand a bit.
Even that one Sentinel Eyes, if that is going to be played here, and it did look like Benton last turn missed a point of damage here. Since Skrelv is an artifact creature, I believe, unless I'm or misremembering that. Yeah.
可以有效遏制贴皮
no, excuse me,
长
forget
大的
that.
速度。
All that glitters is the
all
one
that
that
glitters
triggers
is the
artifacts as
cheeky
well.
one,
So,
yeah.
Yep, never mind. Benton played perfectly as usual.
He's been doing a lot of that this weekend,
Yeah,
hasn't he?
yeah.
Yeah.
Played yesterday in the draft, green-white, with 2 auras in the limited deck as well. So really stayed on brand with that draft as well.
Oh my god.
Let me tell you, Benton has made Maria so happy this weekend.
Yeah, no kidding.
还有 another 吗
Loves the Boggly Boys and Glade Cover
？Another，
Scout.
所以他不能保自
Suited
己。
up with 2 auras right now. A formidable force indeed. And Benton doing his usual running through of, you know, am I dead if I do anything this turn?
So here's Skrelv. Anybody who has been playing for a long time is going to be a little bit of a mother type of comparison. And here's actually a situation where Skrelv is better. Because if it were to give protection from white in this scenario, the auras would fall off. So the fact that it doesn't do that is actually a benefit right now.
然后外加不能阻挡。 都不敢直接给反射保护。
Yeah, protection and hexproof being
反射保护认真讲，
a little different in that regard. So you know,
就直接克死某些套牌。
Skrelv has the hexproof clause.
趁不热先睡，晚安，晚安，晚安。
So I think we can safely say something that will probably not make Twitch chat mad. Skrelv is definitely better than Mother of Ruin. I mean, in this factual situation.
We will say that. Light pause doesn't get text as it is a creature, so that's going to hit the battlefield. And let's see if Skrelv.
So here this is already 2 power, 3, 4, 5 first strike. So now it's just a decision of can Takumi block with everything and kill it. If he can, Skrelv will be activated. If he can't, it will just be here. And it does look like yeah, it looks like it wouldn't have been possible. But close.
Yep. Down to 10.
预测贴皮愿局哈。
In an ideal world, Benton draws a couple of auras and is able to get this to a 10 power
明天再跟你讲啊。
But it's gonna flip.
Flips that. Getting the English text of Hopeful Initiate, and as Benton gets that, we'll remind you of it as well. You can remove 2 counters from one of your creatures to destroy an enchantment. Almost assuredly what Takumi is going to be going for here.
Oh yeah, Ethereal Armor looks to be the target that would be named, you know, just eliminating that massive buff from the Glade Cover Scout. But like you mentioned, Skrelv is able to just eliminate any blowout in a blocking situation.
But now it's a little different though, Ailey, because that Brutal Cathar flipped and it's now a red card. It does get a little trickier, but still able to attack as long as Benton is able to play at least 1 more aura.
人类那边也没有多少时间的，
not looking as great
几拳之内就会打死那个。
where Takumi is actually kind of playing the
2拳内打死人类那边。
because that's not really an option. I'll just destroy.
说实话也没那么多时间的。
But this is a light pause turn, which is going to always be scary news.
Oh, all that glitters.
And that is able to go.
哎呦喂呀！那底下多少个？1、2、3。
Rune of Sustenance.
There's a Warfire Blessing in there too.
You can get Alpha Authority. That's an I'm reading right now for the first time. Hexproof and can't be blocked by one creature. That's an interesting target. You do already have Hexproof, but you could put it on Light Pause or something and give something.
加8是不是？
Probably not, but we'll see.
过了，那过了哎，10点场攻哎。
Yeah.
有什么招
Who needs Skrelv?
Yeah.
I mean, it could still get blown
过了
up,
啊，
and
这
then
样过了。
there is a potential there for
空灵凯
interact with this creature
给
before
3
the
点。
damage is dealt, so.
One thing we've seen Benton get pretty aggressively.
那个少尉之眼再来一点4点，闪光宝物再4点，
Oh yeah, yeah.
加他本体2点，10点过啦，已经结束了。对，如果马兹拉没有任何手段，那就是结束了。
The same card.
Yes. Cartouche Solidarity is
哎，不能选，
so that'll go in light pause, giving it a buff
不能
for a
选
strike
同名
and
的哦
another。friend. Naming White on the Glade Cover Scout. So only the Moonrage Brute can block this Glade Cover Scout as we move to combat.
And here comes a large attacker, and now you're able to blow up one of the enchantment. All that glitters is the one that gives the biggest buff right now.
Sure.
Because it does count the artifact, like I was misremembering from Ethereal Armor. Does give that extra one.
猜一个，哎，没有， 还没结束。
enchantments, Ethereal Armor boosted to 5, Sentinel is 6.
Yeah, so still.
哦，还有一手啦，对，还能猜。我以为他只能把自己，我还好，能猜啊，对，就不会死啊，这也是保自己不死而已。也就是不死，对，想反杀还是有点太难了。
I'm not sure if he'd red instead.
Either white or red. I would assume probably white because if you put the 3/3 first striker in front of that, you're pretty happy to get your generous visitor back.
Yeah.
The one thing you don't really want is just hopeful initiate to block. So.
Yeah, he must have named red if we're looking at the white creatures here. For
yeah,
blockers.
It does look like Takumi is thinking about blocking with that hopeful initiate. See what the block is here. Now there is 5 first striking damage on the other side, with a 6 first striker here.
6点。
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 is my count.
打6，剩4滴血是不是
？Interesting.
哇，好不乐观哦情况，他也是站着的，他也站着的。
Yeah, if Skrelv didn't,
不
I think
行
Skrelv was
哦。
activated. I'm just not sure exactly what it got colored to be named.
Oh,
yeah,
okay, there we go.
Thank you.
Thank you,
That
Benson.
made it a lot easier.
That makes much more sense now. We're wondering what?
That was just a snap take it.
我跟你讲啦，这个可以挡，这一只其实可以挡。
Another aura was equipped, so you still have that red
这一只
card. And now Takumi has to be very careful about
只是
flipping.
你要不要让他这个生物
and
回到
flipping
场
that
上
back,
而
because
已。
then it is just all white creatures, and Skrelv can
可以
just
用
push
这个
the
挡，
creature
对，
through.
他
But
只
if
是
he
反
does
白
flip
而
it
已。
over again, he gets to
这是
steal
红
the
色
creature.
的，
Very good
这
point.
一只狼人是
Steal
红色
Skrelv
的。
then. Yep, absolutely.
只是我觉得就算这样也没必要去用狼人
Then
挡。
it comes down to a really interesting.
There we go.
play.
Ossification able to steal Skrelv.
Okay. But here, if there's any aura, Ailey, all Benton has to
这样还有的
do
打。
is play any aura, 1 mana, 2 mana, and just go get Griff.
这样还有的
Put it
打。
on Blade Cover Scout. There are no flying blockers
可以
here,
可以，
and
这
that
是
would
可
be
以的。
all Benton needs.
Oh, and he can't even get a
只
profitable
是还
attack because
是
the
要想
hopeful
办法
initiate
的
would。just die. So no activation possible, no mana available. Does he find an aura?
给个飞行皮，游戏结束没有吧？有飞行皮吧？我看一下他牌表，好像有一张飞行皮。
Target another creature. It's only creatures you control. So as long as there's an
家
aura, I
里
don't
飞
see a
行
reason
有
why
他
that
有
play cannot
不
happen.
太
here.
妙
Light Pod's just being an incredible card when you have like
他
4 or 5
给
different
清角
options
随便
that are
贴一
one
个，
of.
然后把那张皮找进来，游戏就
Incredibly
结
good
束
card.
了。
Love to see her being
There's
played
an
here. There's
aura.
another all that glitters. So let's go find
找飞行
another
皮就结束了。
enchantment.
这边人类
Flying for the win.
Griff Spoon's the one I
根
would be
本无法
eyeing,
反
that's
抗
for。sure. To the skies.
Fly, little birdie, fly. And that's going to be game number
太难了
2
啦，
going to
人类
Benson Manson.
被
This
爆了。
Aura's deck has looked so
完全被
darn
爆
good, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's the game. That's the game. And this is the game, especially with sideboard.
所以这根本不是那个
Takumi should be able to take down.
这个东西
Another
就不
mulligan
是
for Takumi, though. That is 4
说
mulligans
什么
to
及
to
时的
Benton's
嘛，
0
已经是解完了，
here.
所以
And
结果已经
starting
出
with a
来了。
Mutavault and
那应该
no
是贴皮
white
的啦。
mana. Okay, there is a white mana there. But no 1-drop. There's just ossification.
And just remember as well, the first two games, no sideboarding.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yep.
so this is the first time Takumi would be able to sideboard.
Exactly. Yep, it absolutely is. And there is number 1 again, Glade Cover Scout
This
on
card,
the play.
MVP.
Absolutely. I mean,
Who-
gotta be the MVP in the deck,
Wow,
but not every matchup is that the card that you want.
True.
You know, like blue-white control SRAM is more important. But in this matchup, it is by far Glade Cover Scout.
Yeah, any targeted removal, you want to see this little 1-drop. And let me tell you, I did not think that this weekend would be dictated as much as it has been by 1-drops.
Maria knew.
太不能说不啊
Maria always knows.
Oh my
Look at this.
God.
Oh, with
Here.
Ethereal Armor, Cartouche of Solidarity. Oh, this is bad news bears for mono white fans. Takumi Matsura is on the back foot, and that is not where he wants to be.
And this is already Benton with a huge attack already for 4.
Jeez.
with Griffspoon in hand, with Skrelv, I believe, and Light Paws, and a third land. Benton's hand's amazing.
Oh, Adeline, you got some work to do, my girl. Here comes Skrelv, just swinging in there. We just got to try and get creatures on the board and go faster than this. Is a racing situation. Takumi trying to keep his top 8 alive here, but Benton is looking poised to join none other than Hall of Famer Reed Duke in the finals.
And have a chance to take down the man who just took down his teammate. This is a teammate, and there is only... It's a team of 2. Excuse me, it is a team of 3, but the third player is not playing in this Pro Tour. The other 2 people is
just casually made the top 8.
Made the top 4
top
together.
4, yeah, excuse me. Goodness me.
Benton will be looking for revenge from his fallen teammate.
We got to get through Takumi Matsura first, though, so let's see if there's any way. Oh my goodness.
God.
Griff's Boon. What? Griff's Boon. Big booms.
太大了吧
Boon goes the dynamite there. Absolutely.
加4加4加5加5
plus
7
wow.
8攻
That is just a lethal attack next turn, and there is truly no way to interact with this.
None at all.
Flyers. I don't see a way.
Unbelievable stuff here from Benton Madsen. Qualified, playing in an arena qualifier. Didn't think he was gonna do anything at this Pro Tour. Top 8's day 1, gets through day 2. Excuse me, 8-0 on day 1. Oh, portable hole
is good. Okay, portable hole was good.
有买到时间了，买到时间了。
Okay, all right. There's removal. We got some stuff going here.
有买到时间了。
So now, I believe I did see Light Paws. So if there is either
Audacity.
Okay, yeah, this is a huge attack actually. If there is all that glitters or another ethereal armor,
有机会下一回合就把那个
GG, but
接
if
壁反
not,
打
the
掉。
attack back from Takumi is actually quite large and maybe
有
pressuring
机会
a
有
lot of
机会。
Sentinel's Eyes
看
perhaps
贴壁
would
打
just
得
be
怎
able to
样？
attack and
他
block.
贴一个
but
警
I
戒
think
壁，
he's
那
gonna
就真的
win
没
if he
料了
can.。
贴警
Yeah, I
戒
wonder
壁就
if
没
you
办法。
can't attack though if you
警戒
don't have,
壁
is that the
就
only
真的
card?
没办
No,
法
it's
了。
Beseiju and something else. Wait a minute, it's Beseiju. You can Beseiju portable hole and put Ethereum back armor.
Put it back on, yeah.
No blocks.
Wait.
Yeah, Beseiju, who endures the big tree, is going to get Benton Madsen into the finals of his very first Pro Tour.
Wow, huge
Unbelievable.
Congratulations to Benton taking it down.
Oh my god, 好快哦！
In the top 4 of his first Pro Tour, heading to play the true end boss.
天哪 ！Oh my god， 太快了，这
You
个
can't write it better than this. I mean, do you even think this was on his
根本
mind?
人类毫无还手之力。
Top 8. I mean, what?
Yeah. Unreal, and you know we talk
人类毫无还
about
手之力啊，
Benton
在
here,
这
but
贴壁面
Takumi
前。
has played such phenomenal magic, and honestly,
下次
after
比
this
赛
match,
他妈
I'm
一
going
堆
to
人在
go
贴
try to
壁啊！
find
我
it.
开
I
始
just
我开始
say
怀疑
what an honor it's been to
下次
watch
比
him
赛会不会
play.
一堆人出
Didn't
贴
see
壁啊
a？ single mistake. I watched a lot of his matchups.
那
Just
我
really
我
was
我
a
那个
masterclass as
背牌
well
可能要
with
放很多
Mono
杯
Wave
出
as
告
well.
了，跟
So
你讲。
huge congratulations to Takumi as well on making it
怎
this
么打
far.
贴壁？
Benton Madsen, an
有个
excellent
答案，
R&D.
杯
Let's go
出
and hear
告，
from him.
对，3个字，杯出告，请记得这3个字。对。
I am here
在你
once
需要
again
时
with
啊，
our
他可
winner,
能会有
Benton
用啊。
Madsen,
杯出告。
Benton, another match you expected to lose, another opponent you have just destroyed. Tell me about the match.
First of all, Takumi is a killer. His build for this tournament was great. 4 Ossify over 4 Brave the Elements is really brave.
他真的
Ironically,
蛮
but
扯的。
it was
他
totally
3
right.
把
I mean,
几
the
乎
way
都
that the
起
two
手
cards,
出
they-
辟邪了，
despite the fact they don't look it, they fill very
完
similar
全不
functions.
给对方
I got
任
very
何
lucky.
机
He had the
会。
mulligan to find his key cards. I
对
didn't,
3
and
3
that
场
I think played a
都出
really
辟
heavy role in
邪
how the
了，
match went.
So you're into the finals.
那根本没办法。
One player, Reed
说实
Duke.
话。
Other player, Derek Davis. One of them you know rather well leading in this tournament since you tested together. Who would you rather play against and why?
Well, I think it'd be hilarious if I played Derek, and so I have to say him. I was thrown into a Discord with him and Chase Masters by Chase Masters, who I guess has an eye for talent. I suppose I didn't think I belonged there, but yeah, we tested together. We talked a lot. We sort of respected each other's deck choices, but also felt very confident in our wheelhouse. I think it'd be hilarious if we met in the finals, sort of proving that neither one of us was wrong. Really good sign about the Pioneer metagame. It's so open. You can do so many different things. I mean, Fires and Green Auras are like completely different decks.
Well, Green Auras is working beautifully for you. Benton Madsen, 1 win away from being Pro Tour Phyrexia champion.
It's going to be Benton Madsen versus Reed Duke. We're going to set up our finals after this.
PT 啊，决赛啊，没想到太快了啦，有够快，真的是咻就结束了。3分钟。对，来吧，最后啊，惊世一战了。5位创新更厉害、更快，还是贴皮更快呢？让我们看下去。前期要遏制住贴皮啊，对，这是唯一的方法。前期究竟能不能扼住贴皮，非常的重要。至少空灵凯那种东西，绝对不要给它贴上去啊。或许是有机会的。抱歉，中文 Magic 是不是只有我在开啊？不会吧？中文，我对，阿 U 也在开。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia, and there is a look at the trophy.
好啦，最后决定这奖杯是谁啦？就陪到最后一刻了。最好不要再废话喽，我的精神已经很紧绷了，精神很紧绷。所以希望他们少一点废话。
Let's take a look at our bracket because we are about to head to our finals, the most exciting moment of this tournament. And we've had a great top 8 so far today. So many exciting moments. And one more moment. Headed up finals. Reed Duke, Benton Madsen.
It's an exciting one. It is
组合机对快攻啊
feels like a newcomer Benton Madsen playing his first Pro Tour versus
一个险恶的对局
啊 Hall of Famer
非常险恶
everybody's
组合机对快攻
and neither of these players have a title. Reed has never won a Pro Tour. He was, of course, second at the World Championships, losing to Shahar Shenhar. Almost poetically, he lost that finals while playing a Bogles deck against a blue-red-white control deck. So the tables are a little reversed here for Reed, and he's hoping he can get the job done this time, perhaps.
All right, that's our finals coming up. Everybody's so excited for that. If you're sitting at home and thinking, hey, I could do that, or at least I could try to do that. How how do you qualify for something like this? Don't worry, we've got a bunch of ways you can play in a regional championship qualifier at your local game store. Those have been running since January 6th. The ones for this season run through April 9th. And those feed into the regional championships, Monty.
Yes, they do. The regional championships for this season run from May 20th to July 2nd, depending on your region. So make sure if you do qualify through one of those RCQs, you are aware of when and where your region's championship is happening before we head into season 2.
Yeah, season 2 RCQs are going to be running April 22nd through August 20th.
I have dabbled.
You've dabbled in an RC or RCQ. We're also qualifying players for the World Championship this weekend, and we already have been, in fact, earlier this season. Let's find out which players are already qualified for the big tournament, the headline tournament of 2023. Feels like we just had a World Championship, Monty, but we've got another one coming up this year. These are the players who are already qualified. We qualified a bunch at the previous World Championship. The top 4 all made it. The Arena Championship sent 2 players, as well as 3 players from the Mox Showcase, but that's not all.
Yeah, absolutely. We did start qualifying players to the next
pretty
early this year.
巨大怪蛙。
ways to make it there, and one of those ways, of course,
是下个系列的那个。
the champion or even sometimes the
感觉下个系列会出了，全面入侵的故事啊。对，下一次就来个那个啊，像火花一样啊，来个全明星集结啊，对，全明星集结啊，每个时空的人都给他出一轮，对，有没有料？
all get qualifications to the World Championship.
生物跟飞机们有你从进场哦，很巨。当然，关键是牺牲一个生物地，然后抽一张牌，看起来是还行。又是死处先攻哦，这么难缠的异能，这么难缠的异能组，确定要一直这样出吗？对，又是死处先攻啊，这个。 我一直觉得这种异能组，对，会让限制赛变得很靠北。可是还好啦，他是密西啊，说实话无所谓。密西就无所谓啦，密西其实可以随便设计，主要是密西嘛，反正本来就不常碰到。对，所以你输给密西的得失心通常也不会那么重。金牌我觉得就不能这样设计了。金牌就不能这样设计了。金牌这样设计一定会像这一次一样啊，大家干得要死。
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at Benton's road here. Benton was our last undefeated player in the whole tournament. After saying, of course, on camera, we have it recorded, that he wasn't going to win a single match, Monty.
Yeah, he wasn't too confident coming into the weekend, and at some point when it definitely looked like he has every reason to be confident, he stayed humble and also played the bit up a bit. Just saying that, no, I'm not going to win any matches with this draft deck. Who knows how.
All right, that's our finals. Those are the players. But what about the deck? How is this going to shake out?
Well, it's going to be an uphill battle. We're starting with Reed taking a look at his is a creativity deck that puts Fireball into this top 8. Of course,
算了，看这个比看那个比看他们讲乐色有意思多了。荆棘塔下的那个传记。War 2释放非生物咒语，3费以上的非生物咒语抽一张牌，放逐它，然后移回场上。
Now, Reed, as we
Oh my god!
This matchup before, and part of the reason is
所有非人回收
really line up very well against what Benton is doing. Take a look at the Selesnya Auras deck. This deck is
这么猛的炸弹，现在卡片都可以随便设计了啊，没关系的。新系列好多合体牌，因为那个我跟你讲，我猜是那个要塞的人物太多了啊，没办法，我们只好把它放在一起。对，有风味，有梗，又能节省那个设计的空间呢。 对，蛮合理的设计啊。
a lot of Reed's combo finish with the Xenagos and World Spine Worm is designed to do 30 damage.
赫利欧的也要被文化，是不是？
Gets a large Glade Cover Scout.
赫利欧的也被文化哦。
Suddenly you can survive a hit for 30 no problem. So this
Oh
is a
my
problem
god.
for sure. And
有意思，这是全明星大战的，对，最新的系列。来个那个，那个什么非瑞克西亚五军之战是不是？对，类似的啊，类似有的没的，我不知道他们中文要怎么定。Moment of Truth， 强化版战略计划是不是？哦，没有，也没有强化的，战略计划可以堆2张，只能堆1。
All right, well, let's find out what happens. It's time to crown a champion here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Marshall and Paul are in the booth. Take it away.
Thanks, Maria. That's right. We are all set for our final here, and it's going to be a very interesting one here as we've got Benton Manson facing down Reed Duke, trying to finally get across the border.
我记得这是伊尼翠的嘛，伊尼翠的2个天使。
Second place finish at the World Championship as well, and he'd love to finally cross that threshold. He's been building up to for his whole life. Right.
Yeah, I mean, he's had so many great finishes, but has never been able to hoist a trophy.
Right. He's won a bunch of GPs, and those are great. That's really hard, but this
6倍是86，我记得他原本是93啦，啊，现在变2倍啊，变成9变成是86。
And now he's going up against the deck with hexproof creatures. So
巨大通话换沙利亚。
Playing isn't super different,
你们继续飞啊，没关系。
Shahar was playing as well.
地板
red blue base that one had a
铁白地板。
The tables are turned.
哦，回血地啊，万金油啊，西卡地不知道印什么，就印回血地啊，万金油。
You know, one of the cards that we looked at was Glade Cover Scout. As in Pioneer, you don't get access to Slippery Bogle, right? So you don't have as
希望信标现欠左。 6费5中层，释放巫术瞬间复制它，然后复制一盒嘴出1次，加2残2费，加1放逐财富5张，然后可以其中释放可以制作2个目标打 X。
Yeah, I mean, you have to feel so great if you have the Glade Cover Scout. There's basically nothing that the blue red doesn't have any ways to get it off the battlefield. The only thing you can do is perhaps just put some blockers in the way. And the way that this match is going to play out, I mean, Benton doesn't really have.
不错啦，这个也是好时机啊，宣传比赛顺便宣
So it's really just kind of a race situation. Who's going to go first? And will Benton be able to put on enough pressure?
有意思
we do cast creativity for 2 and get the 30 damage on board necessary to win.
A little bit of chit chat for our players as they line up. It's
那个镜头
kind of refreshing. You know, they seem actually pretty relaxed. I think I would be a
普遍是觉得赢面是贴皮比较强，比较大一点啊。
Then again,
看 Red Duke 能不能防堵住贴皮啊？对，很重要。
Yeah, I mean,
but I got Paul next to me, so
I think they're being friendly here, but I'm sure inside, right? There's so many things going on in your head, particularly Reed, who's had many opportunities, right? Lots of top 8s under his belt, and this is the best shot that he's gonna have.
Wait, you said you were replacing with Magic Ant this league, right?
Feels like he's due almost, right?
You don't get very many shots either, and Reed knows, right? You know, sometimes you'll see people have success really early in their career, which did happen for Reed, by the way. You know, he chained Mox win into a GP and then into second place at Worlds like a year later. And that probably happened very quickly for him. And you look back and say, I haven't had another chance to win at a top-level event since then, right? I haven't been in the finals. So he knows how precious this opportunity is.
I would like to take the play.
Good choice. So the first strategic decision.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. It's very weird. I think you're like upstate New York, right? I recently moved from upstate New York to Queens. Oh, cool. What brought you down there?
Just kind of looking for a change of pace.
That's fair. How do you like having access? Oh, sorry. How do you like having access to public transportation?
It's great.
Yeah, it's
amazing. This interview is going pretty well for Benton.
哇，又是这个裁判。
Yeah.
Where are you from? Where do you?
占据了大半画面的裁判啊。
Taxis, huh?
I mean, I don't know if you've played on the local New York scene, but people would be like fucking thrilled to see you.
现在哇，
Easy there, Ben.
现在就是看这个决赛啊，这个5个裁判要求是不是？几个裁判？3个裁判执法。 没有人可以做牌啊！这个情况几乎没有人可以做，除非裁判的眼睛、裁判眼干啊，不然应该都做不了牌。执法程度最严格的那种。
Also, I mean, Reed mentioned this in the interview with Cedric, but the fact that Benton gets to be on the play does give him that little bit of an edge. I know it's best of 5, but still, being on the play so big in this matchup.
Yeah.
Excited about those games?
Yeah, man.
That crew is really awesome.
Yeah.
Game Star is all right.
Players are shuffling each other's libraries now,
like,
as is custom.
I've thought about it, yeah.
Yeah, family. Fair. I don't know. I sort of like. I wonder about it sometimes. I do.
Yeah. So Glade Cover Scout, like you mentioned before, really powerful effect.
That's the first place we're going to be looking here on the opening hands, right?
Absolutely.
Does Benton have a Glade Cover? Because there's nothing like that for Reed.
Right.
There's no like perfect opening one card.
Yeah. Skrelv also a very powerful card. I mean, it basically forces Reed to have multiple spells. Now Reed does have 4 copies of Fiery Impulse, 4 copies of Fire Prophecy to get the Skrelv.
但是没有任何的干扰，有点堵啦，真的蛮堵。你要堵对手速度不够快。对，这个棋手就是要堵对手速度不够快。对，因为手上有横财又有组合技。
Reed is going to do the same. So
Reduke 也掉了。
Reduke
这个棋手可能敢会被打死。
Doesn't give away any information, I don't think.
Reed's answers are really good.
会被打死，
I'm
这个棋手真的会被打死。
Yeah? Okay. So when you said that, I was just like...
That's a good one. That is actually a pretty apt comparison, Lucky. Definitely some Reeves vibes coming off of you. A compliment, to be sure.
Yeah, I take it that way.
I'm not the one guy in the world who hates Gunner Reeves for some reason.
Okay. Now let's see if the players can stem the bleeding here and stop at 6. You never know. Benton knows the matchup, and he knows exactly the tools that he needs.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, he's going to go down to 5. What about Reed, though?
哎呦，掉到5，他的棋手要求是多高啊？天哪，掉到5，是没生物吗？没生物一定得掉了。2次都没生物。
Reed's Duke probably mulligans a little bit less.
Ooh, that's a lot of lands.
Doesn't have a lot of interaction.
不掉了吧 ？Red Duke 要掉什么？再掉了。
That spike field has
that is rough.
That has a lot of weight on it right now, but he is going to keep 6.
掉到5，对对，我掉到6，手上1点烧。
Even a deck like this that can still produce very
其实 Madison 的套牌可以掉到4啊，极限最极限，铁皮套的极限我觉得是4，可以掉到4，4是有可能赢的。对，你要摸的对的话，铁皮套是完全完全可以摸4的，就是他得接的啦，对，这不可能不接了，已经算好了。
So this is going to be a very easy keep. Can't really.
对以 Madison 的套牌来说，这已经算中间值的棋手了。
Ethereal Armor and all the glitters are the 2 fastest cards that he has to put on the Glade Cover Scout. So this is a really a great 5 here for Benton.
Yes,
and he's on the play too.
Right. So as long as Benton can just find a couple of auras off the top of his deck to really make it so that the Ethereal Armor and all that glitters continues to grow.
哎，算了，
he doesn't need much. They
应该是网络问
each
题
other
吧。
and just anything, you know, at that point,
很
I
好，
mean,
这
not to
其
be
实
greedy, but you start
4
thinking
个
about the
D
cantrip
也
and stuff, right? Just it's
算
more
了，
about
反正
more
猎
cards.
金结界可以过牌，多抽的 D 也可以滤掉。对，这6个有一点烧，但一点烧的意义对于对方套牌就是烧掉那个虫子而已。哇，干！ 可以，完全可以这样。
All right, start we all know and love.
他先攻。
Scout.
Do we all know?
Oh my god！ 完美开局
I don't know. We'll leave it up to chat to decide. Love the
最好的
scout or
开
hate
局
the scout. Back over to
那套牌最猛的开局，一回避邪人，我看你能怎样。对，大概就是这样。
How bad could it be? He's going to
他
find
那套
out.
牌是不是没有回血
Steam
皮啊？
vents tap now from Reed. He passes the turn back over to Benton.
那套牌
And let's let the fireworks begin.
Oh, cartouche of
看
solidarity. So
，
你
that's
这个
another
修一下
aura.
吧。
Now you can just go double one drop this turn if you want. That makes it so that you just do maximum damage.
套牌是
Put
不
an
是没有
extra
回
creature
血
in play.
对，
Wow
这套牌不回血，
What a
有一
draw
张
here
回血
from
皮
What
啊
a！ mold of 5.
Carduce's
Oh my
solidarity.
god！
Going to
掉
get
到我腰紧
4
了。
points of damage this turn.
你其实要求真
And
的很
Reed's
高。
just like, wow.
Oh, I
okay.
can't do
Oh my
anything.
god.
All right, 16.
这6个好
Came
围
back
哦。
over to Reed Duke.
掉到有腰紧。
Yeah, Spikefield Hazard not going to be doing a whole lot here. Just has Fable of the Mirror Breaker, pair of those in play. But I mean, Benton's got a lot of pressure here. Even if he doesn't draw any other auras, you cast that all that glitters, all of a sudden you're looking at 9 damage coming in this turn.
Wow.
You're at 16.
Benton has to consider the possibility of a counter spell here, though. Is that something that he has the luxury of playing around?
I don't think so. I mean, Reed does have 2 mana. Maybe, I mean, if he drew a 1 mana aura, but you just have to think about the clock. And then also consider Fable of the Mirror Breaker that Reed is very likely to play on turn 3, as it's the only thing he can do to put a permanent on the battlefield that gets in the way of these creatures.
Yeah, he is actually thinking about both
他在想到不是有那
one
个
up, but also make disappear, which
习
is
咒啊，会怕那张习咒。
Benton's very vocal.
习咒可以拖慢那个神的那个进度了。
Out loud sometimes.
至少你不敢随便下那个，你随便把清角或者是矮人给拍下来， 那个矮人拍下来。
Both players already kind of know what's up, so he can just clearly just state what type of cards Reed can have while he's thinking. And he is playing around a potential counter spell. Oh no, never mind. Tap the 1.
He did. He kind of changed his mind there. All that glitters hits, and Reed Duke just has to say, okay.
最痛的那种。
Spike your 1/1.
And this is not where Reed Duke wants to be. Spikefield Hazard on the 1/1, making it 8 damage. Down to 8 he goes.
All right, and so Fable of the Mirror Breaker chump. So Reed is in 1 turn clock here from the mold to 5, Glade Cover Scout in play. How can Reed even get out of this?
I don't think he can.
You just have to play a creature every single turn?
Right. And for his deck, that's extremely difficult.
还要他没有那个践踏皮，践踏跌下去，拜拜。践踏或飞行皮。
Hammer, can't cast Hammer Hand. Warbriar Blessing.
He's got 2 copies of Sentinel's Eyes, it looks like.
他是2张少尉之眼，还不会有危险，暂时。
But he's just going to pile it on.
Beat down, chump. Reed has another Fable, and he can look 2 cards deeper with the Fable in play.
So take that.
一定要找猎金奇谭了，已经顶不住那个压力了，压力太大了。
Chapter 3 next turn. That's another 2/2.
You're right. You're right.
If Benton can't find a way to give the Glade Cover Scout flying or trample, Reed might be able to string together enough chump blockers, find a window for a big score, and then go for creativity if he finds one.
My question is the Glade Cover Scout or the World Spine Worm going to be bigger by the time he does that?
that is fair.
要好好想一下，对这个手牌。
I could be. I'm hearing whispers of madness in my mind. That would be appropriate for this set.
气的什么恨财跟一张希尔暗礁。他抽了什么？蒸汽喷发口。
Reed really doesn't have any other option
爆裂冲动
other than to play another Fable. That's another blocker. So that's a blocker for 2 turns that he has set up with the Fable in play.
Yeah.
Actually, 3 turns, given that he just played 1 too. So can Benton find a way?
He doesn't have much going on. He's got Secret to the Key, Fiery Impulse.
Reed's getting time, but he still needs to find. Oh.
There's a SRAM, but that's a nice target for Fiery Impulse.
That is.
先造线索吧。
Benton, while he's had an amazing start, you have to give up something, and it's lands in this case. He's on a mulligan to 5, and he doesn't have anything left over to maybe immediately trigger SRAM or to try to protect it.
And Reed also just considering whether or not he wants to fire off this this removal spell here, this Fiery Impulse, just because he's also thinking, well, do I need to try to get permanents into play?
应该是要砸的啦。
Let's say if he casts Secrets of the Key this turn, right?
下一回合就是弃掉所有手牌，要赌了。
Indomitable creativity.
真的得赌了，不然真的不行。
He's going to take the slightly more conservative route here and use Fiery Impulse.
选择技也
He
是这样，
figures,
是吧？
okay, at least for the foreseeable future, I have this Glade
不想赌
Cover
啊。
covered. One way this game
有
can
6个
completely get
这
away
边
from
不
me
想
is the
赌。
SRAM still there.
Right.
这样另一个猎金鸡蛋。
Narrow case scenario, but still, he's in a very risky position
还
here,
有
no
另
matter
一
what.
个。
Is that another Fable? Blockers for days.
And it's funny, they're just alternating.
蒸汽喷发口应该
Well,
会
keep in mind
要
too, if
留着吗？
somehow Reed can find a way, it looks like Reed may have another Fable in hand. And if that's the case, then Reed doesn't have to chump block with the Reflection. And then on the next turn, the Reflection can start copying 2/2s to chump block, right? So then that puts the pressure on Benton to find a way to get Glade Cover Scout through. Put a way to put flying onto that thing, give it trample. That's the only way.
Reed knows he can't play this game forever, but this
哦，
is
顶
the
住
way
我
that he
3
can
个
stay
猎金
alive.
鸡蛋
And he has a make
猎金
disappear.
鸡蛋好
So
顶
now
哦。
he's got to be feeling safe because
Reduke 也有 Made Disappear， 所以说
Wow.
Top Deck
How is Reed
飞行皮也没有用了，
alive
对
at all?
，Top Deck 飞行皮也没用。另一个少尉之眼，
Sentinel's eyes pretty irrelevant here.
Yeah, he put one on a few turns ago. It doesn't change the clock, though. He already had a lethal threat.
飞行皮掉到有飞行皮。
I cannot believe that Reed is even.
飞行皮
still in
见
this
他皮都
game.
没有
I
用
mean,。you have 4 Fable of the Mirror Breaker,
他手上
right?
有
Just
那
draw all of
个
them, I
Make
guess.
Disappear
Get in the way and just hope Benton doesn't find a way to
I mean, no
一推啊
force damage through.
不管怎样打。
It's a lot to ask, but so far, Reed is still
Reduke
here.
3个猎金鸡蛋，买一堆时间回来，可以买很多时间。
Now remember, Reed
对
still
手
doesn't
没穿透就永远在打
still
空气。
buys him some time, but still does need to find a creativity.
Reed's going to chump block once again with the Shaman, and Benton just passes the turn back.
Wow. All right.
Reed's still alive.
没有
He's
任
top
何的那
text,
个
though.
Yeah, definitely gonna want to keep that make disappear in hand.
He found Fire Prophecy. That's not going to do him any good.
Probably rummaging that one
被
away.
丢了吧？
Don't care too much about that.
来
So
弃
is
掉
he
再
set
抽。
up now for infinite chump blocks?
He is.
He can just pay one,
Pay
make
one,
a copy
make a
of
remember,
Reflect a Reflection.
Remember what we this is what we saw Shota do, right? You can go make a token, chump, end of turn, make 4 tokens.
爆裂冲动。
Attack you.
Forgot about that.
哎
Make a
呦
token,
怎
chump,
么
end
都
of
是这种
turn,
东
make
西
4
呢？
tokens. That's the combo he can go with if
但
Benton
是
can't find
现
a
在
way.
Reduke 大
Usually
优
you
了
say，the combo for this
大
deck.
优。
You're talking about something very
说实
different.
话就是大优。Reduke 现在这样子，其实是对 Reduke 很好的，对，对面没穿透，
Looks like
就是在
Reed traded
对
a
墙
removal
壁
spell
打
for a removal
打
spell
空气
here
啊。
with Fire Prophecy becoming a Fiery Impulse. He's going to pass the turn back again.
他抽了什么？
And Benton's going to go to combat.
Here we go. Make a 2/2. Get in
And
the way.
he's still alive. Oh, there's
小
a
虫
Sprout.
That's
虫
just a，target for Fiery Impulse.
He
You
actually
hold-
found
爆裂
the
冲
You hold
动
that
该你
make
上
disappear.
了，
Definitely.
该你上了，爆裂
Oh,
冲
is
动
Benton。going to go for Sentinel's Eyes on a
on the
Skrelvy?
Skrelv, maybe.
Wouldn't
真的
get
该
him
上
anywhere,
爆
but
裂冲动
it。also isn't really a disaster.
Yes.
Okay, he's just gonna sit back, and it looks like
okay.
Reed's gonna be
先做，不急不急。
Right, and instead opting to just go
不急，
for
我在你的回合再解决。
the clue tokens here.
Yeah. This is a way that he can generate the cards that he needs to actually find pieces to win the game, rather than continue to survive.
Now remember,
来了
Reed definitely wants to.
Red Duke 赢这一把了吧？这把 Red
This
Duke
fire
应
impulse,
该。
although he found an indomitable creativity.
Whoa!
Now is that going to be that? I mean, he has to block, right? Creativity for 2. Combo off, attack you for 30. That Glade Cover Scout is what?
Is it a 10-10?
It might be a 10-10.
10-10.
Benton's at 18. All right, so let's add this.
算一下，
Let's see how big is it. He's got ethereal armor plus all the glitters.
So there's 4
others.
So 4 auras.
Plus 1.
Yeah, so 4 auras times 2 because he has 2 effects that amplify that. Is +4/+4 each. Sentinel's Eyes and Cartouche is +1/+1, so it's an 11/11.
Okay, and then he has a 1/1 scroll.
So that's 12. Take 30. 30 minus 12.
加列那3个，加上地面
Is
上
there
那几个。
anything that Benton could have that would matter here?
I don't think so.
I think that's what Reed
I
thinks
think this
too.
is just
because he's tapping his mana.
He's tapping 5. Skrelv can't block, so it's actually 1 more than.
You're right. Skrelv can't block anyway, but it didn't matter.
哦，没有母圣树哦。
Benton at this
刚
point.
其实那一费有可能有母圣树。
And that was so clutch because he
有
just
母圣树就有点
right off the top. And Benton Madsen, with the perfect start, even off of a mulligan to 5, has to sit here and stare
There it is.
at these 2 green permanents hit the battlefield for Reed Duke.
Jeez.
Is he going to steal this game back
Oh
from Benton? This is unbelievable.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker doing some work here.
Which one?
Oh,
1,
right.
2, or 3?
I'm going to give a lot of credit to 1 and 2.
都打。
And look at this, he even gets to get in with the other reflections too.
Little
30
And he's going to attack for
巨型亚龙。
lethal against Benton Madsen, who had the start. He had it.
This guy can't block, obviously. 4, 8, 9.
It's a lot, Benton. You're not going to like it. You're going to be at
lots of damage.
4.
Lots and lots of damage.
Wow, what a game 1 win for Reed Duke.
Oh my god, Red Duke 3个猎剑敌人硬是顶住了，就知道这牌到底有多互小了。猎剑敌人真的有够互小，对，竟然硬给他顶住了。天哪！
And remember that was Benton on.
太扯了，那个3个猎剑机男是傻
I was
小，
so impressed by that start from Benton.
硬是顶住了。
The fact that he was stuck on the 2 lands and
所有的压力，猎剑机男一张一张的上来，全部顶住了。
arbitrarily large.
Right.
对
meant that he couldn't quite get across the
这就
finish
是
line.
科技的
So
力量
even
啊
though he had that near perfect
科
start from
技的
mulligan to
力
5,
量
he could not
不得不说
quite find what he needed.
真的是
And
科
Reed
技
Duke
之力啊
was able to just chump block every turn for 4 turns in a row until turning the tables on Benton.
How many turns was that? Right? Because I'm thinking Benton, regardless, win or lose, gonna go back and go, how many turns did I whiff? I have 2 copies of Griffspoon, 4 copies of Audacity, and there were instances where even a Warbriar Blessing would have gotten it done, right?
Incredible.
And he just whiffed completely on all those cards.
Boy, you know, this is where I start to think about
相信自己的
experience.
套牌
Right?
啊
Reed Duke,
大家
he's
都
been
相信
here.
自己
He
套
went-
牌
he was at the
能
finals
走到
of the
这一
World
步
Championship.
对我开始在
And
乱乱
you
讲
saw how calmly, like when Benton had the perfect
看了一个
start
镜
off
头
of Mold of 5, you didn't see Reed like shaking his head or rolling his eyes or making comments or anything like that, right? And that's because he's been here before. He's a pro, right? For Benton, he doesn't have as much experience as Reed Duke does. Now, he's handled it extremely well. I have to say, he's been nice.
Yeah.
He's been chatty, right? So, like, he certainly hasn't stepped out. But, boy, look at his face.
Yeah.
He's got to be frustrated about having had that many turns to try to find an answer and not being able to get over the finish line.
Now, I will say, while this is maybe not a good matchup for Reed,
Mhm.
it is about as straightforward as it can get. You know exactly what you need to do on every single turn to try to stay alive before you combo, right? So, and he did exactly what he needed to do.
没有那个
Yeah, Reed Duke's very much a game planner, right? Like you can see him work out what the next couple of turns will look like in the moment. Now, you'll see that the players are quickly into game 2 here. That's because our first 2 games are pre-sideboarded games.
这有点猛啊。
How does this look here for Reed?
I mean, it's a nice hand if
暴雷中的唯一不能处理的
I think we're going to say that a lot.
那个妖精。
And Benton does not have a Glade Cover Scout.
And he's not going to keep it as a result, even though that was a functional.
我要有那个妖精。
That was turn 1 Skrelv, turn 2 Swarm.
哎，我正常说，我如果打街币，我会接那骑手。
And you can see why.
可是他可能觉得没有妖精就不会赢。
Kind of unlucky not to win that game.
没有妖精，他就不打
I mean, maybe this is why I don't win when I play those Boggles decks, because when I look at a hand like that, I'm
不过说实话，他的牌真的可以掉到4或5。对，反正有一只妖精就好了。 有一个极难处理的威胁，基本上就有可能直接打烂对方了。所以其实也是有道理的，激进的掉入到妖精。对，其实反而也是更好的策略，说不定。对啊，所以他一直在找妖精啊。不过正常啊，如果我打一个什么的话，我可能就会接那骑手。继续没有妖精，我就不玩这游戏。
Now we can't really. Like he could have kept that first.
没妖精，我就不开始比赛啊。
Super unlucky. Benton made the choice to aggressively mulligan because he recognizes that there's a
满边式的牌掉入2次，抽到的几率是74%左右。那他也蛮衰的。他刚好摸到那26%。基本上第3次掉入呢，抓到的几率基本上已经97%了啦。 对，该抽到了。说实话，他已经该抽到了97%了。
Again, he almost won on that 5.
Yeah,
right.
Let's see if
跳到5应该将近100%要有一个妖精。
Okay, Hammerhand.
Really needs a land.
Okay, I think you have to keep now, right? You're on 5.
That looks good to me.
Okay, Hammerhand to the bottom.
大变棘手掉到4。
It is a vulnerable
还是在拼掉到4，看他太衰了吧？这个。
Reed has 2 fiery impulses.
Yeah.
Right.
我是觉得真的可以再掉度。
It doesn't have Glade Cover Scout in it.
Yeah.
真的可以再掉。他够拼的。
For Benton though, this is he's seen 21 cards now and hasn't seen one.
对，真的可以再掉啊！真的，很拼。 啊，他妥协了，他妥协了，哎，我是觉得都到这一步了，就不要妥协了，直接掉到4啊。对，如果这么拼的话，
Can he even cast the hammer hand?
说实话，都已经掉到5了，不如拼个4。
There are mana conflicts.
He's thinking about what could I draw, yeah. And again,
对，因为只要有那个妖精啊，然后 Ray Duke 手上的垫牌都是死的，掉到4。其实他如果拼掉5了，再掉4，其实也不用意外，我觉得。
He's right.
He is right.
But I don't know how you can go to 4.
对，
like
掉到4。
Glade Cover Scout go and then just not do anything the rest of the game.
2 lands.
2地1生物1贴皮可以打了，对，那套牌。
Couple of auras.
2 ethereal armors.
2 ethereal armors. Is that enough?
我认为合理啦。
I don't know.
Okay.
只要有掉到 Ray Duke 的很多牌都会变死牌
I don't
啊，
think there was a chance he could have
所以
won
是
with
完
that.
全合理的。
I
掉到
agree.
4，
I would have kept it in his seat
可以
because
废
he
掉
got
Ray
gave, you know,
Duke
give
了
himself a shot, but
该有了吧？
Scout.
该有了。
No.
I mean, this is almost the same hand, right?
It is, but he's down a card.
Now you're on 4.
真令人沮丧啊！
You're just on.
没办法，这个真的运气了，这运气。
Should be an easy one for you.
哇，掉4，掉4次都没有，这是今年最衰了啦。对啦，已经衰到不能再衰了，说实话。
Passes the turn back.
对，掉4次都没有，已经是5%不到了。
But Reed has double 1 mana removal spell, so this is gonna be bad times for Benton.
Benton 应该没了。对 ，Benton 这个生物也要没了。 不要给他抽牌的话，这边就直接烧了。
Gonna kill this. Oh, just maybe waiting for an aura, and then using the fiery impulse here.
I suppose he does get a bigger tempo advantage by doing so, but you know you don't want to give him.
But because he has the make disappear, you want to be able to counter, and then fiery impulse potentially.
I see. Options.
另一个爆裂冲哥。
And now you probably want to fire it off.
He did, he says, and so no creatures on the board
没有了。
and a light pause in hand. Now, that is the type of
皇
card
帝御鹰清角是他唯一手上的牌了。
If he draws a land here,
他可能需要清角加一张
untap land that is. No, well, he's going to play light pause, and it's going to get disappeared.
It is definitely the.
Bye bye,
Benton's got some draws, right? He's now. Reed is out of interactive spells.
Yes.
And he did draw the Xenagos.
太惨了，这史上最衰，掉4次还没有。
He's got big score and a land, so that is what Reed wants to do on this turn. He's hoping that Benton doesn't find a threat just because it makes it kind of easy mode for him.
Right. So he's got big score.
那瑞六哥已经赢一大半了啊，有恨财，又有无畏冲击，基本上。现在瑞六哥就是想办法把谢纳克斯塞下去就好了。
We've seen this before. You can hard cast it.
Yes.
把谢纳克斯塞回牌库就好了。
Another copy of light pause.
皇帝晕清角。
One's going to hit.
He is empty-handed.
Yes, he did have to play his land, his Temple Garden untapped there to play around another copy of Make Disappear, which wasn't there, but smart play there from Benton.
Yeah, you could remember also you can just creativity for one and just put a World Spine Worm into play.
True, right? That's true.
And then you can just cast the Xenagos on the following turn.
Oh, with treasure.
30.
没看到他抽什么。
When 15's not enough.
That's right.
不会抽到这个吧
？And an against opponent with effectively no interaction and no cards in hand.
另一个爆裂冲动。
That actually sounds just fine.
Right, it's time to get the
没事，我就炸一个，我就炸亚龙，把亚龙炸出来啊！慢慢2拳把你打死。
Yeah, that is a good guess, Benton. You are correct.
Again, they are very familiar with this strategy. They literally named their team name.
Redu 哥会重返荣耀，有没有可
where
能？
Benton probably has really deep knowledge about his opponent's deck, right? You usually know how the decks work and what the key cards are.
Yeah.
But he snapped that off, right?
等下再一个爆裂冲动，射死那只狐狸呀！那 Benton 最后的希望也会灰飞烟灭。
You could have discarded the World Spine Worm and it would have gone.
Oh my god！ 他应该知道谢纳克是在手上。下一回合谢纳克是正下就好了，说实话。
Would he find a SRAM? No.
That's funny.
Benton's taking his bad beats well here, and we're gonna see
that
treasure go away.
正下谢纳克斯。
30. Yuri Duke is up 2 games to 0. Here in the finals of Pro Tour Phyrexia, big deep breath.
掉4次找不到一张满编的牌。
Benton's still talking.
对，他心里一定超干的。干，怎么可能
？Yeah, I mean, again, probably one of the decks that they considered. They played this deck a ton, but thought that the metagame would look slightly differently.
我跟你讲，掉2次就应该。 就91%左右可以抽到的。啊，掉到第3次还没有就，真的是达到3%左右，2%、3%的几率会发生这种状况。掉3次还找不到，真的是2%、3%。低到你不敢置信的那种程度。
Yeah, absolutely.
太神奇了。
I think you want to kind of look back on that mulligan, right? And I think Benton.
这局是调度的时候完之后，就是胜负就差不多了。
On the chances to find that scout and how
他没有妖精的那一刻，基本上
that was game 1
就先输一半了。Redu 哥手牌超好，其他东西全部都解掉。
He shipped it back, waited for the Glee Cover Scout, and was just unfortunately unable to find it in what?
没事，还有机会。让2追3啊。
That's a lot. He saw a lot of cards and couldn't find it. Ultimately, was not able to get the job done. Reduke picks up game number 2. We are going to take a short break here from our finals. When we come back, though, we'll actually be at Maria at the news desk with a special guest.
Flashback.
Yuta Takahashi is going to the top 4. Unbelievable.
He's gonna P command real quick. Yeah, that's, oh my gosh.
Unbelievable
stuff.
Oh
my gosh.
And look what it means.
这他妈这前年的东西啦，现在还在放。这是前年的那个。
He will not be interacting. It's going to be Dragon's Fire from 03 to 10-0. Yuta Takahashi is your world champion.
哭是不是？要哭了。
He can't believe it. He's staring at
我
his
第一天3
screen 'cause he
败
can't believe it. He won.
竟然还能走到这一步，我也快哭了。我认真讲，我也看到快哭了。我那时候认真讲啦，没有人会想得到那个啦，起头3败的人，最后会拿到冠军的，真的很少会想得到会有这种事。对，而且啊，最后一把，可下一把可能是最后一把了，靠边。对，如果 Benton 的运气再不旺一点的话，对，那应该是真的很那个。我真的觉得掉了3次还没有，就真的是运气方面可能真的就是输在运气啊！我真的没有话好讲的，对，已经有96、97%的几率你会拿到那张牌了，结果你还是没有，那这也是很神奇。啊，等一下，最后一波。哇，这样播也6个小时，可是6个小时中间很多垃圾时间，就是看得头很累，听他们在讲一些有的没的，就很累啊。提振运气的时间。
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia. We are in the middle of our final match.
说这个也会影响到今年冠军赛的资格。
Yuta Takahashi here to reveal something pretty special. But first, a first look at March of the Machine.
放宣传片。
And that is the first look at March of the Machine. I have goosebumps. That looks awesome. Is anything going to be left? I guess we're going to find out. And now we welcome a very, very special guest. Yuta Takahashi, your 2021 World Champion. Hi, Yuta. How are you doing this weekend?
Yeah, Prosa will be back. So excited.
Yes, Paper Magic is back, and we're so happy to have you back
我听得
with
出来
us.
他尽力
And
了。
you're here for a very special
他的
reason
英文
to reveal your preview card, to preview your card,
Maybe
your
my
player
card?
Yes, your
Yeah.
card that you got to
他的
design
卡啦
and
他的
design
卡出来
because you
了。
are our former
他拿
world
冠军
champion.
的卡片
When you were getting the chance
就在这个
to-
系列
when you
我
won the world championship, what were you thinking
这个系列是
when you
今
thought
年
I might get to make my own
最
card?
重要系列。
It that means I will be part of the history of Magic. That is great honor to be a part of game what I love.
Yes, absolutely. You'll be part of the
我也
game
尽
that
力
you love
了。
and designing an iconic card.
总
No
而言之，
doubt.
就是能
What kind of
能在
card
NTG
did
历
you
史
want
上
to
留名
design,
啊，
Yuta?
是件很兴奋的一件事。
Blue one because I want to pitching Force of Will, Force of Nation.
哦，是张蓝牌是不是？
I like to play Eternal format, Vintage and Legacy. So playable in Legacy and Vintage.
All right, playable, legacy, and vintage. You got it.
他尽力了。
Yeah, low bar. I mean, shoot for the moon, right? Of course, you get your own card. Let's take a look, if we can, at that card right now for the first time. Yuta
没关系
Takahashi's card.
他的牌。
Check it out. Oh my gosh, that is incredible. Very mastermind. Oh, I love
哎，这个好强哦！等一下，
Fairy's
这张牌很强。
One in a blue for a 2/1 flash. Whenever an opponent draws their second card each turn, you draw a card. 3 in a blue, each player draws a card. Monty, what do you think of this card?
其实那个脸有点好笑，可是我必须说这张牌是真的猛哎嘞。
Come to expect from Yuta, of course, being a fairy your
Yeah,
iconic creature
仙
type,
灵
and
是
just
不是？
it is a cheap threat. It is a way to keep up on resources.
这张牌
I love this card.
Yuta, can you tell us a
构
little
图
bit
虽然有
about
点喜
how
感
this，
可
card
是
came to be, the
我不得不
design
说这张
process
超级
behind it?
强。
At first, I
这一张是可以在指挥官用的牌啊，这一张真的是可以在指挥官用的牌哦。对，这张牌2倍闪现，对，然后带一个对于对手制约对手抽牌的一个异能呢。
And this is, of course,
这
the
张牌厉
incredible
害。
full art version. We also have the normal version to show you too of this card, Fairy Mastermind. I can't believe we even got Fairy in the title. I mean, it's just too good. It's just too good, Monty.
It's fantastic.
This art, I love it. I mean,
you.
what did you think when you saw this?
That is also playable in Commander because everyone draw 2 cards.
真的很猛。
I also draw many cards.
All right, playable in Commander. Monty, you think this is a good card? What do you think?
It absolutely looks great to me. Just when you have formats that come down to resource battles, being able to have a cheap card that allows you to keep all that.
最差也是2倍2/1闪现呢。
Bonus value in one of the game's most popular formats and allows you to be the nice guy, be the one spreading the love with them cards. Just definitely an added bonus. This card looks great, and I can't wait to play with it myself.
This card is wonderful, Yuta. I'm sure everybody is going to be a huge fan of it. And having yourself immortalized on a card, what an incredible honor. And of course, being our world champion too. Really, really awesome stuff. Thank you so much for sharing it with us, Yuta.
Yeah, I hope everyone play this card and lightning bolt to me. So the brochure to me. Then shake to me.
All right, you already figured it out.
You got it.
Yuta's ready. All right, everybody, we're ready here too for game number 3 of our finals. I'm going to pass it back over to Marshall and Paul.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. That was great. And that card is sick. I'm like, oh my God, I wonder if everybody wants that part the most. That card is so sweet. At any rate, we've got some business to take care of here in our feature match area. We are well and truly down the stretch. In fact, Benton Madsen is going to be facing elimination games for the rest of the way here. Up 2-0 in our 2 game 1s, if you will, from Reed is Reed Duke.
好啊，好啊，要这样啊，好啊，猴子又有新力化，是不是？
And some very aggressive
猴子又有新化了，
Benton did
真棒
not pay off for him.
买盒有机会抽猴子哦，真让人兴奋。
Cover Scout post board here in game number 3. We are playing best 3 out of 5 games. That means that if Reed wins this one, the next one, or the next one, he will be your Pro Tour Phyrexia champion.
Yeah, and looks like another aggressive mulligan here. No.
Yeah, it looks like he peeled that land off the top.
So he mulled a 4 or something like that with Glade Cover Scout, double Ethereal Armor, found Temple Garden off the top, and has another Ethereal Armor. Was that a mold of 4?
It might have been, and this is a very quick clock if he's got double Ethereal Armor plus the Glade Cover Scout. I mean, he knows his game plan, and this is what he's
doing.
That's insane. All right, get you for 5?
Benton says, try it, 5U.
Oh my.
And Reed Duke needs to find a blocker and quickly, and even then, he's got a lot of work to do beyond that.
哇，好顺哦，有妖精了，运气回来了，是不是？气回来了。这一撞啊，那 Reed Duke 是13血。
Shark Typhoon just to get the card, and then Benton also predicts that Reed has another one in his hand.
And of course he's right.
And he's correct.
列进鸡蛋，永远最顶的那个。
Yeah, I mean, Ben is just kind of calling it.
列进鸡蛋太顶了。
So the question is, at what point does Reed begin to block?
Right? Does he block?
列进鸡蛋啊，永远都这么顶。
Yeah, I think he's going to take it here. You know, he has to think about the window in which he gets to block, but.
Right, but you have to think about Griff's Boon.
Right.
What happens then?
It's lethal.
Right. Okay, so.
So he is actually going to cash it in. Great point, Paul. Right. If he top decks Griff,
it
would be over.
Okay.
Okay, there's Skrelv.
There is Skrelv.
你看 Reed Duke 直接买一回合，再过牌。你看 Reed Duke 买一回合啊，买到一回合，所以血量还算很健康。Reed Duke 可以再吃一拳。乐观一点，可以再吃2拳。我觉得他可能会烧掉虫虫了，虫烧掉吧，或者弃掉亚龙，多过一张牌。
Oh, Reed also has a Spike Field Hazard if he wants to kill the Skrelv.
弃亚龙。
先
抽，先抽。
Yeah, you can tell that Benton has played that deck a lot.
然后再先抽再洗。
Yeah.
因为那两个要做完，要一起做了。
Reed, of course, doing what he's supposed to do as well, but Benton very.
抽完，弃完马上抽。他是写在一段的意的。所以是确定是这样没有错了。
Yeah.
I'm obviously not representing anything. You know I have no instant speed way to interact with what you're doing. So let's just talk through what you have.
Yep.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Reed deep in the tank here. He discarded the other Shark Typhoon.
3枚烧。
Doesn't hurt.
还有一个 Mag Display， 哦，另一个有好顶了，又来了，重复第一局的那个。My gosh！
He's not going to block this time.
He's not going to block. He's going to take it, flip the Fable. If he has a land, he does have a land. Creativity 4/2. As long as he doesn't draw Xenagos or the World Spine Worm,
没关系，可以打埃及。
should be able to win.
Wow, Reed Duke is setting up the victory here. This could be over very quickly.
游戏要结束了，我发现。
Reed falls down to 8, draws his card for the turn.
Just don't draw it.
Does he draw a combo piece or no? That's really the only thing.
没有啊，下地，下地就好了。
Reed would
要死
love
啊
that.
！Ben， 你说的对，游戏结束了。
There's the untapped land, and he's going for it right now. Indomitable creativity goes on the stack. Both creatures go into the graveyard, and he's going to reveal cards until he finds the combination.
啊，我们这个重登王座啊， 得到我们这次。 菲瑞克西亚专业赛的冠军了、啊。好了，我们恭喜啊 ，Reed Duke 成为我们这次专业赛最后的冠军。
Unbelievable 3-0
真的
performance
想都想不到，太快了，真的想不到哎 ，Benton 竟然被直落3，我真的是想不到。因为我觉得一开始来看，确实 Benton 的赢面其实略大于 Duke。从套牌来看的话，只是烈尽奇谭太顶了，顶住一大堆压力啊，烈尽奇谭。
He's got the job done. Reed Duke is a Pro Tour champion, Paul. Incredible from him.
啊，我们恭喜他。
It's a big moment.
Yeah.
真的。很不容易啊，对，非常不容易。他从8强顶住 Nathan 的那个 Nathan 2胜的压力赢过来的，对，真的非常不容易，对，真的很不容易。
Just got the job done. He's a Pro Tour champion.
Incredible to see.
It's
incredible.
Unbelievable.
真的。
I mean, he's had such a storied career. Hall of Famer.
非常令人难以置信。
Basically every accolade.
顶住这么多压力，
finally he gets
一路来到这
Pro Tour champion. I'm sure he had no shortage of fans coming into this top 8, and I mean,
unbelievable.
What a return to tabletop, right?
Yeah, and you think back to 10 years ago, he's up 2-0 in the finals of the World Championship. Mulligans to 4-5, and it all falls apart for him. It's redemption now for Reed Duke. Reed is with Cedric Phillips.
对，策略上没问题啦，只是运气真的有点背。对，第2把的运气，第1把、第2把其实都是
Duke。
对。输给没有油量妖精那个妖精。
So, it feels like this is almost kind of a long time coming in the making. You've won at every level. I've known you for a long time. I've covered you. This is my first time covering you in a Pro Tour, technically. Plenty of SCG events, and we've run in the same circles for a while. It always felt like this was gonna happen. Did you think it was gonna happen?
Oh man, it's such a tough question. It's like there's sort of like your dreams and your fairy tales, and then like the reality of what has actually happened and can actually happen. And sometimes those two things don't match up. So I always sort of like pictured this moment, my whole life playing Magic, leading up to having an opportunity to be here, but it never was real until now.
奇真的，我跟你讲。几乎每一把都是烈尽奇谭在顶。对，这张牌，我就问你扯不扯？这绝对是现在这游戏整个游戏里最强的其中一张红色牌，对，绝对是这样子。奇太猛了，可攻可守啊！对，烈尽奇谭。
Of course you're thrilled with your deck choice now, but what were the other options? What made you move all the way this way? Was it entirely the team? Did you play enough games and thinking, you know what, this is good enough for me? Because we know you love to cast Thoughtseize. You're kind of a base black mid-range kind of guy. This is a little bit different for what you normally do.
Yeah, good question. I'll take, one part of that question at a time. The other options, I'd say, I played Spirits the last few times I played Pioneer. I like that deck a lot. I love Rakdos. As you said, it kind of plays to my natural tendencies. And I also worked a lot on Lotus Field and was considering playing that up till the last day before the tournament. But one thing about Pioneer is I think it's really balanced and you can sort of succeed with any archetype. The reason I like this one,
然后说现在先居很平衡，基本上你什么类型的套牌都能玩。
From the team, like so many people working so hard on it. And I can't describe like how helpful it was for me to be able to finish a match and go talk to 5 or 6 great players about like, hey, how should I sideboard? I've never played against Enigmatic Incarnation. What should I do? So that's all part of it. But big picture, I like playing a deck like this at the Pro Tour. Because you have the control elements, you can kind of interact and take the game where you want it to go. But then also every once in a while, you just get to attack them for 30 trample, and those sort of easy wins or that way to flip the switch that adds up over the course of a long event like this.
Well, it has been a long event, and of course you prepared with a lot of people, so any shout-outs, any thank yous, you've finally done it, you are a Pro Tour champion. I'm sure there are a lot of people that you're going to want to thank for the journey along the way.
Yeah, man, Cedric, it's a lifetime of thank yous.
应该是30才对。
Going back many years to like learning the game with my brother Ian, my cousin Logan, and more recently the team and sort of being there neck and neck with Nassif getting to the top 8 with the deck, and Mike Sigris specifically for being the champion of the creativity deck. But I'm just blessed to have like a great support network, both in my Magic life and outside my Magic life, and it really came through. I just, I'm so grateful.
Well, we are grateful to get the opportunity to watch you play, and we can finally say that Reed Duke is a Pro Tour champion. Marshall, back to you in the booth.
Wow, incredible stuff there from Reed Duke. Paul, what's sticking out to you in the aftermath of this victory for Reed?
Well, first,
而且都把握住机会啊，重点。
Just because we've really followed Reed's journey and a lot of these other pros, but just it just felt like it was about time.
今天看起来就是他都没有放掉机会啊。
Tabletop, I mean, for me, it's just
决策并非尽善尽美，可是他的机会确实。
But it's the first
有机会他都会掌握好，所以他到这个位置其实完全是让人心服口服。
Everybody knows it doesn't really need to be said, but Reed's one of the good guys, right? He does things the
很
right
厉害的
way.
玩家，
He works
真的很厉害的玩家。
really hard. I remember one of my first interactions was Reed.
做很多艰难的
We called
决
it the
定。
Players Championship, but it was a version of the World Championship.
他最陡的应该是8强。
He got spanked. He was last
那
place.
个压力已经要炸开来的那边啊，
A lot of reason to
还有办法反过来3
complain
胜。
about your luck. And what did he do? He took out
太
a notepad
那个
and
了，
wrote down all the things
真的
that
太
he
不
was
容易
going to
了。
work on. That was in 2011. That was a long time ago.
顶住这个压力啊。
And he was a workhorse then, and he's never stopped working for this goal. Everything came together for him here in Philadelphia, and he took the win. So fantastic stuff. And as Paul said, we have so much more to look forward to. This is just the first Pro Tour of the season. We're going to sign off from the booth here for Paul Chan and Marshall Cyclist. I want to say thank you so much for hanging out with us. We're going to send it back to the news desk and Maria.
Thank you so much, Marshall, and congratulations to Reed Duke,
还有没有新系列情报？没有，我要关台啦。
Champion. Hey, that sounds pretty good, Monty. You've watched Reed through his career as well. What must
还有什么其他的吗？拜托。
It's absolutely incredible for any player who has been playing this long, dedicating
我已经快
himself
死
this
掉
much
了。
to the game to finally earn the first title. Just
我看有没有什么新系列情报。
been to the finals when you've been that close, and Reed is really a player that
看有没有
always
些
gives it
更多
his
新系列
all.
情报。
I've had the absolute honor of watching some of that during the past few years of getting to do coverage. I've watched a lot of the testing for the Channel Fireball team, and Reed is always putting in the time, always being
被玩化的欧纳
active in
斯
the Discords and
我靠
contributing to what the team is playing, giving his thoughts on card choices, and just making sure that he is doing his part.
即将流失的法力转为黑色。
One of the best to ever play the game.
站阶前的主阶。
Ever play the game, getting the job done here, and it's
看排骨顶牌，你可以展示。
That testing that went into it, Monty, since you had a backstage look at all of that, landing here on is it.
你可以展示那张牌，如果它有3个或更多的颜色标记。如果你这么做，产3点任意颜色的法力。 做他的那个颜色法力的组合，对，然后再把它加手。如果你不这么做，展示大家把它加手。被文化的欧纳斯。
A lot of work into tuning this list. There was talks about the matchups, how to play the different ones. We heard Reed give credit to Eli Cassis.
归一之和欧纳斯是不是
against figuring out his matchup against Nathan on the
全之和欧纳斯是不是？
enigmatic fires. How do I board there?
反正这和嘛，全之和欧纳斯的最后一张牌竟然是这样子。对，我只希望他不要再造虐了，欧纳斯。
Congrats once again to Reed Duke, your champion. It's time for the trophy presentation ceremony.
It is time for our trophy presentation here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Our champion from the United States, Reed Duke.
哦，给他中。哎呀。
Once again, your champion, Reed Duke.
No.
that is your champion, Reed Duke, for Pro Tour Phyrexia. Congratulations to him. At the start of the weekend, we had 218 players enter the building, back to Pro Tour paper play for the first time since November of 2019. We worked our way through 16 rounds of Swiss and Phyrexia, all will be one draft, and Pioneer, which shone in its Pro Tour debut. The metagame was wide open with no single deck dominating, and instead an array of different archetypes from combo to control to auras, all with their moment in the spotlight.
说这一次比赛最让我惊喜的是那个贴皮啦，我没想到这套牌会爆冷门，杀到决赛。贴皮，真的，我猜再来会一堆人玩贴皮啊，因为大家根本没想过贴皮原来这么能打。贴皮打其他的快攻或组合技竟然都这么强，贴皮。我觉得真的很多人都没有想到贴皮啊，对，因为老实说，我也很少看到有人特别讲贴皮这套牌，对，它很少出现哦。这次的收获啊，贴皮那个不可小觑的一个套牌啊，对，可能可以登上再来的主流啊，贴皮。真的，看一下，什么？我这边看一下。哈，那什么肯里斯的、啊？好了，那我们就先开到这里了。好，感谢撑到这边的人啊，应该没有活人了吧？撑到这边，啊，我们也是该休息了。我是真的很累啊。好，大家拜拜啊！这一次比赛真的也很精彩啊，很精彩。那个忽略官方的那个啦，就是忽略官方的排程啦，对。我比赛的内容都很扎实，都很好看。啊，就晚安啊，拜拜。